remain one of the most debated among Nigerians due to the passion, followership, government involvement, impact on Nigeria's external image and our national life in the sports parliament. The NTA offers Nigerians deep views on issues with experts in the sports sector, offering in-depth analysis, hindsight, insight and foresight towards elevating Nigerian sports to the zenith on the floor of the sports parliament. Sports Parliament, a unique platform for sports discussions, showing live on the NTA. Keep a date with the parliamentarians.
Your eyes have it.
This is the network service of the NTA.
The Nigerian aviation sector is rapidly growing with the construction of new international airport terminals in several regions of the country. The new Murtala Mohammed International Airport has an estimated passenger increase of 30 million annually and 15 million for Nnamdi Azikiwe International Airport, Abuja. Malam Aminu Kano International Airport is also expected to open new frontiers for the region with more travel capacity for the annual Hajj, while the new Akanu Ibiam International Airport, Enugu, avails more business opportunities connecting the industrial cities in the region to the world. These new terminals beat world-class standards with enabling infrastructure that aid air travel, tourism, and the eventual growth of the country's GDP.
Open up commerce and, of course, link us to international societies.
People from international community will come here to do business, and then that will bring in more revenue to the state.
Now, distances can be seamlessly covered as Nigeria keeps raising its bar to suit global infrastructure standards.
All the thrills and all the action on Nigeria's biggest dance reality show. Glow Battle of the Year is on NTA every Sunday from 8 p.m. to 9 p.m.
The counsel of our fathers.
I will urge and advise our younger generation to use talent and brain to sort out problems, not arms.
Nigerian youths, let's build our nation together.
Contemporary times require practical skills to remain competitive and relevant in your organization. Therefore, take advantage of NTA TV College Short Proficiency courses to sharpen your professional skills. Administrative Principles, Processes and Practices. Date 14th March to 8th April 2022. 4 weeks. Modern Trends in Broadcast Media Marketing. Date 14th March to 8th April 2022. 4 weeks. Basic Broadcast Accounting and Auditing. Date 4th April to 15th April 2022. 2 weeks. Audio Engineering Operations and Maintenance. Date 18th April to 29th April 2022. 2 weeks. The course fee for the 4-week course is 180,000 naira and the course fee for the 2-week course is 150,000 naira only. Accommodation inclusive. The venue for all courses is the serene and secure environment of NTA TV College near Old Government House, Rayfield, Jos. For more enquiries, please call 0803-314-4383 or 0806-980-9807. NTA TV College, Jos. Training you to be the best you want to be. To every politician, as the campaigns gain momentum and passions begin to rise, remember, the errors of your opponents do not make you a success. Do not run down your opponent and inflame passions to violence between and among your supporters. What counts is what you plan to do for the electorate and how you intend to relieve the sufferings and bring succor Nigeria is in dire need of patriotic leaders at all levels. Leaders who will make national development their priority. Concentrate on telling the electorate what you intend to do when you get into office. Focus on making your vision clear to the electorate. Don't engage in verbal abuses, fake news or speeches. Keep dealing with issues that will bring progress. You win the hearts and minds of the people by being above board, by being civil, patriotic, and showing empathy. Let's join hands to make the 2023 elections peaceful. A message from the National Orientation Agency.
Coming off a heartbreaking loss in the League Cup final, the Blues will seek to salve their wounds when they visit Turf Moor. This Saturday, it's Burnley versus Chelsea on the Premier League Live, showing on the network service of the NTA from 3:30 p.m. The Premier League Live is brought to you by Baba Ijebu, empowered by Integral.
The making of Ataigala, His Royal Majesty Aga Baidu Matthew Alhaji Opalua Oguchakpa II, President, Kogi State Council of Chiefs. Prince Matthew Alhaji Opalua, as he was addressed then, was announced as the next Ataigala on Monday, October 18, 2021 by the Kogi State Government through the Office of the Commissioner for Local Government and Chieftaincy Affairs, led by Honorable Barrister Abdulsalam Izigi Didat. This was in view of the recommendation by the Igala Kingmakers through the Igala Area Traditional Council to the Kogi State Government. The news came out 1 year and 2 months after a hunting adventure of His Royal Majesty Aga Baidu Idapo Michael Ameboni II. It was such a long time to wait for an Ataigala return from hunting, and while the waiting lasted, lots happened that many prayed that should be the last in our history. Hence, the announcement of the next Ataigala brought relief to many, and peace seems to return to the land eventually. With the announcement, Aido Kanya, meaning the next in line to sit on the revered throne of Ataigala, and so the traditional rites will be performed for 9 days before he entered the palace as the Ataigala. To commence the traditional rites, the first point of call is Uwolawo, very significant to reflect the historical journey of Abuja through the Ida before becoming the Ataigala. Aido Kanya, Prince Matthew Alhaji Opalua, proceeded from Lokoja on Monday, November 8, 2021 at about 1:37 p.m. to Ugwolawu. On his way, he was welcomed warmly at various ports in different towns till his destination in Ugwolawu. At Ugwolawu, the reception was very massive as people turned out en masse to welcome the Aido Kanya. And traditionally, Ikabi, a chief from the Achadu's palace, was there to welcome him to his thatch hut where he would be passing the night. As early as 6 a.m. in the morning of Tuesday, November 9, 2021, Ikabi had already resumed his traditional task of preparing the Aido Kanya for the Ida journey, which was done on foot, in the past being the only means of transportation at the time. Later, horses were used at interval, and today, vehicles are used. But the critical point is that entry to most major towns along the roads to Ida were done by foot to keep the history intact, as each town come out to welcome the Aido Kanya and bid him farewell as he leaves their town. So at 7:06 a.m., Ido Kanya stepped out of the Taj Hall where he passed the night, attending to the various activities demanded of him, while cultural entertainment was on through the night till dawn. To begin the rite of his journey to Ida, there, Ikabi, after the basics, presented him a horse whisk sent to him by Ashadu from Ida, and then adored his head with the long red traditional cap which he will wear through the remaining days of his traditional rite of becoming the Ataigala. Thereafter, he prayed for the land and the journey to Ida commenced. As soon as he, Ido Kanya, moved on, the Taj hut went ablaze in sex as everything thereafter becomes all about the people he leads. The life ahead of him will be a selfless one for the common good of his people, home and abroad. Arriving at Ashadu Palace in Ida was another memorable moment given the crowd that received him and the masquerade outside, all in festive mood as the whole environment was agog. He was welcomed by the Ashenyo Ashadu at the Ashadu Okwata's palace, as the Ashadu at the time had gone home to and yet to return. The third day of the traditional rite of Ido Kanya in becoming the Ataigala was the ear-piercing ceremony, which is built for the Ashadu's palace. But because Ashadu had gone hunting, the ceremony was done at the palace of Ashenyo Ashadu's, right behind the Ashadu's palace. The ceremony is symbolic in so many ways. It indicates the bond between the two clans as an agreement to live as one family in a marriage pattern which historically dated back to the Ebule Jonu era when she married Ashadu, and that marriage gave Ashadu the extra title of Okwata. At about 10:07 a.m. on Wednesday, November 10, 2021, Ido Kanya was gallantly ready for the task ahead of him, and he proceeded to the inner room where the ear piercing was done. The ear piercing ceremony was handled by the Ashaduku Achadu, greeted Iyokbo, and coordinated by Ikabi, who later ceremoniously went to the Adokulu Aganapoje with marriage items, kola nuts, and drinks. To end the ceremony here, yam was peeled, boiled, and poured into mortar for the Ido Kanya to pound, and Ikabi took over after Ido Kanya picked the pestle to pound the yam already in the mortar. This phase brought the traditional rites at the Ashadu's palace to a successful end. The fourth day of the traditional rites came with a day between the ear-piercing rite at the Ashadu's palace. This was because a day was set aside for the nursing of the ears before the remaining rites could continue. So, on Friday, November 12, 2021, at about 3:33 p.m., Ido Kanya proceeded to Okutaleche at Igalamela Odolu to continue with traditional rites of the fourth day. The Okutaleshe is at Inashado River source. It's the headstone of Ata or De Ojiata. It's very historical and has been there for time immemorial, as it plays very fundamental roles and its significance is key too. At the Okutaleche, Chief Ashanyuwo and Ohioga Ata coordinated the rite. There were a series of communications with the great beyond, and many revelations were made known, and even as declarations came forth too for the good of the Ataigala and his kingdom, Igala land. This is fundamental guide and pathway for the attack going forward in the affairs of mankind, and particularly as it concerns Igala kingdom. The Ojaina rites are in phases and last for 5 days, and on Saturday, November 13, 2021, at about 10:03 a.m., Ido Kanya made the move to the palace of Adopulu Aganapoje to begin the traditional rites. Arriving the already crowded palace of Adopulu Aganapoje, Ido Kanya was given a warm reception.
Okay.
And the process began by presentation of kola nuts to Adokulu by Aidokanya, which traditionally means declaration of his intention to come and take over the throne of his fathers. In turn, Adokulu accepted the kola nuts with token of financial support from those that accompany Aidokanya on the mission. Next step, Adokulu broke the kola nuts and it was confirmed clean and acceptable divinely. So, Aidokanya's mission was welcomed. By 3 p.m. on Sunday, November 14, 2021, Aido Kanya returned to Adopulu Aganapoje for the next phase of the traditional rite. Again, kola nuts with some talking were presented and the Anuku discussion took place in preparation towards the successful ascension to the revered Ataigala's throne. Part of the discussion on this day is brief of the journey and what next to be done, which shouldn't be a hearsay situation but face-to-face between Adopulu Aganapoje and the Aido Kanya. With that successfully done, Aido Kanya was ready for the next traditional rite built for the next day.
Ya October kane nana ye kute itelata tigbo tidoma tingele tolorudu tolane nde okene ketete onika bugo ka tetete ya nika de dugo abekola duke akomo ya nika akapa omi kwane dele dele makabe ko ma duche wo wa hamele chinago mana duche daba kukaya ko ma duche mana duche ko ma chimalago abo chaka hele kuma jofe chamu duche ataigala omiche atayegba onfe echamune kuma jei onchene onchata e jodudu ojane gala ichachaka hele ichamune akila mune takila shesha mune yi akane la nana ngo ane peru la shaka hele abokima la mu mule mo fe do maje akila mo fe do maje le la o mane do mo wo akumba be atuba be we ke jena be ena de jugo kana ko yi akumba be atuba be we ke jena be ena de jugo kana ko yi alconfeli makudo yanede.
On this day, Monday, November 15, 2021, at about 10:11 a.m., Aido Kanya proceeded to Ojaina, making a stop at Egwola's place. Egwola is the custodian of the Royal Grove site, where the Ataigalas rest whenever they go on hunting expeditions. So, the essence of the visit was to appreciate Chief Egwola for the task of taking good care of the Royal Grove. After the visit, Aido Kanya proceeded to the palace of Chief Adopulu Aganapoje for an internal brief and preparation for the next day's traditional rites to be performed at the Adopulu Palace the next day. The Aido Kanya's visit on this day was very brief, as it's another one-on-one with the Adopulu as they prepared for the last day of the traditional rites, which was billed to be the next day, the 9th day of the traditional rites in the making of Ataigala. This was on Tuesday, November 16, 2021, at about 10:30 a.m. a.m. This is the night and very critical in the traditional rites of the making of Ataigala. As on this day, Aido Kanya will be finally transformed, giving birth to traditionally, and he will become Ataigala and then return to the palace for the first time since he emerged Aido Kanya. At about 9:13 a.m. on Wednesday, November 13, 2021, the last journey to Ojaina began, and the first point of call was the palace of Chief Ahmadu Ata Aganapoje. Adokulu accepted the kola nut with the token presented by Aidokanya, and those who accompany Aidokanya came up to make financial support as Adokulu was ready to bid the Aidokanya, which would be a declaration to hand over his father's throne to him, finally with 2 single baits, one on the left wrist and another on the right wrist. This traditional bidding is the Oliowo, which marks handing over of the throne. Thereafter, Adokulu called on the chief Achadogbe, emerged with the responsibility to take the Aidokanya to the Egbe burial site inside Oja Ina Royal Grove. Through the Royal Grove, the rites were performed, and that will be the last time Aidokanya, after being transformed to Ataigala, will ever visit the place. His next visit will be when he goes hunting. Until then, never will he visit the site again. Coming out of the Royal Grove, Aidokanya presented his game from the hunting to the public, and they proceeded to Ofukolo, crossing the Inachalo River on foot. At Ofukolo, where Aidokanya was given birth and become the Ataigala, Onubiogbo and Onuede performed their various traditional rites to complete the process of the traditional birth of Ataigala, and from this point, Ataigala is greeted Agabaidu, and the women greet him Amideju. Now, as Ataigala, Agabaidu then moved from Ofukolo to Erane, where the Onu, Ofiji, Atebo, the 9 Adukulu chiefs, and Agaidoko performed their respective tasks, one after the other. The 9 Adokulu chiefs were there to bid the new Ataigala. Agaidoko was there to receive the new Ata from the hunting expedition. The Achadu Okwata was there to fraternize and cheer him up. The essence of this traditional rite at Erane is the sealing of the agreement to live as one indivisible Igala people. After the Erane traditional rites were completed, the Ataigala proceeded to Efofe Palace, where various chiefs were tasked with different cleansing rites. Chief Agbenyo Ata performed his rite, followed by Ugbola chief, then Ochijenu chief, and thereafter Chief Abe Ata Igala performed the final traditional rites that ushered the new Ataigala into the palace.
We want to talk about rights, there are obligations. I'm not saying that this government is a saint, it's very far from it. But there are things that we can do to make it better, and that's the challenge I'm throwing to you. You don't want to build this nation? I don't know where else you want to go. If I had a choice, I'll come back. When I stand outside and I hear what you have to say about this country that I know that I can die for as one, then I'm really sad because you're young. You have education. You have tools. You have a huge future ahead of you. And you're condemning yourself before you started on that journey. So please don't do that. Please don't.
Yeah, we are beginning any second from.
Speaking once again.
This is the network service of the NTA.
I am Segun Odegbami, Speaker of the Sports Parliament, coming to you live from the studios of Africa's largest television network, NTA. You would notice that my presentation is slightly different today. In the past 5 days, I have been numb, hopelessly numb, reminded of our human mortality and my inability to reverse anything. At the same time, I've had cause to celebrate and to give thanks to God for the gift of life. So today, as we mourn, we shall also celebrate. I have the pleasure to welcome my co-parliamentarians tonight, sitting with me in Parliament tonight. From Ibadan, Waheed Ekun. Waheed, how are you?
Good evening. I'm happy to be on the program tonight.
Well, also from Wales, is Satish Sekar. Satish, how are you? The traveler all over the world. In Nigeria, we'll call you Ajala Travel.
I'm fine, thank you. And happy to be on the program today to pay tribute to great sporting journalists and also to highlight others who we have lost, but who should never be forgotten.
From Jos, all the way from Tin City, Abdurrahman Ibn Mohammed.
It's my pleasure to be on set on this edition of the program, Mr. Speaker, and it's my pleasure to see my other colleagues and some other guests as well.
Let me just introduce those colleagues of ours, people who have touched my life in different ways, and to see them on set just reminds me of their major contributions to my life. I have first to introduce Tunde Orebi. Tunde, how are you?
We can't hear him.
Well, Tunde, we have issues with your audio. Let me go to Kunle Sholaja and then come back to you to see if we can fix your audio. Kunle Sholaja, one of the most hardworking, probably the most hardworking journalists in Nigeria, great statistician, great historian. I have the pleasure, man, to introduce you. Kunle.
Thank you very much, mathematician.
Fantastic. And of course, I have the chairman himself, my chairman, the only chairman of the editorial board of that paper that has accommodated me for over 30 years now. The first time I wrote in the Vanguard was over 30 years ago. Ikedi Isiguzo, former chairman editorial board. Ikedi.
Thank you. Thank you for adding former. My pleasure to be here.
Fantastic. Let's try Tunde Orebi again. Let's try Tunde Orebi. And let me just admit, if you can't hear Tunde Orebi's voice, let me say it at the start of this program, that if there were two people that brought me into television in my life, they are Tunde Orebi and Fabio Lanipekun. So if we can't hear you, I am making that admission here today. Tunde Orebi, can we see you now and hear you?
We can't see, we cannot still hear him. Something is wrong with the audio.
No, it's the Wi-Fi. I believe it's the Wi-Fi. When we come back from our break, we'll try Tunde Orebi again. After the break.
It's the dawn of a new era on NTA's flagship program, the Sports Parliament, revitalized with lots of varieties, including feedback responses from viewers. Sports Parliament, the weekly sports show that exposes all the intrigues in the Nigerian sports sector and projects an agenda on the way forward for Nigerian sports. On NTA every Thursday at 10:30 p.m., running for 1 whole hour, discussing sports. The parliamentarians are more committed than ever to enlighten the viewers as the Sports Parliament takes it to a whole new level on the floor of the House. Keep a date with the Sports Parliament as motions are moved every Thursday on the floor of the House. Mr. Speaker, with his gavel to harmonize sports resolutions. The House have it.
I believe that the Sports Parliament has been on for almost 5 years. In the next 2 months or so, this program would have been on air for 5 solid years. And it is just in celebrating that, I want to say that several people have influenced my life in a lot of ways. And one of them just passed away 5 years ago. I want to tell his story for a minute. In 1978, I started to write in a newspaper. I was the first Nigerian football player to ever write and keep a column. I kept a column in the Sunday Tribune. And in 1984, I did that every week. I had a short break, and then I came back in 1984 when Sonny Obazu Ojiagbase decided that I should start to write in a sports souvenir column. A column in his sports souvenir. He came to conduct an interview with me, and then he suggested, because I had been writing in Sunday Tribune, I wrote in the Punch for a while at that time, I wrote in the Guardian for a short while at that time, and then Sonny came and said, because he was moving from the Guardian where I was writing, he convinced me to write for the Guardian, to come and write for Sports Souvenir. So I went and started writing in Sports Souvenir. I was a football player. When I retired in 1984, I kept writing for him. In 1985, he came to Ibadan and suggested that I should be a director of his new newspaper, the Sports Souvenir at the time. I didn't hesitate. I just wrote out a small check to cover my percentage of the shares that he wanted me to subscribe to. In 1986, I ran into trouble with Shooting Stars, and I had to leave Ibadan in a hurry. I had to leave everything in Ibadan for anywhere else. I didn't have the faintest idea what I was going to do with my life. And Sonny offered me a lifeline. Sonny just came and said, Shegun, if you can come to Lagos, just come and resume in the company where you have invested some money. That was in Sports Souvenir at the time. And I just thought about it for a second. It was the best and biggest offer anybody would offer me at the time, would make at the time. I got up, took my family, took them over to London, came back and resumed full-time with Sonny Obazu Ojiagbase. And since then, we became not just partners in business, we became friends, we became family. And now, unfortunately, my friend and my brother departed 5 years ago after a relationship that has lasted 38 whole years. So that is part of my own story. I know that those who are on set tonight, each person has had opportunity to experience Sonny Obazu Ojiagbase. So I will give them the opportunity to say something about this man who was not your normal journalist. He was more than he was more than the journalist. Let me start with Ikedi Siguzo. Ikedi, SO.
Okay. Thank you so much. And I wish the circumstances were a bit different, but we just have to go on. I had known Sonny, as we call him, or SO, way back 78 when I started off at the Punch. But I never knew he knew me. I mean, he was much older, much senior, and we just see him and greet him. But one day in October 1982, around Oshodi, the Red Line, someone just tapped me, and I turned, and it was him. I was shocked that he even knew me or knew my name. And then the conversation he had with me was to tell me that there was a project coming up, and he wanted me to be part of it. So I told him I had a year to go in school, and there was still youth service to do. And he said it didn't matter, he would wait for me. So that's how I ended up at The Guardian to do youth service with Sonny. And incredibly, it was a great time of learning. And I met other older colleagues there, Trigo Egbegi, Chris Okogie, Pat Opera, who is gone too. And we had, and then Michelle joined us much later. You know, we had a great time there trying to get things done, but it was a time of learning because Sonny had a way of giving himself and picking out people, believing in them, and making them work with him in such a way that not disappointing him, Sonny, but at the end of the day, you found out that you're looking at someone who will always lead you. And he was exceedingly kind, even with his own limited resources. Because I still remember very well, he was paying me 50 naira, which in 1982, 83 was a lot of money, 83, 84 rather, from his own resources as a youth corper. He was paying me that, which was the same amount the company was paying, you know. Today, it sounds like nothing. But, yes, but the federal government was paying us 200 naira then. So he was paying me he was paying me a quarter of what the federal government was paying from his own resources. But above all, I learned a lot. You know, so if I say he taught me, then there are also generations of people after him that he taught through me, and they too through other people. But he was incredibly giving. He was way beyond what you expect from anybody.
Fantastic. Well, Kule, let's go to Kule Sholaja. You must have your own story to tell.
Well, I don't have much to say about SO Sonny Ojagbese because if I start talking now, I may take the whole time of this program. I first met him on the pages of newspapers. I was a student there in the Mass Communication Department, University of Lagos. And I was following his column in the Sunday Concord. And then you also have a magazine. I mean, the Sunday Concord at that time had magazine. So there was this story on August 8, 1982. I think it was titled Strange Happenings in the NOC, and gave the genesis of the problems and of the NOC, because every Olympic year, we know there's always crisis between whoever has the NOC as the president and whoever is the minister, because they will have seen the kind of honor that the NOC president commands when it comes to the Olympic Games. So I think in 1980 in Moscow, they saw the power of the NOC president. So there was this crisis. So he now wrote on it on August 8, 1982. I'm still keeping a copy of that magazine. And then I've read series of stories about him. I've never met him. And when I learned that a certain Sonny Ojagbese was doing his diploma course in mass communication in the university, I was looking for him, and I never met him. Then there was this man that looked so much like him, and I felt that must be Sonny Ojagbese. And I was giving him all the courtesies, everything, until one day I just accosted the man to ask some few questions on sports, and the man was blank. I said, this could not have been the Sonny Ojagbese that I have been reading about and all this is. So it was after that, he now pointed to me who Sonny Ojagbese was. And I was amazed, very humane, gentle, tall, and I mean, the way he received me, I can never forget. And ever since, he has been in my consciousness. And I love the way he wrote, because his writing were always in-depth and research-oriented, in simple but flowing English. So I just said, okay, if I must be a journalist, I have to be another version of Sonny Ojagbese. And I have kept that quality in him. And when sometime last year, I wrote a book on the Super Eagles, and I just dispatched it to complete sports offices. I knew he wasn't around. Then one day in April, someone just called me and said she was the secretary of SO, and that SO asked him to collect my account number, which I gave. And I was amazed at the figure that was sent to me. And I insisted that I must have his contact, because I knew he wasn't in the country. The lady was hesitant, but he said he would get back to me. So when the lady got back to him, and she saw how happy SO was to reunite with me, the lady now called, said, so you are so close to him? I said, yes. She said, why were you asking for the number? I said, because I've lost contact with him since he left Nigeria. And we were talking almost on every week. There are times he would just call me. There was one day he called, he said, Kunle, do you ever sleep? I said, yes, I do. He said, because he read me all the time on my online publication and also, and it appears if at my age I'm still working this hard, then I must be an inspiration to the younger ones. So, and he has always been an inspiration to me, and he was also having humane nature. I remember in 1993.
I know you can go on and on. We have others give us their own bits and pieces. Otherwise, if we let
you give me the time,
so 30 seconds, wrap up. Okay, thank you, Kunle. Well, the rest of us are television people. Tunde Orebi, Abdurrahman, at least some parliamentarians. And of course, Satish is both a writer and on TV. So let me go straight. Wait, parliamentarians. Let's go to the last, or who is there? Okay, that's it. Let me just, parliamentarians, your thoughts, please. Let me start with Abdurrahman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think no one can say or add anything much more than Ikedi and Kunle have stated about the late SO. I never met him in person. I never had the privilege of meeting him in person, but I read him all along. And no one can take away the honor of his place as the doyen of Nigerian sports journalism. His place is fully cemented. But the only thing I'd like to add, and I think Kunle here is well positioned to help us eventually find out, even if we will get the answer in the future. I beg to say that the honor of being the first, of publishing the first sports newspaper in Nigeria doesn't really belong to Sonny. As an individual, yes, but there was a sports publication in Nigeria way back in, I think, 1972-73 by the Bendel Publishing House. I followed that. I think it was called Soccer Sun. I followed that religiously because as at that time, I think the trigger for me and those of us in Jos, including Mr. Speaker himself, would have been that Bendel Insurance with Victor Odua, Ayo Etienne, Sylvester Egboge, and so on and so forth, had beaten the mighty Jets of Jos after a controversial 2-2 draw at Onikan, 3-2 at the Liberty Stadium to win the Nigeria Challenge Cup in 1972. And I followed a lot of what the Soccer Song was saying about that. So I think that was fully established in my head as the first, probably the first sports publication in Nigeria. There could have been others, but individually, no one can take away that honor from SO. And I'd like to join the multitudes who are mourning his passage as a professional sports writer, sports journalist. I think we have lost an icon, and his place will remain fully cemented for posterity.
Well, Abdurrahman, the shock for me is hearing you say you never met SO. But thinking about it, SO and I, despite our closeness, working in the same office, going to board meetings and so on and so forth, probably we have only ever met socially outside of the office, maybe in a party or something like that, twice in 38 years. He's not that kind of person who goes to parties, attends all those public functions and so on and so forth. So you're absolutely correct. It is quite possible. That's who Sonny Ojagbase is. Tunde Orebi, he has your sound now. Tunde, unmute and let us see if we can hear you.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm sure you can hear me now.
Okay. Yes, we can.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And it's nice to be here, no doubt about it. And to talk about Sonny Ojagbase, he was a complete gentleman, somebody who was very familiar to me on television. We used to invite him for analysis, and Sonny would just reel it out, without even looking at any book. And that was the hallmark of a master who actually brought up a lot of journalists that I actually have worked with, that I've met. And Sonny, he was not a very proud person. He hates to go to parties. Seriously, he would not even like to associate with those who like to enjoy themselves. Some of us would like to enjoy ourselves at one particular time. That was not Sonny. Sonny was just direct. Wanted to preach journalism, and he did it, especially sports journalism, and he did it to the very best. And I want to doff my hat for him and to say, journalists are not remembered. Here was somebody who had done so great for this country, and I believe that something should be done about it. It should be done for Sonny Ojagbase, the man that I call Esu. Thank you very much.
Yes, okay. So Wahid, my second parliamentarian on the show. So Wahid, yes. I know that we were both athletes at the time.
That's what I was about to say. I was an athlete. It was covering our activities. So I wouldn't talk in the likeness of Tunde Orebi and Ikedi and other people talking about him, because what fascinated me to him is that when I read his articles, it's always in depth. It's always good. It's always calculative. It's always analytical in its write-up. So I kept on wondering who the guy is. Why is he writing something in-depth analysis of every event that he happens to write? But the fact remains that you will not know him, that he is the one. That is the import of the matter. You won't know he's the one writing. But when you see him, he writes so accurate, it's just fantastic. So that was why I took interest in one of the things he does, because he was writing for Concord that time in the 70s, and I was fascinated by him. And there was no journalist who wrote the way he wrote. So that is peculiar about him. And like Tunde said, he's not sociable as such. It doesn't mix. It doesn't go out all the way Tunde Orebi here and everybody does.
Hey, don't count us. So count yourself. How can you say everybody?
He was a fine gentleman. May his soul rest in peace.
Yeah. Well, we have somebody observing from a distance. So Satish, did you ever get to know or read about Sonny Ojagbase?
I got to hear about him, and I got to read a little bit of him. But what I'd like to say is I never had the privilege of meeting him, but it's very, very clear that he has a great legacy in Nigerian and African sports journalism. And that legacy must be intact over the next 10 years. So what I would like to say is there should be a sports journalism award and bursary in his name to make sure that, one, he is never forgotten, and two, the journalistic principles that he stood for remain within Nigerian sports journalism and African sports journalism. So I hope that that will be one of the legacies from this program.
Fantastic. Well, tonight is not paying tribute to Sonny Ojiagbase really, because we will still have opportunity to pay tribute to that great man. Tonight, we are thanking the creator of the universe, God Almighty, for have given him the life and the gift of life to have done the great things that Sonny Ojiagbase did in 71 years. So our gratitude goes to God for that opportunity. So as much as we mourn him, we also celebrate him in a way because he was a great man. When we come back from our break, we'll be discussing another great gentleman who is still with us, alive and kicking, who celebrated his 80th birthday a few days ago.
NTA Sports 24, where sports thrive.
This world is not my home, I'm just a passing through. My treasures are laid up somewhere beyond the blue. The angels beckon me from heaven's open door, and I can't feel at home in this world anymore. Oh Lord, you know I have no friend like you. If heaven's not my home, then Lord, what will I do? The angels beckon me from heaven's open door, and I can't feel at home in this world anymore.
Welcome back. This is the Sports Parliament coming to you live from NTA, Africa's largest television network. I'm always proud to say that 60 million viewers in this country alone. Okay, so our second story is about a gentleman. Let me tell you about him. He's also connected with Sonny Ojiagbase. My first assignment as a reporter, let me admit again before Nigerians that I have never had any training in reporting or sports journalism or anything like that. Never. Probably the only training I received was working with Sonny Ojiagbase and seeing him write. And I loved the simplicity of his writing, and he would always comment on what I wrote. He gave me a first assignment. I wanted to go for the 1987, I think, or 89 World Youth Championship in Glasgow. It was time to go, and I was with him in complete communications, and he was planning to go, and I said, look, I would like to go. I will get a sponsor to go on that trip. So I got a sponsor, and both of us now left on the same night for Glasgow. We got to London, we stayed in my house, and about a day or two later, we moved to Glasgow. When we got to Glasgow, we stayed in the same hotel with, wait for it, Tolu Fatoyinbo. You remember the radio podcaster? We stayed with Ernest Okonkwo. He was in that same hotel, Ernest Okonkwo. And the last person was Fabio Lanipekun. All three of them, we are staying in the same hotel with Sonny Obazu, Ojiagbase, and I. And for the first time in my life, I had about 10 days to stay with those icons of journalism. We were having breakfast, lunch, dinner, we were going shopping, we were discussing sports. And that was my baptism into television, because I had a conversation with Fabio Olanipekun during that period. I asked him about TV, asked him about the only independently produced program on TV, which was Sports Spectacular. He told me about it, and I wanted to find out more. And he gave me an idea of what I could do if I wanted to get into TV. Anyway, the long and short of it is that when we came back, my interest in TV had generated. Chris ABA invited me to be part of whether it's the Sunday show or something like that. They gave me 3 minutes every week to just present sports for 3 minutes. And I did that for about a year or so. And that was my tutelage into television. After that, I went to meet Fabio Olanipekun at the National Stadium in Surulere. And I met Tunde Orebi. Tunde Orebi was there. They were working together. And let me admit again that the foundation of my TV life that sustains up till this day, and in fact, the entire business thing was visiting Tunde Orebi and Uncle Fabio Olanipekun. I cannot thank both of you enough. They gave me access to incredible materials. They told me what to do, and I ventured into television production as a result of those two things. Fabio Olanipekun is celebrating his 80th birthday this week, and that's why we have him as a feature on this program. Though some people went and celebrated with him, sit back and enjoy this.
80th birthday celebration of Pa Adesola Lanipekun, popularly known as Fabio Lanipekun, a sports journalist of international repute who had decades of experiences in sports casting. His career in the Nigerian Television Authority, NTA, Africa's largest television network, was remarkable, with him serving as the beacon port for most sports journalists who also made their marks in the profession.
I've come to praise him when he's alive. He inspired us, he motivated us, he taught us a lot of things about life.
I bless the name of the Lord. He has been wonderful to him and to the family.
For the family and friends, there are lessons from the life of a man they described as hardworking, loving, and dedicated to positive values.
I feel very proud that he's my dad, and I thank God for letting him see this day.
Very friendly, very warm, and is someone that you would love to have as a friend.
He's a leading light, he's an icon, he's a legend in sports journalism, sports broadcasting and television broadcasting development in Nigeria.
He taught us to be painstaking, he taught us to be responsible. He's not the type of person that he wants to know where you are.
And when some of us were coming up in sports, when especially myself in table tennis, he used to be one of those people who was zooming us to the world, narrating every technical details about the sports for the whole world to listen to and appreciate some of us players.
Pa Fabio Lanipekun started his broadcasting career at the then Nigerian Broadcasting Corporation, NBC, in 1965 and joined the services of the Nigerian Television Authority, NTA, where he structured and nurtured sports journalists until his retirement.
Yeah, welcome back. This is the Sports Parliament, and here we are discussing Uncle Fabio Lanipekun. The story of some journalists, some great journalists in Nigeria, can never be complete without not just a mention, but chapters of Fabio Lanipekun written into their own life. Three of them are on the show tonight. I will start with three of them, come back to the parliamentarians, and then we'll start our countdown to the end. Let me start from he who has just joined us now, whose life is almost like that of Siamese twins with Uncle Fabio. He's joining us from Ilorin. I have Hamid Adio, OLY. That is great Olympian, our captain to the 1980 Olympic Games. Hamid Adio. Where are you?
He has to unmute himself, He has to unmute himself.
Hamid is not there. Okay, whilst we are waiting for Hamid to join us, let me go to Abdurrahman Ibu Mohammed. Abdurrahman, yes.
Mr. Speaker, Fabio was the master that any one of us that came in through television had to pass through, and we saw it as a privilege that we passed through him. We practically saw him as a demigod. He seemed to know everything about everything, and we drank from his fountain of knowledge. He was very strict. In fact, he broke no laziness. In fact, if you walked under him, you needed to be sure that you were at the top of your game at any point in time. And he was unassuming, he was kind, firm, but very hard. You will be firm, but fair. And when I joined the Network Sports Service, I think in 1997, I really met Tunde already there. I met Hamid Adio there. And of course, I and Paul Ogazi, whom we saw in that clip, got to start working under Fabio in 1997 when we both left our former stations to go into the NTA Sports headquarters. And I think anything that anybody can say about Fabio is the fact that if you are talking about TV sports journalism, TV commentaries, he was an encyclopedia of no mean reputation. Like I said, he seemed to know everything about everybody, about everything. And once you worked with him, if some of us try to mold ourselves like we saw him. And to the glory of God, Hamid Adio, I wish he could meet himself and speak. He was the closest to him, like you said. But I think working under Fabio was a privilege. And there is no way I can speak about myself and whatever modest achievements the Almighty has allowed me to on or to gain in this sports reportage business without mentioning Uncle Fabio. So I wish him.
Fantastic. Well, Hamid Adio, you are back. Now. Congratulations on your appointment, man. But let's hear your voice and tell us a little about Uncle Fabio.
Thank you very much, the Big Sheikh. I hope you're hearing me.
Yes, we can hear you. Go ahead.
Thank you so very much. Fabio Lanipekun, what do I say about him? This is a man, a product of CMS Grammar School in Lagos, an alumnus of a Free School School of Journalism in Fleet Street School of Journalism in London, Encyclopedia of Sports, working Encyclopedia of Sports. There is nothing you want that you can't get from Fabio. Fabio has the tenacity of purpose. He has the great knowledge to recall events in history. It takes you down memory lane and gets you the exact date and time the particular goal was scored and make comparison with between the present and the future. I mean, and Fabio Lanipekun is somebody you always learn from. It's somebody who's ready to impart knowledge. Encyclopedia of Sports. He has contemporaries in the likes of Jibari Fashina Thomas, the likes of Tulufa Toyebo, Sebastian Alfo, Tokonko, and a lot of others. Fabio Lanipekun is such a very great man that you can learn from any day, anytime. And whatever we did in sports, some of us did not even go to sports journalism schools. For example, I studied in the University of Lagos. For the 3 years I studied there to earn a degree in mass communication. I never did an elective in sports reporting. It was when I got to Fabio Lanipekun that he put me through some of the rudiments of sports reporting, because what we did at that time as athletes was just the pure interest we had in sports as athletes, and that it was able to shape into a very big, to the bigger arena. I recall in 1988, in Seoul 88, when I was beside him running commentary on the athletics event of the Seoul 88, Fabio told me that, look, Hamid, we are at the world stage. I say, yes, Oga, I know. It is expected that the whites will beat Africans because they are exposed to a lot of great facilities. They are exposed to real training. But if an African now comes with his disadvantage of not being exposed to great facilities and now beats, the white, please go ahead and celebrate him. That is Fabio for you. Very patriotic, very nice human being. And so,
Fantastic. Well, Tunde Orebi, give us your beat before we ask the writers to come in. Tunde Orebi.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Fabio Lagnek-Pekun, I call him Fabulous Fab, and I remember very well when I used to produce him in the studio. I used to tell him that, Oga, you used to be you are my Oga in real time. When it comes to studio operation, as the producer, I must be your boss. Then Fabio will actually admit. And of course, the one thing that I cannot take away from Oga Fabio, he forced us to do a lot of research. You have to research on the subject matter of what you want to comment about or what you even want to write about. That is the hallmark of Oga Fabio Lagnek-Pekun, the man that I used to call Fabulous Fab. He will actually take you to the rudiment of all these events that are happening and give you names that you cannot even remember. It's in the form of, like Amit said, in the form of Ernest Okonkwo, who nicknamed our speaker Mathematica, and I'm sure you remember very well, and some other big names. So I think we cannot write history of sports in Nigeria without including the man, Fabulous Fab, that is Adeshola Olanipekun. In the history book of sports in this country, we must include his name. And the good thing about it is that he made us, whether you are from the print, whether you are from radio, whether you are from TV, we used to be one when we are outside this country. We projected Nigeria so well. Even the rest of the world were thinking, where did they get most of this information from? That is the kind of hallmark that my Oga Fabio Lagnek-Pekun actually gave us.
Well, let me go to Kunle Sholaja before I come to EKD. Kunle, encyclopedia meets encyclopedia.
Well, I call him the master. I think Oga Fabio is more than that. He is the grand master. I is somebody that I've admired right from when I was in secondary school, in fact, primary school. I remember just watching him on WNTV, the then WNTV, WNBS, when he was presenting Sports Galore. And you see this man then, very handsome, with Afro hairstyle, and each time he ended his program, he has this sign-off statement: "I'm backing sports all the way. What about you?" So I will always imagine that this man, he has every information. He has this, he has that. I never knew I would have the opportunity of meeting him. And that opportunity came in 1987 when, as a rookie sports writer, I went to the Under-16 World Tournament in Canada. He took me like a son. He will always guide me. This is how you get your information. I've been privileged to have mentors. SO was a mentor, and Oga Fabio was another one. Oga Fabio was somebody who transited first and foremost as a newspaper journalist, writing for Daily Express, before he became a broadcaster. And in each of these areas, you really excel. If you doubt me, you can go and do a library research, go and get past copies of Daily Express. You will see his writing there. And he has one quality that most of us, in fact, none of us had. He is the only sports journalist, sports writer that I know that actually went to school to study sports journalism, sports writing at Regent Polytechnic. No other person, like Hamid said, we all went to school to study journalism as a general course, but not sports writing. And each time I met him then when I became the group sports editor in Concord, he would always flag me down anytime I drove into the stadium. He would always have one comment or the other to make about either my writings or stories he read in my paper. And at first I was imagining, I said, what's the business of this man? He's on television. Why is he Later, when I interacted with him and he told me that he studied sports journalism, sports writing, I said, no wonder. And I just keep behind him. Anytime I write, I have him and ESO in mind so that I will always try to write to at least to the taste, to the level that these people will expect of me.
Okay.
Because they are my mentors.
Fantastic, Kunle. I'm glad that you don't say you have me in mind because you'd have been lost long time ago. Okay, so let me quickly go to EKD because we are running out of time, and then I will go finally to Satish. EKD, your thoughts on him?
Okay. Big Sheikh, I just hear everybody calling you mathematical. But
yes, now.
But just to remind you, before that AP 77 semi-final with Rangers, we were actually calling you mechanic. Some people say it's a mechanic, but they say it's a mechanic. Forget that. So that's how deep sports was in those days. And what had happened at a point is that we lost a lot of resource because there was no convergence. Even in the national stadium, those reporting, broadcasting, and the print, there was that big divide you could hardly mix, in the course of work. But when we went on assignments abroad, we really mixed a lot, The community was smaller and the need to depend on each other for information was also higher. Uncle Fabio, I met him a couple of times, and one of them really, even as I remember it, I could laugh. I was just walking around Casablanca, 88 Nations Cup, and I saw someone was seated. I thought he was somebody like me, and it was him on the streets, with that tiny cup, drinking that coffee they drink, and they just at it forever. So by the time I was still passing, he was there. So later I was asking him, I said, how? I mean, this cup is so small. Why does it take so long to drink? He said, that's how it's taking. And that's how it's taking. And then we have served on several committees. There's something about him. He is very detailed. Even on issues you think details are not important, he's very detailed. He's very detailed. He has enough of information. He remembers dates, remembers times, and so on. And then when he started writing for the Tribune, I think it became obvious that he needed to have been writing long ago. I mean, the electronic media at that point, very restricted in terms of time. Even archiving of materials, we didn't have them in the form we have them now that you can go online and see what people had said and so on. But he really poured himself out writing for Tribune. And I think it was at that point that many other people who didn't know him so much had a chance of seeing him express himself. He was an incredible fellow. And then I know in passing, people were talking about Sonny. He didn't, look, Sonny didn't bother what you were drinking or not drinking. Just get your work done. But I knew there were times he was concerned about whether after we had gone through all this work will be done. But so long as work was properly done, he never bothered him. But I think he was very occupied with always thinking of the next thing to do. How to ensure that people produce more, how to ensure that people also realize that they could do more than they were doing. It wasn't that there was no sports writing before him, but it was very ordinary. Even looking back at it, it was very ordinary. That's why when he started those things in Sunday Concord, they looked very spectacular, and they were really. He had written for Herald. He had written for Daily Times. The people didn't notice until when he got to Concord, because he was in control. He could do the things he wanted to do, and that's what drew more people to even reading sports. And then when you got to a newspaper like The Guardian that was supposed to be so elitist that sports would be one of the things, the least things to draw audiences to the paper, but he still turned it around and then drew many people to the place through sports. So
Well,
tonight,
okay, go ahead. Just round up because we have run out of time.
Yes, I think tonight we have two great people from two different mediums, but the key thing is that they mentored people. And when I look around these days, I also think there's an unwillingness to be mentored. Everybody's an editor, writes his own column, produces his own paper, has his own page somewhere, and we just have the standards falling and falling and falling. At a time, in our own time, let me put it that way, we are willing to learn. We are willing to impress those who are mentoring us.
Okay.
And you wouldn't want to offend Sonny by not doing the quality of work.
Okay, Ikedi, thank you very much. Ikedi, thank you very much. Thank you. I'm thanking you all for letting me be a part of your lives. I've stolen bits and pieces from every single one of you on the set tonight. We have less than 1 minute to go, so 30 seconds, then we go to Sati.
I just want to express my appreciation to Uncle Fabio Danipeku, because the first time I will be on television in 1972, he was the one who made it possible. And then I always enjoy his in-depth analysis of events. And then when he was talking about me, I never knew he did a research into my past to be able to put a story together. So I always enjoy him. So I wish him many happy returns of the day.
Satish, you have 1 minute to just give us your thoughts. I know you don't know him. But just help us cap tonight's program, please. 1 minute.
Well, as you say, I never had the privilege of meeting him, but hopefully that can be put right. What I would like to say is it is essential that he is appreciated while he is still alive, and that is something you are doing tonight, which is wonderful. I would also hope that an archive is going to be made of his work so that future generations can enjoy and learn from it. There was one of the greatest African photographers. His name is Ramakatan of Lesotho. He was active for 55 years. They were doing an archive, it's still going on, of all the wonderful work that he has done. I hope that the two gentlemen we were talking about today were going to have an archive so that future generations can enjoy and learn from the true greats of Nigerian sports journalism.
Thank you very much, Satish. Abdurrahman, you are going to move the motion for tonight's closure. But as we go away, I thank you also very much. There is one name, just listening to Satish, one name comes to my mind. Somebody who did what very few cameramen, sports cameramen ever did in the world of television. That person is Maman J. He was one cameraman who could cover a football match effectively with one camera. At a time, I was following developments about cameramanship in the world. He was one of three people in the world who could actually effectively cover a football match with one camera. And you would think he was using 3 cameras. He was a Nigerian. He's late now. And just as Sachi said, these are people who should be remembered. So we must do something about it. Abdurrahman, please, your final thoughts, give us your motion tonight, and then we can all go.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you very much indeed for bringing the name of our late colleague, Maman J. I'm sure Hamid, Tunde, and all the others will remember our partnership with Maman J. He was simply the very best available. And I do hope that, like Satish has stated, maybe the groupings here, Ikedi, very powerful editor, he said former chairman of editors, but still chairman, Kunle, very vast in his own right. I think our collective push will perhaps, along with that of the speaker, perhaps bring the authorities concerned to really do something about this. Two great doyens of sports journalism in Nigeria. And of course, now that you have brought in Maman J, he was noted for his excellence, and I do hope that people will be, kind enough, the powers that be will be kind enough for something to be generated so that the achievements of these three gentlemen will really be kept for posterity. So I hereby move that this idea be nurtured to fruition.
Thank you very much. Well, may the soul of my brother, my friend, Esco, rest in perfect. Congratulations, Amen. Uncle Fabio. Amen. That motion by Abdurrahman Ibn Mohammed, all those in favor of that motion say aye. Aye. All those against say nay. The ayes have it.
Welcome to Strictly Speaking once again, and thanks for joining our ongoing conversation on various aspects of the English language.
Social media has influenced the use of English language in terms of writing and speaking that art. But you must understand that communication itself is an art.
Yes, there's the art, which is the skill or the talent, or from the talent to the skill. How do you separate yourself from the gang?
Everything is architected and designed by the Almighty.
Someone who is a Christian is someone who lives a life of Jesus Christ. And the life of Jesus Christ is a life of sacrifice.
Yes.
This vaccine is safe and it has been certified safe and usable by NAFTA.
Hello and welcome. It's time for another interesting package of
Everything Music.
Angelina, you dey cool in my temperature. If you call, I go come deliver.
This is Talkie Movies.
In times of old, the world was full of wonder.
No! Stop it! Welcoming you to your weekend for today.
Arise, O compatriots. It's time to use our voice.
Beyond Six Packs.
Bills.
Pay the bills. Keep payment up on bills. Pay my bills.
Welcome to Gallery.
Me
my paddies.
London for what?
London for medicine.
Medicine for what?
Medicine for coffee.
Are you sickness?
To our illness. Welcome to Gist Zone.
All right, my name is the Eselusien Wego One. Ona nyokoko nyonyo.
This is the network service of the NTA.
Hey there, it is Beyond Six Packs. My name is Obi. Good to see you guys. It's always exhilarating to be on the show. Today we have a fully packed show for you. So sit back, relax, don't go anywhere. Let me just give you a tip of the iceberg. Today's topic is fresh, hot. Promises to have some bit of drama. But guys, don't worry, let me not let too much out of the bag. I have two interesting characters with me, but let's go to a quick break and we'll be right back. Sit back, I'll be back. OBI taking you on the ride. And we are back. It is Beyond Six Packs. My name is OBI, hanging out in the studio with my favorite people, but I'll tell you who they are very soon. Today we have a topic. Guys, do you remember some of the first dates you've been on and how that played out? Well, we'll be talking about first date shenanigans. And to talk about that with me is my main man with the beard, man. Ataguba. Good to see you, bro.
Same here, bro.
Man, looking fresh, man.
Thank you. Glad to be back.
Speaking of fresh, my next guest is Resh.
Without an F.
Without the F. So, fresh Resh without the F. Good to see you, man.
Good to see you, man.
Looking good, man. I'm liking the salt and pepper thing going on.
I mean, this hair is heavily dyed.
Yeah, it's heavily dyed.
Yes.
No, I don't let the cat out of the bag. Okay, we're on TV.
Come on,
create some mysticism. You might go on a first date after this.
I'm actually very white.
Very white.
Like Gandalf the white kind of white.
I'm getting there myself.
I pass you for
You
that
pass
one.
me.
I pass you over.
Good to see you, man.
Good to
have you on the show.
Thank you.
So, first date shenanigans. Resh, you look like someone who, with your Gandalf the white look. Perhaps, let's start off with you, man. So, I bet you've been on many dates. Yeah?
Dates, okay.
Okay. So first meetings, first hangouts, first dates. Let's go. What's been some of the experiences you've had? And what have they been like?
Okay. I've not really been that type of very correct guy. Like I'm the unconventional type.
Okay.
So
what's your average first date? What's your average date?
My average first dates, I've asked people. Yes, I've asked out on phone a lot of times, and I've not been the type who would just take you out just to say, okay, will you be my girlfriend? By the time we're coming out to eat or sip something, we already know when
Okay.
you know. So
what activity happens on that first date? So you call up. I'm assuming there's a tree there somewhere.
we meet up.
Be there somewhere.
Meet up.
If none of these two, what's your average pay?
Eatery, movie, and we just chill. We just chill because we've already kind of like been in the flow. Because I think most guys, I'm scared. You know, so I wouldn't take that risk of bringing myself out only for you to finish sizing me up. I'm like, you know what?
So you rather throw it?
Yeah, would have cleared the ground, made sure everything before, because so I don't, like.
You hate rejection, I guess.
Yeah, we know. You see, you only live twice.
Ataguba, man with a heart of a lion, and I'm sure you are more frontal. What are your first date experiences like?
Well, first date experiences, we're talking about shenanigans.
Shenanigans.
Yeah, you're talking about what usually happens on the first date or what you allow on the first date. From my experience, it's I'm kind of measured and I'm very well behaved.
Yeah, good boy. Good boy.
Walking on the sheets on my first dates, right? So for me, I think it's it tells you who a person is on the very first date, right? If the person tends to be loose with you on the first date, it kind of translates into how both of you, at the end of the day, will regard each other. So for me, I think on the first dates, you need to be able to
do on your first date?
talk, get to know each other,
over a drink.
Yeah, over a drink, movie or whatever, just go hang out. But the first thing you need to do is to get to know each other, to talk and understand one another. Yeah. So that's why the first.
I get you.
That's the first base for me.
Nice. For your kids, second base. Well, personally for me, it's I would rather meet you in a crowd with a group, right? First sessions for me tend to be like group sessions. In public places.
You like a wingman?
Yeah, I just like to sit back, relax, and get a sense of the person without it being under the toga of a date, right? And then by the time we're getting to like second meetings or more.
But it's still a date, even if there are others.
Yeah, I get your point, but it doesn't come under that toga.
So, but that pressure is not there from the beginning.
There. So you take it
trying
out,
to impress.
You take it out, and so somehow maybe I put a bit for you, just creep up on her, and she never sees you coming. You're already dating before you even pop the question. Right? So yeah. So, but have you had any dramatic experiences?
I've had someone tell me after the first date, she was like, she just goes cold. She just zeroes out. So I'm like, okay, this is not by force, right? But while we're going on with the break, you are like, oh yeah, you can break up with me. I mean, okay, we've not even started, right? But let me know. Give me a closure, let me know. And guess what she said? She's like, I feel that you've discovered yourself and I have not discovered myself. That line, I was like, it's more like, it's not even that it's you, it's not me. I mean, it's me, it's not you. It's not even that. It's not even that line. It's like, you have discovered yourself, but I have not discovered myself. And I'm like, okay.
Don't go anywhere. It's first date shenanigans on Beyond Six Packs. OBI is asking you to chill out. Back.
This now still Igwe and him had with them, and the segment will be the watch now.
Business don't set. No, this thing don't just sound like say easy like that.
Okay, my people, so today now for the street walk away with this, so won't be
Where is this guy to kidnap the dog?
And we are back. It's still Beyond Six Packs, and my name is still OBI. And today we are talking about first date shenanigans, and I'm here with my main man, Ataguba, and fresh without the F, man. Brother man.
Yes, sir.
To your rock, I'm here. So first date shenanigans, man. So guys, let's get into it, man. Really. All of the shenanigans that come up with first dates, man, you have to have had something out from your guy or things you've seen your brothers do. I mean, all the drama that comes with first dates. Share some with us, man. I'm sure you have something in there.
Well, I know the one. I know a lot of ladies do this one. They get some people to call them, just to kind of like break the intensity. Maybe when it's getting too intense.
Okay, so what do you think brings on this pressure?
This whole pressure.
Of first dates.
It's the pressure is much, and I think it's Hollywood.
It's Hollywood.
I think it's Hollywood. We'll put the blame on Hollywood, man.
Is it really?
Yeah.
What's going on, man? I mean, we didn't get to see as many movies and stuff, but yeah, you're in secondary school, there's a girl you want to ask out at break time, there's a lot of courage summoning up.
Boys and girls school. Where they do proms, all those, we didn't have the, like...
Well, whatever it was, even if it's Tales by Moonlight, you had to have had a Tales by Moonlight flower hedge, whisper in the dark kind of experience whereby you want to tell her something, or you guys want to have like 5 minutes alone time somewhere just to hold hands and giggle. I don't know, but what brings on this pressure?
The pressure, like I said, I still feel now it's worse because a lot of people go on social media to Google, what should I do? If his eye is twitching, what does it mean? If he's looking too much to the left, is he?
Obi, for me, I think it boils down to, making a good impression.
Okay.
You really don't know somebody. Yeah, so we really don't know the person the first time around. So when you're coming in, that pressure of trying to just make a good impression, right? It's on you, particularly for first dates.
Okay, so for you as a guy now, so how do you deal with all that pressure? What steps you take to prep?
Well, I think it's be yourself.
No, not advice now. No, don't pontificate.
I'm giving you my experience also. I'm also telling you what I do. Okay. What I do is just be yourself. I be myself, right? Because after that point, I have nothing else to give to you but myself. So I'm going to show to you who I am from the very first date. Because I don't want to misrepresent who I am on the first date.
I bet you get
from that point,
questions about your breath, though.
A lot.
Whether you die, whether you relax,
but that comes up a lot, and it's also a conversation opener. I get people who just walk around, who just say,
I knew they have to have been sorry about this. Bro, what about you, man?
I tend to talk a lot.
Okay.
And then I came across a lady that says, I don't like a guy that talks too much, like talks a lot. I'm like, for goodness sake, I'm the main guy here. Like, guys don't talk as much as I do, so if you should appreciate it. And it's not as if I just open...
I wish, unfortunately, man, guys, Abide is not on the show. You would have taken that word back. Abide will talk you from now till the airport and back. And you won't get one word in, man. Seriously.
No. I'm just trying to say that women have some weird stuff. Like when she said that, I was now taken aback. I was like, okay, so which one do I do now? If you're quiet, they say he's not open. If you talk too much, okay, he's expressive, okay. And then sometimes on the first date, you don't know whether to open the door. Nowadays with the feminist movement, if you open the door, they say you're opening the door. No, you're making them look weak. If you're not opening the door, you're not romantic.
That doesn't come to bills payment, though. That doesn't apply to when it comes to paying bills. Yeah. I don't know.
Of course, that does not apply when it comes to paying. No, it doesn't. You have to pick up the tab.
But if you come in contact with a lady with that mindset that, look, I pay my bills. Like, I pay my bills.
Really?
Like, okay.
Nigeria? I don't believe that, man. I don't believe that.
When they come, they will come with 5 of their friends. So you pay the bill.
You better pick up the tab, man.
No, let's meet at Transcorp. And they are 5-star. They come with 5 of your friends. Pay the bill. Let us see.
You better pick up the tab.
Now the new level.
Age level.
You have to pick up the tab on that one.
It could be fun. It reminds me of some ad where some guy had to call his friends, man.
Yeah, to come help. That one, there's no feminist agenda taking that one out. You have to pick up the tab.
Yeah. It's difficult to know really what is on a woman's mind when it comes to first dates, but I guess That will be the next thing we'll talk about. But as we go on the break, you've heard what we say, we'll hear what we thought, and we want to hear what you think as we go to We Talk. Don't go anywhere, it's Beyond Six Packs, and my name is Obi. We'll be right back.
There are quite a few things I think it's important to keep in mind when you're going on a first date.
First dates, when we were much younger, we'll always have to wear your best clothes, probably borrow a friend's car or steal a car from the house.
The effort to make good conversation, not just small talk, oh, you know, how's your day, how's work, how's the weather, but actually ask the person that you're on a date with questions that show that you're actually interested in getting to know them.
You could dress up these days and decide to go on a date with a lady, you know, looking all fresh out. You can't wait to see this lady, and 1,001 things could go wrong and not make you want to go again.
That first date, you want to do everything just so that you can hit that thing. But basically, most of these things now are really unnecessary.
Don't talk about your exes. Don't talk about your previous relationships. It just shows that you have a lot of unresolved baggage.
You're just meeting this lady and you decide to go on your first date, and say you agree to meet for 7 p.m. and she calls you by 4 p.m. and tells you, hey, can I come with my friends? Why would you even say that? Why would you want to come with your friends? It's a date.
I don't care. If from the first date, you probably are not wanting to give me and all that, there's no impressing you, I move on to the next level.
Don't make the bill a moment of awkwardness. I always think it's best to split the bill on the first date so that no one feels like, oh, if I'm taking care of the whole bill, then you sort of owe me more after the first date.
She calls and says, please, can you buy me a dress? What? Why would I buy you a dress, for God's sake?
Just let you know, man, all these things is vanity.
Back, it's still Beyond Six Packs. My name is OBI, hanging on the show, and today we still are talking about first date shenanigans. We had some of your interesting angles to the topic, especially some of the ones you women talked about. Anyway, back to the show. I'm hanging here with Fresh, without the F. Resh, man, good to see you. And Nataguba, this is your beard, don't worry.
We're good.
Anyway, guys, so before we left, we're talking about, all of the shenanigans. But I did say hold that thought. Now, it brings me to prepping for dates, man. There's pressure. So how does that pressure play out when you're preparing for like a really intense date? You want to make a good impression. Yeah, be yourself, yes, but how do you prep?
How you prep will determine, it's how you value whoever you're going to meet.
Yes. So
right?
let's say she's valuable as a
if you're going to meet somebody you really, really like,
yes,
that means you're going to take some time to
really
like
prep. What,
man? That goes into how you look, you know,
so let's say
your hygiene,
your beard, like how many hours you spend without,
you know, have it look real clean, you know, your hair, everything.
Stupid talk, man. You know how guys go like, how women go into like the hair dryer. You like
oh, come on, man. well, there's no dryer for this.
I've always wanted to ask you that, man.
But there's no bottom dryer that you can put this in. There's no bottom dryer for that. Right?
But
seriously, how you look, right? You need to take time for that. How you smell. Okay. For me, that's a big part.
Oh, right. You're one of those perfume kind of guys.
You have to smell real good.
Oh,
so that she goes home having you in her hair.
Yeah? So what's your favorite musk that you use?
Well,
I'm sure you have
I'm one who does a lot of mixing.
So you start with
So I like strong smells.
So like,
I really like strong smell. How you smell has a big part to it.
Yes. How did that play out for you?
That's not my A game.
What's your A game?
Inner peace.
Inner peace. Who cares about that? Another point I'm going to pull out right now is smell good, and your wallet better be fat.
Say that again.
Your wallet better be fat.
Okay, so you smell good, then she places you on a pedestal.
Yeah.
And begins to order the most expensive things on the menu.
Because you are not going to tell her what to order. You just say, take whatever you want.
Oh, is that your move? You don't do. So what's your move?
No, man, don't be that stingy, man.
No, it's not about stingy.
You cut your coat according to your material. You know, no, the truth is, I feel that if I have to keep impressing you, then I have a long way to go because I just have to. Wait. First date is that first thing. You cannot start what you cannot finish.
So you don't.
No, you have to buy things that you know normal human beings buy. No, okay. Like what I do. See what I do. Allow me. See what I do. I spend time staring at her picture. I go online, right? I don't know. I can be that very psychological, Sha. So as I look at her. No, I'm coming. I look at her. I go through her pictures on Facebook. I try to understand, like, okay, I could figure out some things from looking at a person's picture. I'm a photographer, so somehow I can figure out some things. So my coming to meet you, or when I meet you, I've already had a kind of like feeling of who you are. And then I'm someone that if I feel stuck, I don't like feeling stuck. I don't feeling like I have to, there's something, there's a hurdle I need to climb, or like I'm under pressure. I don't perform well under pressure. I do not perform well under pressure.
Well,
so I will rather, that's why I said initially, I try to like demystify you, neutralize everything first, so that I can be down to earth myself and let you know this is me. It's either you like me or you don't. Be like, it's either you like me or you don't. I like you. I'll let you know I like you. I'll bury it all out that I like you. But hey, this is me. This
show for like 10,000 hours there.
That's my own due diligence. That's my own due diligence. Like, bro.
We need to go on another quick break as we go to tip of the week. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. Beyond Six Pack is still showing. And we are back. It's still Beyond Six Packs, and we're hanging out here with my main man, Ataguba, and Fresh man, without the F. This guy, Gandalf the White. But seriously, man, you know, time is never a friend on this show. But we're talking about, before we left, you know, expectations from women, some of the shenanigans that you've seen on first dates from the women folk. So Ataguba, what are your own experiences? I mean, preparations for first dates from the woman's side, expectations from her, or post first dates, you know, how did it play out? Any body contact? Any
first dates usually.
Any juicy details?
I think first dates, you should respect her enough to, you know, the boundaries. You know, don't.
What if she doesn't have boundaries now? What if she doesn't have boundaries?
If she doesn't have boundaries, then that becomes, I mean, a bit of a scary point for me.
Because she's trying to make up her mind where to go on a second date. So throw it all in.
First dates, you usually don't really know each other that well. Okay. So if you're talking about contacts, then it should be very minimal. Right? If the date goes well, you want to give her a peck on the head or something, it's fine. But anything more than that might be too much for me.
For you, right.
And then on the flip side, the woman was probably expecting her first kiss. Or first, you know, so the truth is, men have been guessing women for the ages, for like past thousands of years.
Experiences whereby after the first date, she comes back to say, so now you are being all whatever. Why didn't you do all this the first time I met you?
Oh, come on.
Eh?
Come on, man. I should
That I almost
expect
didn't answer
that.
your call again after you're so boring, or I didn't really feel a spark, or that's the one I've heard.
Probably she's not my type. If she's in the hurry to get to, I mean, I'll probably not get to
And you know how to close the first date. They just say like my grandma just hit her toe on the you know, so my grandma hit her toe on this, so I need to go quickly rush home. Actually, that is to tell you that, man, you not try. my cat just
sexual in nature.
No, not that. But it's almost like there's so much pressure that it doesn't just get the vibe song going. The vibes just don't come.
I feel like kissing you, and she's like, so what are you waiting for?
Exactly. So would you jump right in?
Well,
if she gives you that kind of cue.
I don't know if I would say that on the first date.
Now, wow.
I don't know if
so
I would
even
say
if you
that.
felt it, even if you felt it, you wouldn't say.
I think it's too soon. The first date will be too soon for me to do.
This guy don't get fired.
Yo, try. Yeah, try.
First date, that would be too quick. That would be too soon.
Well, as time is not our friend, final word from you. Advice to guys on first dates.
First date, be yourself and respect the other person's boundaries.
Okay, thank you. And Resh?
For the ladies, sorry. Don't let your friend. Let your friend. She doesn't have a boyfriend. She's not a man. She doesn't know how men think, and she's advising you, and you are collecting the advice.
Oh, God. Well,
stick with yourself.
It's that as human beings, we are varied with different characters. You just have to learn each other as
Oh, definitely.
So, like I said, the first date is too soon.
Well, thank you very much. There you heard it from my guys. Ataguba, thanks a lot, bro.
Thanks,
he says that, man, be yourself and respect boundaries. And Fresh Resh says, guys, be yourself, live in the moment, you know, and then go with the flow. And from all of us here, my name is still Obi, still beyond six packs, and we have to roll. From me and the rest of the crew, it's bye. We'll see you guys next time.
There's a start and get. Promises to share up. It's up that left hand.
Archbishop of basketball, goal! He hung on that net like a stalk up a tree.
NTA Sports 24 brings you all sports, all time and all day. Tune in to watch NTA Sports 24 on Star Times Channel 270, Star Sat on Channel 434 and Free TV on Channel 731. NTA Sports 24, where sports thrive.
Lives are in your hands while you drive. Protect yourself and others on the road. Road Matters, shown on the network service of the NTA. Join us.
Information is power. Everyone wants power.
So feel powerful with the NTA News mobile app, the one-stop information center. Real news at your fingertip. Be the first to report by uploading first-hand information on the YouReport link, and be the first to know by simply clicking on any of the links on the sidebar for headlines, domestic and foreign news, economy, security, politics, sports, and more. Stream live on your smartphone and tablets and stay connected. It's pretty easy. Simply download NTA News app from your Google Play Store and you're good to go. NTA News mobile app, your access to real-time information.
This is the network service of the NTA.
Hello, you're welcome. Moment for Thought is still here again. This is a forum in which we put our thinking cap to forge ahead for the growth and development of the country, the nations generally. If you could remember, last week we had a discussion on the sustainability of rice revolution. Not only rice, but talking about food security in Nigeria. Some part of the discussion or the issues that came up at that time was that not only arable agriculture, livestock farming, and generally animal husbandry. And we talk about the provision of water, the vital asset. I still have with me in the studio the Director General of the National Hydrological Service Agency, Mr. Clement Nze. You're welcome to the program once again, and thank you for coming back again. I know talking about water and cultivation of crops is you're very passionate about it. And
That's what we are for.
Yes.
It's my pleasure to be here again.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
And I have the National President of All Farmers Association of Nigeria, Alhaji Kabir Ibrahim, who was a former president of Poultry Association of Nigeria, national president for that matter at that time. So the combination of two. Talking about the food and the meat in the food. Yeah. Yes. And again, as an architect, when you build, you construct small kitchen for us to cook. You're welcome back.
Thank you very much.
Yes.
Thank you for having me again.
I remember last week we stopped, at the time you were talking about a joint effort between the government and its people. And talking about those people that are very dear to your heart, the grassroots farmers. And when we touched on the animal husbandry, you went and said, look, they need as much water as the arable cultivation, agriculture need. You're back again. Let me start with you and examine fully how Nigeria is. Many people said there's virtually no crop that could not be cultivated in Nigeria, provided it suits the weather, state by state. Just as the DG said yesterday, Mr. Clement Nze, during our discussion last week, that what you need is to provide water and examine the crops that could be cultivated there. How do you see that as a joint conglomeration of joint efforts by the 3 tiers of government? The central bank is there to provide these anchor borrowers and so many assistance to farmers and the farmers themselves. And how do you see the issue?
Well, I have a lot of hope, that we'll get to the promised land if we work in tandem with each other.
Yes.
So we have to have the right kind of synergy. No, we should not work in silos. Every cross-cutting issue that has to do with agriculture has to be synchronized with every other one.
Okay.
Let me put it this way to you.
Yes.
The Federal Ministry of Agriculture should synergize with the CBN, with NALDA, with the Ministry of Water Resources, with investments, with aviation, with transportation, with science and technology. Everybody should work together towards the goal, this goal of attaining food security for Nigeria. And the people who are going to do it, the stakeholders, the farmers, have to be carried along all the way through. You cannot determine or decide what will be good for me when I'm not there. You need to always tell me exactly what is happening, and then you need to hear from me. You need me to buy in. And then we also have to realize that agriculture really takes place in the rural areas.
Yes.
And that is the state's own rural areas. Here in Abuja, there is very little agriculture going on. What we need is the enabling environment to be able to do agriculture. And agriculture is really in the states.
Yes.
If you go to other climes, agriculture does not happen in urban England. It's in rural England. You go to rural England for agriculture. In Nigeria, the All Farmers Association has been attending the Royal Agricultural Show in Stonehenge, Coventry. Going from Paddington up to Manchester. If you look left and right, there are farmlands, there are animals grazing in plush, green and all that. And for 161 years, they were doing this agricultural show in this environment. That environment was solely taken over by the private sector. The government of the UK is not involved. There is the Queen, who is a guest of honor in the ceremonies. The Prime Minister does not go in there. So in Nigeria, we should do the same. Agriculture, or any enterprise for that matter,
we practicalize agriculture.
Yes, it's private sector.
Yes.
The government will create or provide the enabling environment. But you hear what has been happening over a long period of time, not now, is that there is some domination of these activities by government. There is too much government in some of these things. So the farmers have learned, and I'm announcing to you today that all the farmers in this country will start speaking with one voice. And when we speak with one voice, we will simply get what we want. Yes. That is the way to go, and that is the only way that Nigeria will attain food security. Yes. It is not possible to sit down and target maybe 2 million people, 3 million people, and give them money and think that you will get food security for Nigeria. No, it's not possible. All the interventions coming from the NALDA, from CBN, but are not ad hoc. You must institutionalize them.
So that the private sector takes over. So that the
private sector takes over, and then they become sustainable.
Okay.
When a government goes, for instance, the program continues. It is not dependent on a particular government.
And the commercial banks should set in.
Sector? Hitherto, before the CBN began to intervene and use the big stick to make commercial banks give loans or participate in agricultural lending and all that, most banks had some apathy for agriculture. They never believed that you could do agriculture and pay back. But you must, as a farmer, you must look at agriculture as a business. You have to have a business plan, and you have to have an exit strategy. You have to do agriculture for money, not for subsistence. If it is subsistence, you will never pay. So if, let's say, the CBN intervention is institutionalized in the Federal Ministry of Agriculture, then it will be there for all time. I tell you this because I know. You know, I have been a consultant for the CBN in its physical development. When Soludo was there, they decided to intervene in providing centers of excellence and some buildings, classrooms and all that, and even formations for the army, some facilities for the army.
Yes.
Like I'm involved until recently in providing classroom and conference facilities for the Naval Academy of Logistics and Finance in Owerinta, in Abia State. We did the design and all that and supervision, and CBN intervened in that way.
So agriculture needs that.
Now, what is happening in agriculture today is we are targeting competencies. By competencies, I mean commodities, like rice, like maize, like ginger, like many other things, potato, all kinds of things.
But food and cash crops kind of.
Both food and cash crops. And we are reaching farmers directly without anybody to say that they are really farmers. If you come to Abuja dressed like me, for instance, and claim that you are a farmer, you have to show us your farm. Where do you farm? What are the coordinates of the farm? What is your strategy for paying back the loan?
So development, let me come to the DG. You know, I told you earlier that he's a teacher. Yes. And so he said it was easily to be controlled. But we know when you talk about passion, everybody talks with passion about agriculture. These smallholder schemes and cooperatives, instead of just, the state government too, like the federal government, will provide enabling environment. Yes. Then the private sector could come in. Even in the development of these dams and what have you, there could be chance for the private sector to do that. Alongside with the government or on its own.
See, it is the duty of the federal government to provide the enabling environment. Come for water, with regard to water, for instance. It may not be easy for an individual to embark on building a dam or small facilities to hold water to do his irrigation. But the Federal Minister of Water Resources, under the current leadership, have done so much in terms of completing some abandoned irrigation facilities and dams. Now, some people have been coming to, having provided the facility, like the issue is water. Many people from the private sector have been coming to get license to take over or to take some of the facilities like the dams to be able to take water to enable them to do their irrigated agriculture.
Yes.
Other one of the agencies of the Water Resources Ministry is Nigeria Integrated Water Resources Management Commission. It's a regulator. So many persons, companies from the private sector have been licensed to take water from some of these dams. The federal government had provided the dams, which volumes of water have been impounded in so many locations in Nigeria. But the states, many of them are not forthcoming, even in making use of this water in their own localities.
Incredible.
Now, the issue of now bringing in the private sector is a very welcome idea. This commission I mentioned has licensed a lot of companies. Talk about, let me say, maybe Baccalaureate Dam, for instance. Goronyo Dam, although we have some project that is going on there under the federal government. Some people have come to be licensed so that they can do whatever education they want to do, either any type of farming they want to do, whether livestock, which water is key, in which one you are going into. So there is, this thinking is not just a thinking, it's already on ground, it is already performing. So whosoever needs in the environment where you are, any part of Nigeria, and there are some bodies of water that have been provided by the federal government through the Federal Ministry of Water Resources, there is facility now available for you to come for licensing. You can give you such facilities for you to enable you to do your irrigation or your farming activities, whether livestock or not. So the federal government is providing such a enabling environment to enable the private sector to thrive in terms of, say, bulk water being made available, which an individual holding farmer or whatever may not be able to. And again, the current water sources bill for National Assembly is taking care of all those things, so that there will be no arbitrary use of water to shortchange or maybe those living downstream.
Okay. Yes. So have you seen these arrangements when you're talking about your farmers and the issues?
Well, it's a very welcome development. Coming from him, I think we have reason to celebrate if these facilities will be available to our farmers. They will be encouraged. Because the farmers normally, those who depend on rain-fed agriculture, for most part of they are idle. So if the chances are available for them to be able to do irrigated farming, it would be welcome. As I told you, in some places, and even here it will come, a number of us will start using groundwater where we don't even have dams to be able to do this. And then where we have
not the domestic borehole system can.
No, but you see, the borehole can also be industrial. I have 3 boreholes on my farm, and I use borehole water. I do fishery, I do poultry, and I do large ruminants. And I don't use the municipal water. I use my boreholes.
Yes, okay.
And I have a beverage production company. I also use borehole there. So and what it is this. You see, when you have a very large water body and you have a dam, this is communal. If you take Mina, for instance, and you decide to do a dam around that area, it's for everybody there. What is going to be very good is if anybody is going to invest in canalization, taking the water away very, very far into the areas where there will be agriculture and all that, you should welcome that. If the guy is going to invest in that and the farmers are going to pay him even for that, it's well and good. It's good investment for him and good investment for the farmers because these facilities are being brought to them. So this possibility is a very welcome one. His agency and the Federal Ministry of Water Resources should simply call us to discuss this and see how many people are really ready to do that, to invest.
Yeah. Well, calling them, you're talking about the problem.
No, by calling, I mean, you see now you procure many things through the Bureau for Procurement. So you can have adverts. I'm sure I've seen adverts like that when, people bought into what he just mentioned, and there could be more. If you look at, I was talking to him before this about Sapke Dam. This is a dam in Daura. Daura is very close to the Sahara Desert. And then there is a lot of problem with water. And the rains do not last for a very long time. And the population there is rising. So you need water to be able to cultivate food that will feed the people there. In this country today, what we are seeing is that it is possible for us to really produce what we eat and eat what we produce.
Interesting.
And for everybody to know, there are many countries in this hemisphere that depend on Nigeria for food.
Yes.
If you go to, even today, if you go to Dawano Market, since they opened the borders, you will find so many trucks carrying food items going to Niger Republic up to Timbuktu. And the corridor to Ghana, northern Ghana, is still open. People still carry food there.
So this brings us to the agriculture and the economy. Beyond just food security, although when you are not well fed, you can't trade. But all the same, when we ensure food security and the sustainability that matters, talking about agriculture and the economy, international trade, do you foresee that kind of feat that Nigeria will really make in order to be the hub of food in Africa, West Africa to start for that, because it has started, so to speak. So how do you extend that, like places, arid region and what have you?
Well, I think everyone should be in agreement with this fact that more than ever before, the way government has spoken about agriculture, like you keep saying, making it a business, not just a subsistence level, but agriculture to be a business that somebody can do or a company can do to be able to make our economy to become much more viable in all sectors. So what I'm saying, there has been a lot of emphasis, there has been a lot of awareness. So we strongly believe that this will gravitate to people or country coming to that point of being self-sufficient when it comes to talk about food security. So I believe something is happening, something is already working out. We may not be able to get it completely 100%. We are not yet there, quite all right. But I believe strongly the train has moved, the vehicle has moved towards taking the nation to that level whereby we can become food sufficient.
Yes. Well, thank you very much. Just as we said from the beginning, that especially at the first part of the discussion, when you show the light, and people will find the way.
Yes.
And talking about the factors of production, land, capital, and labor, I think we have enough in the country. The federal government or the central bank is there. The capital and the lands, we have the lands and the labor. Especially, I would like to visit him. He will feed you with rice, then there's meat to eat, and again, the beverage.
Yes.
So, thank you for coming. Yeah, Alhaji Kabir Ibrahim, National President, All Farmers Association of Nigeria. Thank you very much for sharing your wealth of experience in the cultivation. One day, I think we'll invite you for architecture and yes, and infrastructure development in the country. Thank you very much, Mr. Clement Inze, Director General, Nigeria Hydrological Services Agency. Thank you very much for coming.
Thanks a lot. It's my pleasure.
Thank you very much, and we hope we'll continue to provide water. Water, the vital asset.
Yeah.
Yes, thank you very much.
Thank you.
You've had it all talking about sustainability of the mark that Nigeria has made as far as agriculture is concerned, at least improvements and encouragement of farmers and all the stakeholders, as they said, all hands should be on deck for greater future for this great country. Thank you for watching. I am Aliyu Bababaro. Goodbye. Thank you.
wannan labarin ma yana peji na 36.
Ita kuma babban labarin wannan jarida shine ainihin
labarin da ke gaban jarida shine ta bayyana cewa
ọkwa ojii kenga eziokwu
nwanne m nwoke
Ikechukwu Ndukwe Igbo mam
iji wee mee ka ụbọchị na-aga n'anya ya
nation fún ti òwúrọ̀ yìí ibẹ̀ náà ti sọ pé àwọn ìgbìmọ̀ aláṣẹ ìpínlẹ̀ Benue pàṣẹ wípé.
ní gbogbo àwọn ẹ̀ka ní ẹ̀ka ètò ẹ̀kọ́ ní ẹ̀ka ètò ìlera ní ẹ̀ka ètò ààbò.
Sitting is a natural thing to do as humans on a daily basis, whether in the office, at our various businesses, or while commuting from one point to another.
I sit 2 or 3 hours in my office, depending on
the job I have on my table.
I do resume work by 9 o'clock, so 9 till 3. You'll be sitting either you do one patient job to another because we make dentures.
Sometimes when you're in the court, the court starts by 9, and sometimes the session takes up to 3 hours or 4 hours, and you sit through.
During the course of a day's activity, sitting is a must. While sitting itself is not bad, prolonged sitting, experts says, can shorten one's lifespan.
Sitting down makes you sedentary. When you're sedentary, that means that there's very little motion. You may say, after all, you're moving your hands and all that, but the human system is such that movement is supposed to circulate around all parts of the body, the blood system. And so when you are seated for too long, that motion, that circulation of blood is slow. And as it slows, it affects other functions of the body. Your brain, because the blood supply to your head is reduced. You even hear about people stroking in the office. They were seated and they just wanted to stand up and they stroke because blood hasn't circulated sufficiently to the brain. You know, it brings about cramps, arthritis, diabetes, even hypertension. And recently, to our surprise, it brings about mental problems. Because somebody that is sedentary, you're on the computer and you don't socialize, you become antisocial, so you're psychologically affected. So, I mean, the hazards of prolonged sitting cannot be overemphasized. Besides exercising at home before getting to work, while at work, I try, like I said, to be up every 45 minutes. If you look to the left side of my office there, you can see that my intercom, which is supposed to be in most organizations, people have it on their table, on their desk. You know, I don't have mine on my desk, not because I wouldn't want to, but it forces me each time it rings to stand up. You know, if you look around my mobile devices, my telephones, my iPad, you won't find them on my table, except I'm taking a call or maybe attending to a message. You know, each time it calls for attention, I have to stand up.
Prolonged sitting, especially in a wrong position, can also lead to brain damage, strained neck, back problems, muscle degeneration, hip problems, leg disorder, amongst others.
Well, currently, I try not to exceed 45 minutes. Why? Yeah, because I discovered in the past that prolonged sitting was not very good for my health. You know, besides what we read and what our doctors tell us, I discovered that one, my belly was becoming distended, you know, kind of bloated, and I wasn't feeling generally well. You know, at the end of the day, I'll feel fatigued, I'll have leg cramps, and my brain I wasn't alert, you know, but when I now went into a little research with medical advice and adjusted my schedule in such a way that I'm not sedentary for more than 45 minutes. When I mean sedentary, I mean seated. So I ensure that I am up maximum of every 45 minutes.
I don't think that this conventional idea of going up and down, doing what you ought to do, stresses one so much. I think sitting down so much can stress one. God gave us all these, legs, hands, and all that to enable us move about, and not to stand or sit still.
It is a desire of everyone to live a healthy and qualitative life. So, if you want to live longer, remember that prolonged sitting is not a status symbol, but a harmful habit.
Hello and welcome. It's time for another interesting package of
Everything Music.
Angelina, you dey cool in my temperature. If you call, I go come deliver.
This is Talking Movies.
In times of old, the world
was full of wonder.
Welcoming you to your weekend for today.
Arise, oh compatriots, it's time to use our voice.
Beyond 6 packs.
Bills, 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 bills.
Pay the bills, keep paying telephone bills. Pay my bills.
Welcome to Gallery.
Me and my paddies.
London for what?
London for medicine.
Medicine for what?
Medicine for coffee.
Are you sickness?
To our illness. Welcome to Gist Zone.
All right, my name is the Eselucien Wego One. Ona nyokoko nyonyo.
This is the network service of the NTA.
Sheer adventurism is driving me to go deep into the Onyama mines. It is the biggest coal mine in the whole of Well, the coronation of the new Oni is a watershed in the history of the Yoruba land generally, and Ife in particular. Now, because they have a leader now, that will... Simply put, Gura is a beautiful countryside with awesome landscapes. If something differently will be done to the Nigerian textile industries, that our youth will be employed. The people that attend the church here can tell you. Service in Holy Rosa is in We are taking a canoe tour of the communities on the bank of River Niger in Getso. Machina in Yobe State is always a delightful story. This beautiful township is the sunshine of the expansive land area that covers northwestern Yobe. Machina is the extreme border of that state and has linkages with the cities in Jigawa and Niger Republic. It is always a serene agricultural environment and well laid out. Yet, despite the simplicity of its perspectives, the town conceals deep historical and cultural standards few areas in the region could compete with. This is a rich ambience from the Palace of Machina. It is an exemplification of the excellence of the musical art of the area. This music has as much history as the evolution of the Palace of Machina itself. Today, the Palace of Machina stands out as unique in the whole of northern Nigeria. It is the only palace in the whole region whose face is to the east. Oral tradition says this is a function of the historical evolution of the palace, a consequence of a major event in the palace that happened several centuries ago, but whose underlying impact still reflects from the palace.
So when they are constructing the palace, now Aliu Senior said, I want to be piercing my junior brother's palace. For that reason, now they now turn the gate to face east, which is the Gazargamu area. And wherever the king now, I use officially all my sitting places, all my traditional sitting places, I sit and face east to face my relations in Gazargamu.
The Palace of Machina is not breaking any law by its perspective, but it is the only one with it. In modern times, this palace is leading a major cultural revolution, hitherto missed on many communities in the area. The palace finds the necessity to every year hold a major cultural festival that will not only bond the people of the emirate together and reinforce their cultural heritage, but also expand the emirate's horizon of contacts and relationships with the people outside them. The Emir of Machina, Dr. Bashir al-Bashir Bukar Machinama, is the driver of this revolution. Machinama finds the necessity to put his emirate in the nation's cultural map to bring recognition and increase prosperity for his people. Clearly, Dr. Bashir al-Bashir is part of the generation of Nigerian emirs who, by their deliberate actions, are bringing their people out of the shackles of poverty and despair to the mainstream of global awareness and economic well-being.
I used to remember the advice my late father do give me always. Before I became a district head, he used to tell me that, Alaji, don't say you will accumulate wealth, but you get people behind you. You are not to accumulate wealth. In Hausa, he used to say, kar ka nemi dukiya, ka nemi jama'a.
The Machina Annual Cultural Festival has never deviated from expanding the boundaries of contact and mutual understanding with the other emirates and countries. On the festival held this year, some 15 chiefs and emirs from across 5 West African countries of Ghana, Niger, Benin, and Togo were in attendance. Prominent Nigerian emirs, including Shehu of Borno, were around for almost 4 days of the festival. The president of the Niger Republic, in fact, sent a representative who was around throughout the duration of the festival. It was a rare get-together of music, drama, daba, and local sports. I arrived Machina in an especially explosive evening. Various cultural groups were on hand, including palace guards, to make an electrifying display before national and international guests that have arrived for the festival. One of the abiding virtues of Machina International Cultural Festival is the promotion of local sports, particularly traditional wrestling, kokawa, and langa. They are an indispensable component of the festival. It is interesting to hear the Emir of Machina says as a young man he was an ace langa competitor. Apparently, the sport brings him memories of his childhood. Traditional wrestling is a much more widespread sport among local communities in the north, especially with the end of harvest. The inclination to traditional wrestling by Machina Emirate during its annual cultural festival may be influenced by its neighborhood of communities in Niger Republic. Wrestling is a national sport in Niger, with the annual competitions rotated along states in the federation. Wrestling is the star sport in Machina Annual Festival too, and elimination matches take place to the point where there would emerge the wrestling king for the festival. Machina Emirate has 5 districts. Wrestling competitors are drawn from the districts and nowhere else. All competitions are in-house. It is the policy of the Emirate to elevate our people to positions beyond where they are currently. Some of their homegrown wrestlers have in fact actually represented Yobe and in fact the country in wrestling competitions. What is it in the life of dramas of wrestlers that they would rather see their hero die in combat than come out defeated? An epic battle unfolds here to qualify for the semi-final of the wrestling match of the International Cultural Festival of Machina. The combatants are familiar foes, but one would have his ambition for qualification ended now. In the end, Yawala Taylor from Palmeran won over his opponent. In between matches, some cultural displays were brought on stage. They more than add color to the fight. I crave to reinforce a story I have told of Machina before. Historically, the people of Machina are cave dwellers. At a point in their life, they came downhill to settle in their new settlement. I took a visit to their old settlement, which has proximity to their new settlement. Machina is a place of history, ancient history if you like. But then, one of the story is that until 1500 years ago, this place is what defined Machina. It is their settlement. So the people of Machina had been cave dwellers who were also hunters. They come to their caves uphill and find the night. In the mornings, they go downhill and look for livelihood through hunting. But then crucially also, in Machina, there is a tale of leadership succession. Do you know that in this Machina, in this place, a king has given birth to 2 children. One of the children is Snake. And of course, there is a succession story now in Machina. One belonging to the human part or the human first of the children, and then the snake part. All this in this place. Now, we shall relate the story to you. But the very part of the story is that where I am, where you see me here, this has been the place of the assembly of people of Machina at that period. They come here and do their assembly and retire to their caves. There is also a palace. It is not like any palace you have seen. It is an underground palace, which will also show you. So, welcome to Machina again, and welcome to Karmakawa. The old settlement still maintains its original place of assembly, water point, and its old palace. In one of the most interesting human stories around, the palace is still inhabited by royalty from the Machina royal house. You cannot come to this ancient settlement of Machina without coming to this place. They call it Marikura, or the big palace. This has been the palace of Machina, that 1,500 years ago. it is still there. But then, like the settlement itself, the palace is a cave. In fact, very thick and deep cave with a lot of channels underground. So if you want to access it, you have to go the channels. But you know the big story about this palace? The people of Machina believe that those who are ruling now are snakes. The history of Machina has an attachment with the snakes. The story has been that one of the emirs of Machina had a twin brother who was a snake. That snake retired to the rock and is here beginning his own generation and then dynasty of rulers. And they are under this palace. The human part of the twin is there in Machina. Their family are ruling. That is, it may be hard to believe, but that is the story current around this area. So I obviously would have loved to go under the cave and see what is actually happening. I'm not so much afraid of the snakes than I am of the filth that is there, because it is not being taken care of properly, and it can be tight, and maybe we are not very much aware of how it will look by accessing the channels. But the story is this palace still is there under a cave and then being visited by people. You may be amazed. It will be difficult to have a serious function in Machina without snakes. They don't appear open. But the Emir of Machina, Bashir Bukar, believed that when you see anyone around, something serious is about to happen in the palace.
So if we are doing anything, they normally come out. If we start seeing snakes in the palace, we know something may happen, either of sadness or happiness. So we pray it's for good. But even if the worst happens, that is what Allah has made it.
Machina was at the breaking point on the final day of the festival. Considering the effort of the emirate of conducting the festival every year, the state government built an expansive multi-purpose stadium for the town. It came on handy on this final day. The attendance that day was national. The small town that Machina is was creaking under the weight of arrivals to eat in a pleasant manner. The arrival include emirs, state governors, senate president, and members of the business community. Machina is making a display of the difference it can make to the world. The third place match of the wrestling competition was the first on the menu. It was a match between Malikisho Aibu from Ogo district and Lula Ubali from Machina. The final of the wrestling match was between Yawale Taylor from Palmaran and Uzair Malan Kasim from Dole. It was a match of mind games. In fact, one of the competitors took minutes to be at the field when the match was called and was sure to have been disqualified. He lost the match anyway, eventually. In the end, Yawale Taylor, who in fact had international experience, won the match and was decorated as Rikin Kwako Machina for this year's international festival. He was overjoyed. After the wrestling competition, an elaborate daba was hosted by the Emir of Machina. Machina has made a name for itself globally as home of daba and skilled horsemen. His daba sequences stood out as very unique too. The first phase of this daba is a march past of all the contingent in the daba. The emir makes the rear and arrives to greet all distinguished guests before he disembarks and takes his position to receive homage from all his subjects in the daba setting. It was an extensive daba setting in which, in the end, May Machinama sang all the invited guests and conferred Machina chieftaincy titles on 3 eminent personalities present. They included Senate President Mohammed Lawal, who is now the ambassador in Machina, Governor Baduro of Jigawa State, who is now the Dokaj in Machina, and Governor Magudu of Kebbi State is now the Malik in Machina. It was an occasion in which Yobe State Governor Mema Labuni gave a speech announcing lifting ban on motorcycle operation in the state. The festival was wrapped up with an exciting horse racing competition in the evening.
Ali, lamba uku ya wuce da. Lamba uku. Kai. La haula. Kacalla. Ali, nace kai maza ka yi hawa doki kai su kuwa.
In the end, it was a thoroughly entertaining week in Machina, in which everyone left with a memory of what a beautiful place he had been to.
We want to talk about rights, there are obligations. I'm not saying that this government is a saint, it's very far from it. But there are things that we can do to make it better, and that's the challenge I'm throwing to you. You don't want to build this nation? I don't know where else you want to go. If I had a choice, I'll come back. When I stand outside and I hear what you have to say about this country that I know that I can die for as one, then I'm really sad because you're young. You have education. You have tools. You have a huge future ahead of you. And you're condemning yourself before you started on that journey. So please don't do that. Please don't.
As the 2023 elections draw near, remember, evil prospers when good men and women only wish for peace, but never take a step to make peaceful elections happen. Are you a father? Are you a mother? What are you saying to your children as elections approach? Have you warned them not to let themselves be used to cause violence? Have you explained to them what the consequences of electoral violence might be? Do your part to make peaceful elections happen. Talk to your children. Protect them from unscrupulous politicians who want to put them in harm's way, while their own children are comfortable at home, within, and outside the country. Let's join hands to make 2023 elections peaceful. This message is from the National Orientation Agency, NOAA.
Hello, welcome to Venice on NTA International at this hour. I am Musbat and we're coming to you from Abuja, Nigeria's capital city. The headlines. President Buhari calls for urgent and broader multilateral actions to overcome climate change, addresses UNEP at 50 hybrid events. Russia-Ukraine meeting in Belarus ends in deadlock. Third round of talks to hold next week. World celebrate 2022 Wildlife Day with calls for urgent action to protect natural ecosystems and biodiversity. Thanks a lot for staying tuned in. President Muhammadu Buhari has stressed the urgent need for broader multilateral action towards overcoming climate change, biodiversity, rising levels of pollution and waste, which are described as major crises threatening the planet. This was while addressing a special session commemorating the 50th anniversary of the United Nations Environment Programme, UNEP, in Nairobi, Kenya. State House correspondent Adamu Sambo reports that the hybrid event is focusing on strengthening UNEP for the implementation of the environmental dimension of the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development.
For 5 decades, the United Nations Environment Programme has used science in the execution of its mandate of bringing the world together and helping nations find solutions to great environmental threats. The UNEP at 50 celebration is therefore a time to reflect on the past, envision the future, bolster international cooperation, and stimulate collective action towards addressing climate crisis and make the environment safer, healthier, and better.
Led humanity to understand that we must transform our societies and economies to protect the earth, our only home, so that it can sustain us.
In all we do, we need to follow science and engage in multilateral action to make peace with nature, to ensure these and future generations can live on a sustainable planet.
Let us therefore commit to support UNEP to steer the environmental discussions towards tangible and sustainable solutions. Unchecked climate change will pose unacceptable risks to our security, our economies, and indeed our planet.
President Muhammadu Buhari expressed Nigeria's appreciation to UNEP for its role in reducing biodiversity loss and for being a major player in the global movement to slow down deforestation and accelerate afforestation.
We recognize that restoring key ecosystems is crucial to help combat climate change and achieve sustainable development. Therefore, by collaborating with partners such as the United Nations Environment Programme, we believe that much more success would be recorded in collective struggle against climate change.
He, however, said global efforts at adapting to climate impacts notwithstanding, nations are constantly facing the threats of disrupted weather patterns, low food production, and rising sea levels that increase the risk of catastrophic flooding, amongst other challenges.
In that regard, Nigeria pledged to work with other countries in achieving the goals of the Paris Agreement, and in doing so has increased her conditional contribution to reduce greenhouse gas from 45% to 47%. Additionally, I outlined Nigeria's efforts and commitments to net zero ambition, which involve both environment and development-related plans.
The plans, he explained, contained a number of nature-based solutions, including creating 10 additional national parks, 2 marine protected areas, as well as sustainable management of critical wetlands ecosystem across the country. Established with one goal in mind, uniting the world and saving the planet, the United Nations Environment Programme has a strong view that the global community cannot continue to pollute its way to development in the name of progress. Concerted efforts, it says, must be made towards building the future we want. From Nairobi, Kenya, Adamu Sambu, NTA News.
Adamu Sambo still reporting from Kenya says that the federal ministries of environment, water resources, as well as agriculture and rural development have been directed to collaborate more effectively towards controlling and combating desertification in the country. President Muhammadu Buhari gave a directive while granting audience to the Executive Secretary of the United Nations Convention to Combat Desertification, Ibrahim Theo, on the margins of the UNEP at 50 celebration in Nairobi, Kenya.
Mr. Ibrahim Tho had told President Muhammadu Buhari that in the past 50 years, Africa lost about 60% of its arable land, leading to a challenge of feeding the people. He said no one qualifies more to speak on the large-scale restoration of land than the Nigerian leader, who is also the president of the Great Green Wall Program. With Nigeria having the greatest stretch of the wall spanning over 1,000 kilometers, the UN envoy said President Buhari's leadership is important to drive the process of tackling the various germane issues on desertification, drought, and land restoration.
The United Nations agencies are quite excited about Nigeria's presidency, that they feel that if anyone can make a difference in the implementation of the Great Green Wall projects, it would be Nigeria. So we've talked of areas of collaboration where they can give technical support for us to expand on the Great Green Wall projects.
President Muhammadu Buhari, who described desertification as inimical to peace, security, and sustainable growth, said concerted efforts must be intensified towards addressing the menace. He said apart from the ministries and departments of the federal government, the 11 states prone to drought and desert encroachment must also key in to the onerous task of controlling desertification.
Mr. President has always been very concerned about the issues of the livelihoods of our people. That is why he signed the climate change bill that has taken Nigeria 9 years to get to. He is very excited about the Great Green Wall project. He realizes when it was set up, that agency was set up in 2015. In fact, under the UN Deputy Secretary General, Amina Mohammed, and we have been running the program. So he's giving all the support to make sure that Nigeria accelerates that program, because the component of the Great Green Wall, it goes beyond just planting of trees. It goes to land degradation, it goes to the livelihood of people, it goes to water, providing water for the people, and it goes to animal husbandry and rural electrification as well. Because if we implement the Great Green Wall project, majority of the crisis that we're having in the Sahel region, in the northern part of Nigeria, will be greatly reduced.
The president equally directed full cooperation between Nigeria and the UN organ in the prelude to the forthcoming meeting towards combating desertification built for Cote d'Ivoire in May this year. From Nairobi, Kenya, Adamu Sambu, NTA News.
Now with the theme, Recovering Key Species for Ecosystem Restoration, World Wildlife Day 2022 is commemorated to draw attention to the urgency of action needed to protect natural ecosystems and biodiversity. Onengie Fineface reports.
World Wildlife Day is an opportunity to celebrate the many beautiful and varied forms of wild fauna and flora, and to raise awareness of the multitude of benefits that their conservation provides to people. At the same time, the day reminds us of the urgent need to step up the fight against wildlife crime and human-induced reduction of species, which have wide-range economic, environmental, and social impacts.
Let's commit to address the many threats facing wildlife. Let's make better use of land and seas so we don't erode the wild spaces even further. Let's tackle climate change and pollution, both of which are a threat to all life on the planet. Let's use natural resources sustainable so that wildlife and the spaces they inhabit truly thrive.
World Wildlife Day this year draws attention to the critical role that keystone species, many of which are threatened or endangered, play in ensuring ecosystem health.
The continued loss of wild plants and animal species poses an existential threat to people and the planet. Wildlife extinction threatens the vibrant and diverse ecosystems on Earth upon which we all depend.
We understand the damage we are doing to wildlife. We understand how this damage affects our present and future. And we know what we need to do to reverse course. Let's do it.
The crux of the matter is for all of humanity to commit to preserving our invaluable and irreplaceable wildlife for the benefit and the light of current and future generations. I'm Onengiye Fineface.
Now, away from the environment, the meeting between Russia and Ukraine over the ongoing military operations has ended. The meeting was initiated by Belarus with a view to putting to an end the Russian onslaught over Ukraine. Little or no success has been achieved. However, both Russia and Ukraine have agreed to open a corridor for humanitarian operations in Ukraine. A third round of the talks will be held early next week in Belarus. Now, 4 major explosions later the night in Kyiv. Mayor of southern city of Kherson says that Russian troops are in control, and another round of Ukraine and Russian talks after the first one failed. Charles Halfer brings us updates.
4 major explosions have lit up the night sky in Kyiv. It is unclear what the targets of the attack were or whether they were casualties. It comes as Russia intensifies its attack on key Ukrainian cities, with fighting raging for the 8th day in the north, east and south. The United Nations says 1 million refugees have now fled Ukraine to the neighboring countries, and the International Criminal Court opens an investigation into potential war crimes by Russia in Ukraine. Hundreds of people are feared dead in the southern port of Mariupol following hours of sustained shelling. Mayor of Southern City says Russian troops are in control of Kherson, while new restrictions are now in place to avoid further shooting. So far, Russia has reported 498 soldiers killed by Ukraine. Ukraine, on its part, has lost more than 2,000 persons, majorly civilians and children. Emerging reports says Russian massive convoy advancement into Kyiv is being halted by mechanical faults, congestion, and strong resistance from the Ukrainian forces. Russia and Ukraine have commenced a new round of talks and negotiation over the ongoing military operations. Delegations representing the two parties are at the Belarusian border for the meeting. Ukraine presidential advisor says new round of peace talks with Russia have started and there is a possibility for a truce. Charles Alpha, NTA News.
Now, a delegation of the House of Representatives led by the House Leader Al-Hassan Ado Dogua Thursday arrived to Bucharest, Romania, to oversight and assist in the process of evacuating Nigerian nationals, who are mainly students fleeing Ukraine. The lawmakers who departed the country Wednesday are in close contact with the officials of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, the Nigerian missions in Ukraine, Bucharest, Budapest, Warsaw, and other countries neighboring Ukraine. The delegation has met with Nigerian evacuees who are already at the airport en route to Nigeria, where they expressed the House's sympathy and support. Meanwhile, the Air Peace flights scheduled to evacuate Nigerians fleeing Ukraine from Poland has been postponed. Reports indicate that the flight was postponed following delays in passenger checking back in Poland. Head of the evacuation exercise, Ambassador Bolaji Akinyemi, and the Nigerian ambassador to Poland, Christian Ugu, further clarified the reasons for the postponement.
Reality is that the flight has been rescheduled to tomorrow, And the main reason is because of the delay in doing the check-in, because they have to gather them together from different hotels, and by the time we will be ready after the check-in, the crew that have been waiting since 9 a.m. had overshot the hour they should have waited, because they have a duty hour which is allocated to them, and they had waited from 9 to 2 p.m. So that means they already waited 5 hours, and they are going to have 9 hours flight. That is already more than what the standard. So the authority of the airport said they won't allow us to board. So this is the reality, and then we have to come down. But arrangements have been made to ensure that we all stay together in the same hotel, and that we leave very early tomorrow, 4 a.m. we'll be in the bus, and then we can join the flight early.
I'm very sure by tomorrow morning the flight will take off.
This is still Venice on International, reaching you live from Abuja. We're having a time for break now, and we'll be back with more stories in just a moment. Stay with us.
Latest entrant, latest technology. Welcome to Intel 4G LTE Advanced and experience super fast internet access today. Visit intel.com.ng or any of our stores in Lagos, Abuja, and Port Harcourt to get started. Intel. Live more.
Thanks a lot for staying tuned in to the news on International. President Muhammadu Buhari has been presented the National Institute for Pharmaceutical Research and Development Award as a champion for the eradication of sickle cell disease in the country. The award is in recognition of the current administration's strong political will towards the advancement of the institute. Uche Ugochukwu reports that the Minister of Health, Osagie Hehanire, received the award on behalf of the president at a ceremony held in Abuja.
Data shows 150,000 children are born annually with sickle cell disease in Nigeria, and 100,000 of them die from the disease. This rates the country highest with the disease burden in sub-Saharan Africa. NIPRID has been in the forefront of the search for solutions to mitigate this scourge. However, there has been challenges of production and commercialization of drugs until the present administration steps in.
Your Excellency, Mr. President, I want to assure you that the efforts you're making in prioritizing pharmaceutical R&D in sickle cell and other critical areas has begun to pay.
There is a need for philanthropists, development partners, and other relevant stakeholders to engage NIPRID and sponsors some critical research activities.
Successes of the Institute are evident with innovations in herbal medicine therapies and targets of eradicating sickle cell disease in the region by the next decade.
NIPRID is presenting this well-deserved award to President Muhammadu Buhari, GCFR.
This will support government efforts to reduce the prevalence and incidence of sickle cell disease in Nigeria, while government ensures that the services required to address the disease and other non-communicable diseases are made available.
I want to recommend that you work with your peers in Africa to scale up production.
As part of measures to reduce prevalence of sickle cell disease, intending couples are advised to go for a genotype test before marriage. Uche Ugochukwu, NTA News.
The protection of women's rights topped agenda of this year's Nigeria-China Women's Meeting in commemoration of the 2022 International Women's Day. Elizabeth Omori reports that the First Lady, Aisha Muhammad Buhari, in a message to the gathering, advocates sustenance of conversations on gender equality, education and empowerment of women across board.
The current global security context, with many emerging threats, call for the protection of women and girls. Efforts to implement women-friendly policies is the essence of this interracial meeting. First Lady of Nigeria, Aisha Buhari, in a message to the women, posits that inclusion of women in policymaking and economic empowerment will foster tremendous development.
The theme of this year's celebration signifies the role of women as mothers, sisters, and daughters in engineering sustainable development. Their role cannot be effectively executed without promoting partnerships.
Human rights activists say gender gap in economic participation should be addressed for women to thrive in all spheres.
The protection of women's equal rights in employment, personal property, marriage, and family still faces practical difficulties.
The meeting featured cultural displays, music, and arts. In Abuja, Elizabeth Omori, NTA News.
Away from women's issues, the air components of Operation Thunderstrike and Operation Gamma Ike has carried out airstrikes in bandit terrorist locations around Ghana Village in Mariga local government area of Niger State. A statement from the Nigerian Air Force indicates that the operation took place on Wednesday, 2nd March 2022, on terrorists who had been under surveillance and observed to be in 3 different groups of approximately 65 terrorists with at least 25 motorcycles per group. Following definite confirmation, the air components effected the airstrikes with no less than 80 terrorists and their equipment perishing in the strikes, although a small number of survivors were, however, seen barely limping off from the location, which the ground troops immediately neutralized. Implementation of a 6% attractable excise on telecommunication services and that of carbonated drinks in Nigeria are expected to commence fully as contained in the 2021 Finance Act. This was part of a 2022 revenue profile submission by the Controller General of the Nigeria Customs Service, Hamid Ali, before the Senate Committee on Customs. National Assembly correspondent Abdullahi Aminu reports.
Are doing everything possible.
This session is to assess the 2021 budget as approved by the National Assembly. Comptroller General Hamid Ali informed his senators that the service will deepen its collaboration with relevant agencies against tax evasions and economic sabotage by implementing the 2021 Finance Act.
It is impossible for us to say we'll stop every single smuggling activities, but we are doing the best we can to reduce it to the barest minimum.
The senators, on their part, promised legislative support to the budget objectives and strategies introduced.
The committee commends the Controller General and his team for their aggressive revenue drive in exceeding their target in 2021 budget year.
The committee also restated commitment to ensuring that the Nigeria Customs Service key into the budget cycle of January to December. From the National Assembly, Abdullahi Aminu, NTA News.
Well, still from the National Assembly, the House of Representatives has asked the Central Bank of Nigeria, CBN, to introduce stringent regulations, guidelines and sanctions on point of sale which is POS operations in Nigeria. The lawmakers emphasized that monitoring and ensuring compliance will curb acts of fraud in POS operations. National Assembly correspondent Lami Ali reports that it was sequel to a motion from Jimo Olajide.
None of the financial regulatory bodies in the country is said to know the precise number of POS machines and their operators, a situation that members of the House of Representatives feel will give fraudsters avenue to create fake credit cards to defraud innocent customers or obtain vital information from ATM cards.
Other private companies are currently in the business of giving out POS for business purposes, thus making the business to be more porous and ambiguous.
The motion from Shehu Balarabe requesting for assistance to internally displaced persons in parts of Kaduna State was adopted.
Despite the current effort of Kaduna State government, the affected persons need of attention and support in all ramifications.
7 bills were passed, including the bill to establish Federal University of Health Sciences and Technology, Enugu, from the Deputy Minority Leader, Tobi Okechukwu.
Make comprehensive provisions for management and administration of the university and for these matters.
Among bills passed for second reading is that on the establishment of Federal College of Nursing and Midwifery in Kebbi State, sponsored by Bello Kawuji, and another to establish similar health institution in Imbise, Imo State, sponsored by Emeka Martins. Meanwhile, House Leader Alhassan Adodogwa has hosted management of Bayero University, Kano, where he stressed the need for those in position of authority to assist in the development of education. From the National Assembly, Lami Ali, NTA News.
The federal government is on the path to resolving the financial challenges in the power sector and will continue to invest in the sector towards a sustainable electricity supply. One step towards that is the readiness to settle all verifiable debts earned by ministries, departments and agencies this month. This month, the government is putting 40 billion naira aside for that purpose. State House correspondent Jide Onifade reports.
Engineer Abubakar Aliyu speaking at the weekly executive briefing of press at the presidential villa in Abuja on the current status of the presidential power initiatives and other key projects being undertaken by the ministry. He says 8,000 megawatts of power is presently being generated in the country and that the federal government has just secured and it's executing up to $4 billion in investments to ensure more power grid is delivered to the people.
Discourse that improve will continue to get support with discourse, discourse that do not will face the commercial consequences. There are challenges in the sector, but the outlook is positive. As a testament, we are seeing a private sector investment resurgence. BPE closed the Yola Disco and AFAM 3 Genco transaction and also facilitated resolution of the long-standing ABA IPP issue, resulting in over 150 billion naira in investment in the sector, to mention a few.
One major hindrance to the completion of projects is the right of way, and the minister says this is happening across the country, but the ministry is already having talks with state governments.
As we continue to improve overall power supply levels, our investment have improved stability of the grid through the efforts of our system operator under TCN. Under this administration, grid stability has drastically improved. In 2021, the nation only had 2 adverse grid events.
With more investors coming into the sector, the minister is optimistic that there would be significant improvement in the power sector before the end of the administration. And as he describes it, the sector is a stage where everyone plays his or her own part. In the State House, Jide Onifade, NTA News.
Meanwhile, the federal government is harnessing opportunities in the renewable energy subsector to increase access to power and job creation. Minister of Power, Abubakar Aliyu, who serves at a renewable energy summit in Abuja, called for private sector participation for the country to attain 30% renewable energy mix by the year 2030. Joshua Ojito reports.
The world is going green, with countries committed to the reduction of carbon emission with a view to achieving net zero. Nigeria targets 2060 to achieve this. Key players in the renewable energy subsector are exploring opportunities in the energy transition value chain, and the Power Minister believes it is achievable with ongoing investments in solar home systems.
I have no doubt that as we engage in deliberations and interactions with key stakeholders in the energy transition discourse, useful recommendations will be developed that will move our country forward.
We should start looking at the utility scale, 50 megawatts, 100 megawatts. With that, we are going to sit down and come out with an integrated renewable energy plan.
So we are going back to the drawing board to make sure that we prepare very well for the energy mix through renewable energy sources.
With the private sector participation, I believe that in the next 5 years, we can be able to generate 10,000 megawatts from renewable energy source alone.
High cost of renewable energy technologies and land acquisition are some of the challenges raised by private investors that need government intervention. Joshua Ojito, NTA News.
It's time for another break. We'll come back with more stories in just a moment. Stay with us.
Our pastors, our imams, in every church, in every mosque, please realize that in the course of praying for peaceful and transparent elections, we all have duties beyond prayers. If we want a stable society before, during, and after the elections, what should you be saying to those that worship with you? All Sundays and all Fridays, you are saddled with the responsibility of bringing up good generations. It is therefore your duty to both man and God to ensure peace all the time, no matter about elections alone. People talk to people and people listen. Talk to your followers. Make them listen to ensure peaceful 2023 elections. This message is from the National Orientation Agency.
For stay with us, the needed change and transformation in the civil service have come. These are the words of the head of civil service of the Federation, Folashade Yemieson, at the graduation of AIG Public Leaders Program. Herman Jabane reports that the training was in partnership with AIG Mokwede Institute and the University of Oxford's Blavatnik School of Government.
Olumuyiwa Idowu Ayodeji is an NTA staff who has been with the organization for 9 years and happens to be one of the 49 participants of the AIG Public Leaders Program, whose project, Harnessing Technology in Broadcasting, made the final 5.
By developing an app, mobile application, so that we can use it to broadcast our programs to the world, so that NTA can fulfill its mandate to reach the unreached. And the ultimate goal is to ensure that all NTA stations have one app, and then we have sub-app under it, so that each of NTA stations that you want to watch, you just go and click.
The inaugural program, which commenced in September 2021, offers peer-to-peer learning, a mixture of classroom discussion, simulations, practical exercises, and group work that are aimed at changing the mindset of participants who will, on the long run, transform the civil service while developing the new skill and perspectives to take on top leadership role.
The program aims to deliver on the Ike Mokwede Foundation belief that if adequate investment is channeled into building the capabilities and effectiveness of the public servants in Nigeria and indeed Africa, we will close the gap between Africa and the rest of the world.
Civil service must wake up and rise to take the rightful position, because it's like everybody is waiting for the civil servants, but we don't understand that.
You are supposed to think for the politicians by definition. I'm not saying all politicians don't think, but we expect more brains in the civil service than in politics.
The second batch that will produce the likes of Idowu is ongoing to involve 100 participants from Nigeria and other African countries. Hamad Jabani, NTA News.
Oxfam, Nigeria, has urged the federal government to stop debt servicing for now and also demand for cancellation of debt so as to pay more attention on improving the living standard of Nigerians. The global organization working in Nigeria to end poverty and formulate policies to assist governments advised that Nigeria should take advantage of COVID-19 pandemic to make these demands. According to Oxfam, among the Nigeria's population of 200 million, more than 57 million do not have access to safe water and over 130 million lack sanitation, as 10 million children out of school and 112 million live in extreme poverty with less than $1.90 a day.
They are helpless and they look hopeless, and nobody seems to be doing anything about it. And Oxfam is partnering the state government to see how these young men and women will be trained in digital economy. That is where the tomorrow of the economy is. If you look at the wealthiest people in the world now, they are mostly in the tech industry, mostly in the automobile industry. Why can't we enable these our young men and women to do the same? So Oxfam is working with them to see how they can contribute their digital sense, their digital wherewithal to the building of this economy. And not only that, helping them to set up small and medium enterprises where they will be engaged and they will be able to engage other young people like them.
The organization promised to support Nigeria in terms of policy formulation and advocacy to make it a great one. Now, as another farming season draws nearer, farmers in Lagos State say they are confident of achieving improved yields in yam production considering the hybrid variety of yam seed distributed to them by the National Emergency Management Agency, NEMA, through the federal government's agricultural input intervention. Ilyasu Yakubu reports that about 2,000 farmers benefited from the exercise.
In view of the topography of Lagos State, as it is surrounded by river and ocean, with more concentration in other businesses than farming, one would have expressed doubt if there can be any substantial production of agricultural yields. But with the number of farmers that flooded the yam seed distribution center from the 8 local government areas affected by the 2020 floods, the earlier assumption may no longer hold waters. The farmers say if this commendable initiative of the federal government can be sustained, the hike in prices of foodstuff will soon crash.
We are so happy, and we are grateful to the federal government for responding to the cries of farmers.
In fact, this is what we need now. When the government can assist the farmers, they are already assisting the nation. With stuffs like this, with gestures like this from government, it will bring down the price of food without direct government intervention using money.
Oh, this is a wonderful gesture. We are really, really happy about it.
We made sure everybody had something to go home with, especially those who have large-scale farms.
Physically challenged farmers Adesanya Ashekun and Salami Kazim also joined the League of Young Farmers in Lagos State, hoping to achieve bumper harvest.
At least by having this one, after the outcome, it will make me to get more of it.
Would this sustain efforts of the federal government in deploying agricultural inputs intervention to farmers across the country? Key players say Nigeria will soon attain the global status of agricultural hub in the world. From Lagos, Ilyasu Yakubu, NTA News.
The critical role good nutrition plays in actualizing human capital development agenda in Nigeria prompted the civil society scaling up nutrition of Nigeria to sensitize the media on its targets project. Partnership for Improving Nigeria Nutrition Systems tagged PINS2, which aims to reset Nigeria's existing nutrition structure. Uche Ugochukwu reports.
With the target to ensure 20 million children in Nigeria are free from stunting by 2030, PINS 2, which is an extension of PINS 1, is geared towards raising Nigeria from its position as the country with the second highest number of stunted children in the world.
Project will strengthen nutrition governance systems, improve nutrition data management, improve funding for nutrition, and strengthen civil society alliances in Nigeria and African countries.
This, the organization believes, requires the involvement of policymakers, implementers, and the media.
Nigeria is not where it's supposed to be in terms of human capital development. If I give you an idea in terms of the productivity level, right now it's about 36%.
The challenge the media has in this part of the country is the unwillingness, more often than not, of government officials to speak to issues.
The 3-year program on nutrition is already being implemented in 5 states, comprising Kaduna, Kano, Nasarawa, Niger, and Lagos. Uche Ugochukwu, NTA News.
The Office of the Attorney General of the Federation and Minister of Justice says it has received an extradition request in respect of Deputy Commissioner of Police Abba Kyari. In a statement, the Special Assistant to the Minister of Justice and Media and Public Relations, Umar Jibrilu Gwandu, said extradition is a process that involves multifaceted components which are usually multi-territorial, international, local, and judicial. He says submission of requests from the concerned party to the relevant authorities constitutes one of such components. After thorough studies and reviews of issues regarding the application and components, the Office of the Attorney General of the Federation and Minister of Justice will process the application and forward same to the relevant authorities for further necessary action. It's time for another break on NTA International News. We'll be back with more stories. Stay with us.
Experience unlimited superfast internet access from Entel 4G. Entel. Live more.
And now to more news of a police legal defense team in the ongoing independent investigative panel on human rights violations by the defunct SARS failed to appear before the panel sitting in Abuja to answer various allegations bordering on extrajudicial killing, inhuman and degrading treatment, and enforced disappearance of persons in custody. Judicial correspondent Vera Chuoba reported that the panel, however, heard some of the petitions.
Getting police officers who are respondents in the ongoing independent investigation panel on human rights violations by the defunct SARS to appear before it has been a major setback for members of the panel working to beat the deadline for conclusion.
We really have been trying to know what is the problem. We've tried to reach out to the force authorities, and they are looking into it as well. And then we need to dispense justice, whether it's justice for the petitioner or justice for the respondents.
The panel had at various times frowned at the police inability to produce officers linked with alleged offenses. Gaba Tetenge SAN, who stood in for the chairman of the panel, regretted the action of the police legal team, but went on to hear the petitions of Charles Obu, who pleaded for the release of the corpse of late Chibuike Monkaro, killed by the police in Imo State for burial. The panel also heard the complaint of Ismaila Merungu, who told the panel that his two brothers, Inspector Danjuma Yakubu and Ibrahim Daniel, are currently missing in police custody. Petitioners could not be cross-examined following absence of defense. In Abuja, Viera Chimoba, NTA News.
An High Court in Osogbo has remanded Prince Rahman Adedoyin, the owner of Hilton Hotel, Ilefe, and 6 others in Ilesha Custodial Center till next hearing on Friday. Prince Adedoyin and 6 others have been arraigned this Thursday before the High Court over an alleged involvement in the murder of a master's student of Obafemi Awolowo University, Timothy Adegoke. Joshua Okunjide reports.
Ramon Adedoyin, who is facing trial alongside 6 others for an 11-count charge bordering on unlawful murder, attempted felony, conspiracy and unlawful interference with a dead body, altering and intent to destroy evidence, as well as conspiracy in administering extrajudicial oath, pleaded not guilty to all the charges. Aside Dr. Ramon Adedoyin, other defendants are Magdalene Chifuna, Adeniyi Adurogba, Oluwole Lawrence, Oyetunde Kazim, Adebayo Kunle, and Adedeji Adeshola. The lead prosecution counsel of Mosun had told the court that the defendants between November 5 and 7, 2021 conspired to kill and eventually killed one Timothy Adegoke at Hilton Hotel Ileife with a view to covering up the killing, and paid the court to remand the defendants in custodial center. The counsels to the 6 other defendants had applied for bail, while the bail application by the 7th defendant is delayed. The presiding and chief judge of Osun, Justice Adepele Ojo, overruled the bail application by the defense counsel until the application of the 7th defendant is officially received, and ordered that the defendants be remanded in Ilesha Custodial Center. Justice Ojo, however, adjourned the case till Friday, 4th of March 2022 for continuation of hearing on bail application, while trial commences next week. Recall the defendants were previously arraigned before a federal high court in Abuja before the counsel to the family of the deceased Femi Falana wrote to the Inspector General of Police, Usman Baba, asking that the matter be returned to Osun, where the crime was committed. In Osogbo, Joshua Oguchide, NT News.
Still from the judiciary, the reasonings in the Supreme Court's judgment in the case of Joseph Nwobike versus federal governments of Nigeria have made their verdict a landmark judgment with decisive decisions. One of the reasonings is that the Economic and Financial Crimes Commission, EFCC, does not have unlimited prosecutory powers on every crime. In this special report, Judiciary correspondent Dele Atumbi takes a look at the impact of the reasonings in the case on the powers of EFCC to investigate and prosecute crimes.
In this matter, which commenced in 2016 at the High Court of Lagos State, the defendant Joseph Nwobike, a senior advocate of Nigeria, was alleged of an attempt to pervert the course of justice. This allegation was brought by the EFCC pursuant to Section 97, subsection 3 of the Criminal Law of Lagos State. After 2 amendments of the count charge, the trial court convicted and sentenced the defendant to 1 month imprisonment. Unsatisfied with this verdict predicated under a section of the law that prescribed no punishment, the convict appealed the judgment, and the Court of Appeal upheld the decision of the trial court. Upon the appellant appeal to the Supreme Court, Section 46 of the EFCC Act, which is its interpretation section, came under serious scrutiny. The first issue, which was resolved in favor of the appellant, was, could an attempt to pervert the course of justice be an economic crime? The 5-man panel of justices led by Justice Olukayode Aruwola affirmed that not every crime is a financial crime, in line with Section 46 of the EFCC Act.
The Supreme Court came to the decision or conclusion that it is not every offense that is a financial and economic crime, and that the offense for which Nwobike was charged under Section 97 or so of the Criminal Code of Lagos State, that is attempt to pervert the course of justice, is not an economic and a financial crime, and therefore EFCC lacks the power to investigate and prosecute for it.
And Supreme Court specifically said, interpreted Section 46 of the EFCC Act and said, look, your power is not to usurp the powers of the police and other security agencies. Your power is limited to this. Any outflow of money, illicit outflow of money from Nigeria abroad is where you are supposed to take care of. That is the limit of your power, the limit of your jurisdiction.
Unlike some erroneous commentaries on the reasonings in the verdict, this does not affect the prosecutory powers of the EFCC over state finances and other economic crimes.
The second one is the trial court in that case found that the offense did not prescribe punishment, the section. And having not prescribed any punishment and not been defined is unconstitutional. The FCC did not appeal against the point. And the Supreme Court said, well, having not appealed against it, that portion of the ruling stays and is extant. There is nothing they can do, which is the law.
If your act clearly states what you should investigate and what you should prosecute, and the issue of perverting course of justice is not contained therein in the FCC legislation, the Supreme Court have done very well by...
The legal practitioners affirmed that the reasonings in Joseph Nwobike versus Federal Republic of Nigeria have limited ratio which cannot be expanded beyond these and have not limited the prosecutory powers of EFCC over economic and financial crimes within the country. In Abuja, Dele Atumbi, NTA News.
And away from the judiciary, Nigerians have been advised to shun all forms of hate speech against individuals and political leaders in the country, but rather focus on promoting peace and unity as this is non-negotiable. This formed part of discussions of the closing of a two-day workshop on broadcast ecology and politics in Nigeria, organized by the National Broadcasting Commission, NBC. Diana Hajale reports.
Considering the crucial role of the fourth estate of the realm at all times, it is imperative that measures to ensure free and fair elections are put in place. This stakeholders workshop within the media space, organized by the National Broadcasting Commission, NBC, seek to sensitize media practitioners to adhere strictly to the ethics of the profession and imbibe the culture of quality evidence-based reportage. Issues raised include voters' education, hate speech, proper research about particular story before it's being disseminated to the public, among others.
Anything that is meant to incite, provoke, or trying as much as possible to make another person or group or race to be a subject of ridicule, we should try in as much as possible to guide against it.
This workshop, which ended, showed that broadcasters in Nigeria are very, very serious about curtailing hate speech and dangerous broadcasts, and the resolutions are very explicit.
The NBC is providing a platform for all of us to come together and talk about, the way forward, how to deal with the issues of fake news, which is very dangerous to the society.
For the National Broadcasting Commission boss, there is no better time to engage the media operators than now.
What we are trying to achieve is to bring all media houses together and let us discuss about the election that is coming very soon, so that we do whatever we are supposed to do. We operate within the ambit of the law.
After a fruitful deliberation, participants were able to come up with a comprehensive definition of hate speech that is expected to guide legislative discussion on a proposed law against hate speech. In Lagos, Diana Ajale, NTA News.
Check on Friday's weather prospect for Nigeria and some other cities of the world. That concludes the news this time on NTA International. Thanks a lot for watching, and remember, NTA is still in a fight against rape and rapists. Be a star and play your role. See you again at 4 a.m.
You can watch NTA International live on your TV, computer, iPad, tablet, and phone. Log on to visiontv.co.uk and click on Entertainment, then NTAI. You can also download the iOS or Android app on your mobile devices to watch NTA International on the go, anywhere in the world. NTA International, your window to the world.
As the 2023 elections draw near, remember, evil prospers when good men and women only wish for peace, but never take a step to make peaceful elections happen. Are you a father? Are you a mother? What are you saying to your children as elections approach? Have you warned them not to let themselves be used to cause violence? Have you explained to them what the consequences of electoral violence might be? Do your part to make peaceful elections happen. Talk to your children. Protect them from unscrupulous politicians who want to put them in harm's way, while their own children are comfortable at home, within, and outside the country. Let's join hands to make 2023 elections peaceful. This message is from the National Orientation Agency, NOAA.
Though often overshadowed by its Egyptian neighbors to the north, the Kingdom of Kush stood as a regional power in Africa for over 1,000 years. This ancient Nubian empire reached its peak in the 2nd millennium BC, when it ruled over a vast swath of territory along the Nile River in what is now Sudan. Almost all that is known about Kush comes from Egyptian sources, which indicated that it was an economic center that operated a lucrative market in ivory, incense, iron, and especially gold. The kingdom was both a trading partner and a military rival of Egypt. It even ruled Egypt as the 25th dynasty, and it adopted many of its neighbors' customs. The Kushites worshipped some of the Egyptian gods, mummified their dead, and built their own types of pyramids. The area surrounding the ancient Kushite capital of Meroe is now home to the ruins of over 200 pyramids, more than what is obtainable in Egypt. The Kingdom of Kush persisted as a major regional power until the 4th century AD, when it weakened and disintegrated from internal rebellion amid worsening climatic conditions. Meroe was captured and destroyed by the Kingdom of Aksum, marking the end of the kingdom and its dissolution into the 3 polities of Nobatia, Makuria, and Elodia. Archaeological discoveries since the late 20th century have revealed Kush to be an advanced civilization in its own right. The Kushites had their own unique language and script, maintained a complex economy based on trade and industry, mastered archery, and developed a complex urban society with uniquely high levels of female participation in governance.
This is the network service of the NTA.
My name is Honorable Lawrence Babatunde Ayeni. I represent the good people of Ilesha West, Ilesha East, Atakumosa West, Atakumosa East, Osun State. I'd like to say the leave of my honorable colleague, the House, under order of the House 8 Rule 4, to enable me make a motion as urgent importance needs to end killings of innocent citizens by suspected cultists in Ijesha land, which has started almost 4 weeks ago. And we've lost almost 24 citizens of my constituency. So I would like the House to support me so that I'll be able to make the motion.
Is it an ongoing thing? It's been going on for a week, you said?
Yes.
And it has not stopped?
It has not stopped. Yesterday, almost 8 were killed before this month.
So that's what makes it urgent public importance, because it's a one-time thing that happened and you want to, and we'll put that on notice. So it's an ongoing thing. Honorable Benson, can you second, please?
I remain Honorable Babajimi Benson. I represent the good people of the Ikorodu Federal Constituency. I rise to second this motion, ably moved by my good friend. I still second, Mr. Speaker.
Those against me say nay. The ayes have it.
Ilesha West, Ilesha East, Atakumosa West, Atakumosa East, Osun State. I rise to make an urgent important motion on urgent needs to end killings of innocent citizens by suspected cultists in Ijesha land. The House knows that Atakumosa East, Atakumosa West, Ilesha East, and Ilesha West Federal Constituency, Osun State, has been the most peaceful localities in the southwest region of the country. Regrettably, noted that the inglorious activities of suspected members of the yet-to-be-identified cultist group has over the past 3 months embarked on merciless murder of unsuspecting residents in the area. Observe that on the 7th February 2022, members of the dreadful cultist group in broad daylight killed 5 persons, while those who were burnt by stray bullets and sustained various degrees of injury were taken to Wesley Hospital located in Ilesha East for medical treatment. Concerned that barely 2 weeks after, especially 19 February 2022, which was the day for the All Progressive Congress party primary, a group of political thugs who drove in a branded vehicle of a certain political party invaded the venue of the party primary
an unleashed attack on the voters and succeeded in killing one person before they escaped from the incident. But the security agencies pursued them and recovered the vehicle used for the operation, where they abandoned it and was towed to Ayeso police station. Aware that there was another massacre carried out on Monday, 21st February 2022 in Irojo area in Ilesha East, during which 7 persons were killed by the suspected cultists around 7:30 p.m. Barely an hour of a peace meeting by some community leaders and the Osun State Commissioner for Police. Worried, residents of the area can no longer sleep with their 2 eyes closed at night, not able to go about their lawful business during the day time as a result of these life-threatening incidents. Displeased that ungleed incidents, if not nipped in the bud, may cause breakdown of law and order as well as escalate to other parts of the state. I resolve to all the Inspector General of Police, Director General of State Security, and other security agencies to intervene by deploying the officers to the affected area in the verge to return normalcy and restore peace and order. Second, mandate the Joint Committee on Defense, Police, and Army to intervene with the relevant authorities with a view to save lives and properties. 3, mandate the police and DSS to run an investigation on the recovered abandoned branded vehicle. And lastly, to mandate the Committee on Legislative Compliance to ensure compliance to my motion. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Straightforward about the killings, urgent. Your prayers are that the IG and will get involved. Okay, so those in support, please say aye. Those against, please say nay. Ayes have it.
Among motions adopted is the need for authorities to deploy fighter jets to parts of Kebbi State to combat kidnappers and bandits in their hideouts.
And I represent the people of Zuru, Fakai, Danko, Sagu, and Sakaba Federal Constituency of Kebbi State. Mr. Speaker, I rise under Order 8 Rule 4 to present a matter of urgent public importance on the urgent need to deploy new strategies to address local government areas of Kebbi State.
Adede Stanley Olajide. I represent the people of Ibadan, Northwest, Southwest Federal Constituency of Oyo State. I rise to second the motion as moved by my colleague. I so second, Mr. Speaker.
It's urgent enough to take now. Please say aye. Those against, please say nay. Ayes have it. Honorable Tukura, move your motion.
Banditry-related crimes in Danko, Sagu, and Sakaba local government areas of Kebbi State. The House will note that it is no longer news that bandits are moving in hundreds from village to village, house to house, in Danko, Sagu, and Sakaba local government of Kebbi State, in search of cattle to rustle, innocent civilians to kidnap, foodstuff to set ablaze, and women to rape. Further note that it is no longer news that at intervals, the armed forces, together with the support of vigilantes across the local government areas, provide defensive mechanisms in combating the operations of the criminals in the affected areas. In so many operations, the armed forces and the vigilantes against the bandits' activities have received heavy casualties of the combatants have been recorded. Aware that these bandits now conduct their criminal activities in broad daylight, riding on motorbikes with not less than 2 to 3 criminals per bike, carrying sophisticated guns and ammunition. Further aware that recently, the bandits have taken over control of Erkuka, Moray, Dankade, within Waja district of the Wasagu Chiefdom. Furthermore, in Bena district, over 100 people were abducted, and in Bena and Don Umaru, Tumburuku, Mayerere, and Ayu. Specifically in Ayu, the residents were forced to flee to Wasagu and Bena areas. Worried that on the 19th of February 2022, the bandits in hundreds passed through Waje, Sabonlai, Zutu, and Kongon Wasagu, where they killed so many people and rustled over 1,000 cows. This incident has therefore increased the number of IDPs in Waje, Riba, and Kenya, and Wasagu, all in Danko Wasagu local government. They stopped at the good people of Doka, Ganyale, More, Katare, Banku Mutare, Bawada, Tungar Dangula, Tungar Galla, Gimi, Zagami, Kahalmo, and Chidubuku, all under Waje district in Wasagu chiefdom of the Nkosa Guluka have fled to different destinations in search of their safety. Further, they stopped that in Sakaba, the bandits have taken over Dankolo, Makuku, Sakaba, Jambirni, and Kurmi Hodo towns and villages. In another sad story, on the 10th of February, the bandits displaced the residents of Ungwangwadi, Agali, and Mazarko. They killed many and kidnapped about 80 people. The residents in these areas are currently in IDP camps in Dir and Daji. It's regrettable that the current strategy for combating the security challenge is not enough to surmount the challenges. Hence, there is serious need to deploy massively all law enforcement agencies to conduct a rigorous operation that will bring to an end to the banditry and cattle rustling at the affected local government areas. And for the Air Force to deploy Super Tucano to combat all the bandits and their camps. Concerned that the peace-loving residents of the affected areas are homeless and economically worthless, the number of widows and widowers are increasing. Their children cannot go to school, farmers do not have access to their farmlands, the local markets cannot be operated. That I urge this Honorable House to resolve to urgently call on the President and Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces to deploy massively all the law enforcement agencies to conduct a rigorous operation that will bring an end to the banditry and cattle rustling in the affected local government areas. Direct the Air Force to deploy Suka to Kano to bombard all the bandits and their camps, which are all known. Direct the Chief of Defense Staff and Inspector General of Police to, as a matter of urgency, set up commands in the affected areas. Direct the National Emergency Management Agency to provide relief materials such as clothes, blankets, food, and shelter to victims of the affected areas. And that this Honorable House do observe a 1-minute silence in honor of the departed souls. Thank you, Mr. Speaker and honorable colleagues.
Members, the first business of the day is presentation of 12 bills, and I invite the clerk to read their short title.
Bill of Rights Establishment Bill 2022, first reading. Weapons Handling Regulation Bill 2022, first reading. National Amnesty Commission Establishment Bill 2022, first reading. Federal University of Environmental Sciences, a Fund Osun State Establishment Bill 2022, first reading. Secondary Education Trust Fund Establishment Bill 2022, first reading. Federal Institute of Biomedical and Laboratory Technology FRUM Bill 2022, first reading. Alva Nikoku Federal University of Education Owerri Establishment Bill 2022, first reading. Alva Nikoku Federal University of Education Owerri Establishment Bill 2022, first reading. Environmental Research Council of Nigeria Establishment Bill 2022, first reading. National Groundnut Production, Processing and Research Institute, Wuno, Sokoto State Establishment Bill 2022, first reading. Federal Medical Center, Dadenkawa, Kano State Establishment Bill 2022, first reading. National Center for Research and Production of Snake Vaccines, Establishment Bill, ETC Bill 2022, first reading.
General principles of a bill for an act to amend the Nigerian Legion Act, Cap N119, Laws of the Federation of Nigeria 2004, to establish and include certain functions of the Corps of the Nigerian Commissioners on proper care, good health, and welfare of the Nigerian Legion, and for related matters, standing in the name of Honorable Patrick Nathan Ifon. Honorable members will recall that the bill was read the first time on Thursday, 15 July 2021, and I invite Honorable Ifon to move that the bill be now read a second time. Honorable Ifon, please go ahead.
Mr. Speaker, honorable colleagues, my name is Patrick Ifon. I represent all the people from Eket, Esreket, people on the Anam Federal constituency in Akwa Ibom State. Honorable Speaker, I raise a motion for the second reading of a bill for an act to amend the Nigerian Legion Act, Cap 9119, Laws of the Federation of Nigeria, 2004, to establish and include certain functions of the Corps of the Nigerian Commissioners for proper care, good health, and welfare of the Nigerian Legion and for related matters. I so move.
Ameja Hababawa is my name. I represent Chibok Dambogo, the Federal Constituency, and as a son of a retired Army officer, I rise to second a motion ably moved by a senior colleague for a bill for an act to amend the Nigerian Legion. I so second. Thank you.
Act to amend the Nigerian Legion Act, Cap N119, Laws of the Federation of Nigeria 2004, to establish and include certain functions of the Corps of the Nigerian Commissioners for proper care, good health, and welfare of the Nigerian Legion, and for related matters. Second reading.
Pensing Committee, Defense. Commencement of debate on the general principles of a bill for an act to establish Unclaimed Financial Assets Commission, and for related matters, in the name of Honorable Ademore Kuye. Honorable members will recall that the bill was read the first time on Thursday, 6 July 2021, and I invite Honorable Kuye to move that the bill be read a second time.
My name remains Ademore Aliu Kuye. I represent the good people of Shomolu Federal Constituency, and I'm from Lagos State. I rise to move for a bill for an act to establish Unclaimed Financial Assets Commission and for related matters, HB 1477, for second reading, sir. I so move, sir.
We'll vote for this bill, an act to establish the Unclaimed Financial Assets Commission for related matters, HB 1477. Voting starts now. So the ayes have it. Clerk, long title, please.
Honorable Speaker, honorable members, a bill for an act to establish Unclaimed Financial Assets Commission and for related matters. Second reading.
The bill is referred to the Committee on Finance. The third order of the day is commencement of debate on the general principles of a bill for an act to establish a Federal Medical Center, Zuru, Kebbi State, saddled with the responsibility of providing secondary and tertiary medical services for all kinds of medical challenges to all categories of Nigerians and for related matters, standing in the name of Honorable Kabiru Tukura. Honorable members will recall that the bill was read the first time on Tuesday, 20th of October 2020, and I invite Honorable Tukura to move that the bill be read a second time.
Mr. Speaker, honorable colleagues, this is a bill for an act that seeks to establish the Federal Medical Center, Zuru. The center will be saddled with the responsibility of providing secondary and tertiary medical services for all kinds of medical challenges to all categories of Nigerians. Before I proceed, Mr. Speaker, honorable colleagues, permit me to provide you with a brief background of the bill. In Nigeria, primary health care is to be provided by local government.
But I think somebody needs to second your... Honorable Tukura, do you really want to lead the debate? Because it's an establishment bill, yes, and it's pretty straightforward. You just want to... Okay, go ahead.
It's straightforward. It's straightforward, no problem.
Straightforward, yeah. It's an establishment bill. Let's just put the question. Are we ready to vote? Voting starts now. End of voting. Ayes have it with 67 votes. Clerk.
Honorable Speaker, honorable members, a bill for an act to establish Federal Medical Center, Zuru, Kebbi State, saddled with the responsibility of providing secondary and tertiary medical services for all kinds of medical challenges to all categories of Nigerians and for related matters. Second reading.
This bill is referred to the Committee on Health Institutions. Commencement of debate on the general principles of a bill for an act to amend the Orthopedic Hospitals Management Board Act, Cap 010, Laws of the Federation of Nigeria 2004, to establish the National Orthopedic Hospital, Okun, Edo State, and for related matters, standing in the name of Honorable Dennis Idahosa. Honorable members will recall that the bill was read the first time on Tuesday, 5th October 2021, and I invite Honorable Idahosa to move that the bill be now read the second time.
My name is Dennis Idahosa. I rise to move that a bill for an act to amend the Orthopedic Hospital Management Board Act to establish the National Orthopedic Hospital, Okun, in Edo State.
I'm Honorable Aisha Tidiburi Duku, Gimbiar Duku, member representing Dukuna for the federal constituency. I come from Gombe State. I rise to second the motion for a bill for an act to amend the Orthopedic Hospital Management Board Act to establish the National Orthopedic Hospital, as moved by Honorable Idahosa. I so second.
I hereby move a motion on the need to investigate the duplication of functions of agencies of the federal government. The House notes that Section 153, subsection 1 of the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, 1999, as amended, empowers the National Assembly to repeal obsolete laws and enact new ones for the good governance of the Federation. Aware that Nigeria has been gaining on the World Index of Ease of Doing Business, EDB, rising from the 145th position in 2019 to 131st position in 2020. Hence, there is need to consolidate on this improvement. Worried that with the existence of about 1,484 agencies, departments, boards, parastatals, and corporations in the country, with the attendant duplication of functions and class of interest, there is likelihood of the latest World Bank annual ratings to slide considerably. Blips in the need for taking a review of functions of all government agencies resolves to set up ad hoc committee to investigate duplication of duties, overlapping functions, and counterproductivity of established agencies, departments, boards, parastatals, and corporations in the country. Ascertain root cause analysis of the regular bickering among some established agencies, departments, boards, parastatals, and corporations in the country. Establish areas of mergers, synergies, and justification of the existence of some established agencies, departments, boards, parastatals, and corporations which are no longer needed in the country, and report back within 6 weeks for further legislative action. I so move.
I rise to second the motion as heavily moved by the Chief Whip. I so second.
Fellow colleagues, my attention is being brought to this particular motion by Honorable Bagos, that there was a time they presented the motion, but you asked them to step down because there is a report, and he's confirming to me that there's a report even on the motion.
That is?
The motion was taken.
Was taken?
Yes, sir.
Okay, Chief, maybe we'll step it down.
Already laid before the House. I think there is no need for this motion to stand now. So we better step it down for the Rules and Business Committee to investigate the status of the report that is already before the House.
Because of the enormity and then the importance of this particular motion, for me it's very right. We need to streamline some of the function of some of our agencies. We may proceed after viewing the report, sir, before consideration, proceed to put up a small committee to look at it as to whether it will capture the interest of what is trying to be. It depends on what has been addressed in the report, so that we'll do a once-off job than rather coming to be faced with another assignment, sir.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay.
Mr. Speaker, honorable members, I rise at this very critical period of our proceedings today to seek the leave of the Honorable Speaker and by extension the leave of this Honorable House to allow the mother of the first family and by extension the mother of the nation, Hajia Aisha Buhari, who is in the National Assembly today, to observe our proceedings. Mr. Speaker, honorable members, it is my belief that if this is granted, it will continue to help and provide for the already existing seamless relationship between the executive and the legislative arm of government. I want to respectfully seek the leave of the House to please allow us suspend the rules of this House to admit her on the floor of the House. Thank you, and God bless you.
Bill seeking space for more women in decision-making attracted an entourage of Nigeria's First Lady Aisha Buhari to witness the laying of the report.
First Lady is here in a capacity as the First Lady and as a woman to support and show her support for the women folk, and particularly in the area of constitutional amendment in certain areas that would inure to the benefit of our women. We have some provisions in the amendment to the Constitution which practically every woman in Nigeria is excited about. And she has come basically just to lend her support. Madam First Lady, we thank you for all that you've been doing. None has gone unnoticed. We are not unmindful of how you have used the weight of your office to support so many issues in Nigeria today, particularly, again, in this instance, those that promote the welfare of women. We thank you, and we pray that God will continue to guide you right. So we'll just go straight to the, what's your point about a minority leader?
One is a constitutional order, and the other one is our rules. Order 6, Rule 2 on privilege, and also Section 42 of our Constitution. Mr. Speaker, before now, I didn't know the reason why our mother, the mother of the nation, is here. But you have just eloquently explained the reason why she's here. Unfortunately, I'm a man. And she's the mother.
Very unfortunate.
And she's the mother of the nation, whether man or woman. But you stated that she's here because of the women. And that, in effect, affects the provision of Section 42 on the issue of discrimination. Because I would have expected that you would say that First Lady, the mother of the nation, is here purposely to stand by her children, whether male or female. So, Mr. Speaker, I will be wondering why Mr. President will leave us alone and allow First Lady to come for women alone. And we are now going to be intimidated, and the outcome of this alteration will be affected by the virtue of the fact that the mother of the nation is here with us. I am feeling intimidated, and that is why I have raised this point of order. I shall submit.
Thank you. Read your Section 42 in conjunction with Section 45. You cannot isolate Section 42 without reading the provision that allows us to do what we're doing. But let me just say this very quickly. You have just lost yourself in your constituency 70% of your votes that are coming. You have just lost that. You are ruled out of order. Honorable members, the second business of the day is presentation of 68 reports of the Special Ad Hoc Committee on the Review of the 1999 Constitution, standing in the name of Honorable Idris Ahmed. The reports are ready for presentation. Honorable Ahmed is invited to present the reports.
Ably led by the Sardana of Orano, respected colleagues, my bosses, I want to say a very warm afternoon, Mr. Speaker, respected colleagues. I rise to present the reports of the constitutional amendment. And before I do that, I would like to beg and give the indulgence of Mr. Speaker and respected colleagues. First, to appreciate Mr. Speaker for the very good support he has given to the committee, members of the committee for the very wonderful job they have done. The cooperation extended to us by our constituents and the nation at large, and I appreciate want to put it on record. Thank you very much, and this brings to the climax of this particular event, though not ending, because the constitutional amendment is a continuous process. What we have is just this other, while other work will continue in progress. Mr. Speaker, respected colleagues, I rise to move that the House do receive the report of the Special Ad hoc Committee on the review of the 1999 Constitution on a bill for an act to alter the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria to abrogate the state joint local government account and provide for a special account into which shall be paid all allocations due to local government councils from the federation account and from the government of the state and for related matters. And I would beg for indulgence to go all through the reports. I also rise to move that, Mr. Speaker, to move that the House do receive the report of the Special Ad hoc Committee to alter the 1999 Constitution to establish local government as a tier of government and guarantee their democratic existence, tenure, and for related matters. I also rise, Mr. Speaker, to move that the House will receive the report of the Ad hoc Committee to alter the 1997 Constitution to change the name of Apipo North, Apipo South, local government areas, and for related matters. Mr. Speaker, in the same vein, to move that the House will receive the report of the Ad hoc Committee to change the name of Quincy local government area and for related matters. The names of Ekbo North and Ekbo South local government areas and for related matters. Mr. Speaker, I also rise to move that the House receive the report to change the name of Barikiladi local government area and for related matters. Mr. Speaker, the House also to receive the report to correct the name of Apipo local government area and for related matters. The names of Obia, Apo local government area and for related matters. To provide for the financial independence and state of the State Houses Assembly and State Judiciary and for related matters. To compel persons to obey and comply with legislative summons and for related matters. To regulate the first session and inauguration of members-elect of the National and State House of Assembly and for related matters. Also, the report to institutionalize legislative bureaucracy in the Constitution and for related matters. Also, to receive the report of a bill for an act to provide for the procedure of passing a constitutional alteration bill where the President withheld assent and for related matters. And also the House to receive the report to provide for the procedure for overriding executive veto in respect of money bill and for related matters. Also, I move that the House will receive the report of the Constitutional Review to provide for the procedure of removing presiding officers of the legislature and for related matters. Mr. Speaker, respected colleagues, I also move that the House will receive the report to alter the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria to provide pension for presiding officers of the National Assembly and for related matters. Mr. Speaker, I also move that the House will receive the report of the Constitution, the Ad hoc Committee on Constitution of the review of the 1999 Constitution on a bill for act to provide the Constitution, the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria to establish the federal revenue courts and revenue courts of the state and for related matters. Mr. Speaker, respected colleagues, I also move that the House will receive the report to further strengthen the judiciary for the timely dispensation of justice and for related matters. Respected colleagues, I also move that the House will receive the report of the committee to provide for the timeline within which civil and criminal cases are heard and determined at trial and appellate courts in order to eliminate unnecessary delay in justice administration and delivery and for related matters. Respected colleagues, I also move that the House do receive the report of the Ad Committee to ensure uniformity in the retirement age and pension rights of judicial officers of the Superior Courts of Records and for related matters. Respected colleagues, I also move that the House do receive the report of the Ad Committee to delete the reference to the provisions of the Criminal Code, Penal Code, Criminal Procedure Act, Criminal Procedure Code, and or Evidence Act and for related matters. I also move that the House will receive the Ad Committee to alter the Constitution to exclude the period of intervening events in the composition of the time, in the competition of the time for determining pre-election petitions, and appeal therefrom and for related matters. Respected colleagues, I also move that the House will receive the report of that committee to alter the Constitution of Nigeria to allow courts of tribunal proceedings to be conducted remotely, virtually, online, or through any media platform or technological innovation and for related matters. Respected colleagues, I also urge the House to receive the report of the Ad Committee to expand the independence of the judicial the interpretation of the judicial officers to include courts of tribunals created by the Act of the National Assembly or State House Assembly and for related matters. Respected colleagues, I also urge the House to receive the report of the House to review the report of the Special Ad Hoc Committee on the review of 1999 Constitution on a bill for an act to alter the provision of the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria 1999 to provide for the post-court qualification of Secretary of the National Judicial Council and for related matters. Respected colleagues, I also urge the House to receive the report of the Ad Hoc Committee to alter the Constitution of Nigeria to provide to permit public servants to engage in healthcare, education, production, and services beyond farming and for related matters. Respected colleagues, I also urge the House to receive the report of that committee to impose the requirements of fair hearing in the process of recommendation for the removal of judicial officers by the State Judicial Service Commission and for related matters. Respected colleagues, that the House do receive the report of the Ad Hoc Committee on the review of 1999 Constitution on a bill for an act to alter the provision of the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria 1999 to include judges of the National Industrial Court in the composition of the electoral tribunal and for related matters. Respected colleagues, that the House do receive the report of the Special Ad Hoc Committee on the review of 1999 Constitution on a bill for an act to alter the provision of the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria 1999 to move airports from the exclusive legislative list to the concurrent legislative list and for related matters. That the House also do receive the report of the Special Ad Hoc Committee on the review of the 1999 Constitution on a bill for an act to alter the provision of the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria to move fingerprints, identification, and criminal records from the exclusive legislative list to the concurrent legislative list and for related matters. That the House also do receive the report of the Ad Hoc Committee to delete prisons in the exclusive legislative list and designate it as correctional services in the concurrent legislative list and for related matters. Mr. Speaker, respected colleagues, I also move that the House do receive the report of the Ad Hoc Committee on the 1999 Constitution on a bill for an act to alter the provisions of the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria 1999 to move railway from the exclusive legislative list to the concurrent legislative list and for related matters. That the House also do receive the report of the Ad Hoc Committee on the 1999 Constitution to allow states generate, transmit, distribute electricity in the area covered by the national grid and for related matters. Respected colleagues, I also move that the House will receive the report of the Ad Committee on the 1999 Constitution for a bill for an act to alter Part 1 of the second schedule of the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, 1999, to include value-added tax on the exclusive legislative list and for related matters. Respected colleagues, that the House also do receive the report of the Ad Hoc Committee on the review of 1999 Constitution on a bill for an act to alter the provision of the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, 1999, to provide for special seat for women in National and State House of Assembly and for related matters. That the House do receive the report of a special ad hoc committee on the review of the 1999 Constitution on a bill for an act to alter the provision of the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, 1999, to expand the scope of citizenship by registration and for related matters. Also, that I urge the House to receive the report of the special ad hoc committee on the review of the 1999 Constitution on a bill for an act to alter the provision of the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, 1999, to provide for affirmative action for women in political party administration and for related matters. That the House do receive the report of the Special Ad Hoc Committee on the review of 1999 Constitution on a bill for an act to alter the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, 1999, to provide for criteria for qualification to become an indigent of the state, of a state in Nigeria, and for related matters. Also, that the House will receive the report of the Special Ad Hoc Committee of the Special Ad Hoc Committee on the 1999 Review Constitution on a bill for an act to empower Revenue Mobilization Allocation and Fiscal Commission to enforce compliance with remittance of accruals into disbursements of the revenue from the Federation account and streamline the procedure for reviewing the revenue allocation formula and for related matters. Respected colleagues, that the House will receive the report of the Special Ad Hoc Committee to alter the Constitution of the Federation to enhance the independence of certain bodies and for related matters. That the House also do receive the Special Ad Hoc Committee report on the review of 1999 Constitution on a bill for an act to alter the provision of the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, 1999, to remove traditional lawmaking power, transitional lawmaking powers from the executive arms of government and for related matters. That the House will receive the report of the Special Ad Hoc Committee to review the 1999 Constitution on a bill for an act to alter the provisions of the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, 1999, to expand immunity to the legislative and judicial arms of government and for related matters. That the House will receive the report of the Ad Hoc Committee on the review of 1999 Constitution on a bill for an act to alter the provision of the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, 1999, to specify the time and within which executive shall present to the National Assembly any treaty between Federation and other country for enactment and for related matters. The 1999 Constitution on a bill for an act to alter the provision of the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, 1999, to specify the period within which President or the Governor of a state shall present the appropriation bill before the National Assembly or the State Houses Assembly and for related matters. That the House do receive the report of the Special Ad Hoc Committee on the review of 1999 Constitution on a bill for an act to alter the provision of the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, 1999, to require the President or Governor to submit the names of persons nominated as ministers or commissioners within 30 days of taking the oath of office for confirmation by the Senate or the State House Assembly and for later matters. That the House do receive the special report of the 1997 Constitution on a bill for an act to alter the third schedule of the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria to include presiding officers of the National Assembly in the membership of the National Security Council and for related matters. That the House do receive the report of the Special Ad hoc Committee of the review of 1999 Constitution on a bill for an act to alter the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria 1999 to establish Security Council and for related matters, State Security Council and for related matters. Mr. Speaker, respected colleagues, I also move that the House do receive the report of the Special Ad hoc Committee on the 1999 Constitution to empower the National Assembly and the State Assembly powers to summon the President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria or the Governor of the State to answer questions on issues on which the National Assembly or State Assembly have the powers to make laws and for later matters. Respected colleagues, that the House do receive the report of the Special Ad hoc Committee on the report of the 1999 Constitution on the bill for an act to alter the provision of the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria 1999 to reduce the period within which the President or the Governor of the State may authorize the withdrawal of monies from the Consolidated Revenue Fund in the absence of an Appropriation Act from 6 months to 3 months and for later matters. That the House do receive the report of the Special Ad hoc Committee on the review of 1999 Constitution on the bill for an act to alter the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria to replace the Consolidated Revenue Fund of the Federation with the Consolidated Revenue Fund of the Federal Government and for later matters. That the House do receive the report of the Special Ad hoc Committee on the review of 1999 Constitution on a bill for an act to establish the office of the Accountant General of the Federation of the Federal Government separate, on a bill for an act to establish the office of the Accountant General of the Federation separate from the office of the Accountant General of the Federation and for related matters. That the House do receive the report on the 1992 Special Ad hoc Committee to specify the time frame for the conduct of population census and for related matters. That the House do receive the report of the Special Ad hoc Committee on the review of 1999 Constitution on a bill for an act to establish the office of the Attorney General of the Federation and of the State separate from the office of Minister of Justice and Commissioner for Justice of the State in order to make the offices of the Attorney General independent and insulated from partisanship and for related matters. That the House do receive the report of the Special Ad hoc Committee on the review of 1999 Constitution on a bill for an act to alter the provisions of the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria to provide for the state of the nation and the state of the state addressed by the President and Governor and for related matters. Respected colleagues, Mr. Speaker, that the House do receive the report of the Special Ad hoc Committee on the review of 1999 Constitution on a bill for an act to alter the provision of the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria to include former heads of the National Assembly in the Council of State and for related matters. That the House do receive the report of the Special Ad hoc Committee on the review of 1999 Constitution on a bill for an act to provide for the to alter the provision of the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria 1999 to provide for the termination of tenure of certain elected officials on account of change of a political party and for related matters. That the House do receive the report of the Special Ad hoc Committee on the review of 1999 Constitution on a bill for an act to alter the provision of the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria 1999 to enhance existing provisions on the formation of political parties and for related matters. That the House do receive the report of the Special Ad hoc Committee on 1999 Constitution on a bill for an act to alter the provision of the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria to provide for the independent candidacy in presidential, governorship, National Assembly, State Assembly, and local government council elections and for related matters. That the House will receive the report of the ad hoc committee on the review of 1999 Constitution on a bill for an act to alter the provision of Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria 1999 to provide for diaspora voting and for related matters. That the House will receive the report of the special ad hoc committee on the review of 1999 Constitution on a bill for an act to alter the provision of Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria 1999 to provide for the office of the mayor for the Federal Capital Territory Administration, Abuja, and for related matters. That the House will receive the report of the Special Ad hoc Committee on the review of 1997 Constitution on a bill for an act to alter the provisions of the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria to provide for appointment of minister for an FCT and for related matters. That the House will receive the report of the Ad hoc Committee on the review of 1999 Constitution on the bill for an act to alter the provision of the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria 1999 to correct the error in the definition of boundary of the Federal Capital Territory, Abuja, and for related matters. Mr. Speaker, respected colleagues, that the House do receive the report of the Special Ad hoc Committee on the review of 1999 Constitution or the bill for an act to alter the provision of the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria 1999 to make free, compulsory, and basic education a fundamental right of all citizens under Chapter 4 of the 1999 Constitution and for related matters. That the House do receive the report of the Special Ad hoc Committee on the review of 1999 Constitution on a bill for an act to alter the provision of the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria 1999 to further define acts of that constitute torture, inhuman or degrading treatment, and for related matters. That the House do receive the report of the Special Ad hoc Committee on the review of 1999 Constitution on a bill for an act to alter the provisions of the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria 1999 to require the government to direct its policy towards ensuring rights to food and food security in Nigeria and for related matters. That the House will receive the report of the Special Ad hoc Committee on the review of the 1999 Constitution on a bill for an act to alter the provision of the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria to reflect the establishment of core functions of the Nigerian Security and Civil Defense Corps and for related matters. That the House will receive the report of the Special Ad hoc Committee on the review of 1999 Constitution on a bill for an act to alter the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria 1999 to establish the National and State Council of Traditional Rulers to advise the President and governors on matters relating to customs, security, and public order and for related matters. That the House will receive the report of the Special Ad hoc Committee on the review of 1999 Constitution on a bill for an act to alter the provision of the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria 1999 to provide reserved quota for women and for related matters. Mr. Speaker, respected colleagues, I want to thank you for the opportunity given to us to serve this very good job. Thank you for the cooperation. Thank you for everything. And I want to believe and assure the First Lady that the Speaker started the gender sensitive from the composition of the ad hoc committee by ensuring that every woman in the floor of the House belongs to the committee. And that's the first time we're having. Thank you very much. Thank you, sir.
Review Committee. It has 3 provisions that will affect women positively. I can assure you that every man here is a he for she, except for Honorable Elumelu, the minority leader. But then again, he's just one person. So I can assure you. But there's still a lot of work to be done yet. We're still in the process, and there's still a lot of lobbying to be done on both houses. And by God's grace, we'll get through this one. Honorable Linda.
that the Special Ad hoc Committee on the Review of the 1999 Constitution, that all the reports from number 1 to 68 be received by the House. I so second, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Motion to lay the constitutional report moved by the Deputy Speaker, Honorable Ahmed Idris, and seconded by Honorable Linda Ipeazu. Those in support, please say aye. Those against, please say nay. Ayes have it. Deputy Speaker, please lay the report. Thank you.
Take a bow first, and you go to the chair. Honorable Minister. Then the Minister of Women Affairs can go, and that's all. After Madam, Minister can go. Others you hold on, please. This is business of the women. Thank you so much. We talk. Honorable Goro, please. Honorable Goro, can you take your seat?
So, honorable colleagues, that brings me back again to repeat. Let us all be here on Wednesday to vote on these clauses. Everybody needs to be here. Otherwise, we will not get our 2/3. Honorable Elumelu, you are excused from sitting on Wednesday. You don't have to be here. The first order. Was it 6th? Sorry. Yeah. The sixth order of the day is a motion on urgent need to upgrade the standards of the Federal Fire Service to tackle incessant cases of fire outbreaks in Nigeria, standing in the name of Honorable Ganiyu Abiodun Johnson. Honorable Johnson is invited to move the motion.
I represent the good people of Oshodi, son of Federal Constituency 2. I'm from Lagos. I rise to move the motion on urgent need to upgrade the standards of the Federal Fire Service to tackle the incessant cases of fire outbreaks in Nigeria. The House knows that fire incidents constitute one of the calamities that often befall Nigerians, especially during the Harmattan season, making it easy for fire to spread at the slightest ignition or explosions caused by fuel-laden trucks. Also note that lives, properties, and businesses have been destroyed as a result of incessant fire outbreaks in the country. Aware that in Nigeria, the dry season is usually from November to March, which comes with an increased incidence of fire outbreaks due to the easy spread of fire during this period. Also aware that fire incidences occur occasionally during the rainy season as a result of explosions from fuel-laden trucks. Recall that on 7th January 2021, an explosion along Apapa-Oshodi Expressway damaged the ramp to the airport and caused huge loss to the nation's economy as it prevented people from accessing the airport. Also recall that on 22nd March 2021, properties worth millions of naira and over 60 shops were destroyed following a midnight fire outbreak at the Tudun Wada Market in Gusau in Zamfara State. Concerned that there have been numerous reports of fire incidences, which had destroyed businesses worth millions of naira, and the consequent job losses that ensued, not to mention loss of lives. Cognizant of the mandate of Federal Fire Service to save lives and property through firefighting, rescue operations, and rendering of other humanitarian services, the House resolves, 1, urge the federal government to commit more funds to the fire service and provide fire service stations in all these 774 local government areas in the Federation to meet up with their current challenges in combating fire outbreaks. 2, also urge the Federal Fire Service and other stakeholders in disaster management to intensify advocacy in the sector. 3, call on the National Emergency Management Agency, NEMA, to conduct sensitization campaigns to local government areas on the importance of setting up, funding and equipping their own emergency management agencies in order to localize disaster risk management practices in local communities. And finally, also mandate the committees on interior and emergency and disaster preparedness to ensure compliance. I so submit. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Urgently reopen the railway station in Ede in Osun State. The House notes that the railway station in Ede is one of the first railway stations in Nigeria which was constructed alongside those in Agege Station, Ibadan, Iwo, Osogbo, Ofa, Iloni, and so on. The House notes that Ede is a major trading center for cotton, palm produce, yam, cassava, okra, kola nut, and other agricultural produce in the southwestern part of Nigeria, as the inhabitants are predominantly farmers and traders. Further notes that being a major exportation point for agricultural products, a railway station was constructed in the town in 1906 with links to Lagos in the southwest and Unguru in the north. Aware that the railway station has facilitated trade, generated economic activities, and ultimately created jobs for the teeming unemployed youth of Ede and Osun State as a whole. Concerned that despite the huge population and economic activities in Ede and its environs, the Ede railway station has been closed down for about 1 year, allegedly as a result of lack of sanitary facilities and electricity. Also concerned that the closure is negatively impacting the people of Ede and its environs, as well as causing revenue loss to the Nigerian Railway Corporation and the country as a whole. Cognizant of the fact that the essence of reviving the railway station is to restore and expand economic activities in Nigeria, thus the closure of a viable railway station as the one in Ede may be inimical to the federal government's plan to expand the economy through the standard gauge rail line project. Worried that if nothing is done to reopen the Ede railway station, facilities worth several millions of naira, comprising of the ticket office, the platform for loading and unloading, among others, will deteriorate, thus causing huge revenue loss to the federal government of Nigeria. The House resolves to, 1, urge the Nigerian Railway Corporation to urgently reopen the Ede railway station in Osun State and put in place necessary facilities for the smooth running of the station. And 2, mandate the House Committee on Land Transport to ensure compliance. I so move, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Please say aye. Those against, please say nay. Ayes have it. 8th order of the day is a motion on the need to investigate the incidences of fake insurance certificates in Nigeria, standing in the name of Honorable Oluyemi Adewale Taiwo. Honorable Tawo is invited to move the motion.
Investigate the incidences of fake insurance certificates in Nigeria. The House notes that the Insurance Act 2003 mandates all motorists to have a minimum of third-party motor insurance policy in place. And that Section 68 of Act stipulates that no person shall use or cause or permit any other person to use a motor vehicle on a road unless a liability which he may thereby incur in respect of damage to the property of third party is insured with an insurer registered under this Act. He is also aware that the statutory laws of the country stipulate that no motorist should ply Nigeria road without having a genuine insurance certificate. However, most motorists have continued to show absolute disregard for the statutory requirements. He has also worried that the number of vehicles with fake certificates on Nigeria road has risen to 9.4 million, and the figure released by the Nigerian Insurance Association revealed that only 2.72 million vehicles on Nigeria road have valid insurance covers as at February 2021. I was also worried that the millions of vehicles, trucks, motorcycles plying Nigerian roads are not insured. The House hereby resolved to urge the insurance companies and brokerage to have operational offices in major cities of the country. The House also mandated the Committee on Insurance and Actual Matters to investigate the incidence of fake insurance certificates in Nigeria and report back within 6 weeks for further legislative action. I so move, Mr. Speaker. Thanks.
Those against say nay. Ayes have it. The 10th order of the day is the motion on need to develop the Idere Hill at Ibarapa Central local government area of Oyo State as an international tourist center standing in the name of Honorable Muraino Ajibola. Honorable Ajibola is invited to move the motion.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency, our Right Honorable Speaker, my honorable colleagues. I am Honorable Dr. Ajibola Muraina. I represent Ibarapa Central, Ibarapa North Federal Constituency. Mr. Speaker, my honorable colleagues, I'm from Oyo State. Mr. Speaker, my honorable colleagues, I have a motion, and with your kind permission, I am prepared to move on the need to develop Idere Hills at Ibarapa Central local government area of Oyo State as an international tourist center. The House notes that in 2019, the tourism industry contributed 10.4% of the global gross domestic product, GDP, which decreased to 5.5% in 2020 due to the restrictions placed on the global travels following the outbreak of COVID-19 pandemic. The House also notes that several African countries have developed thriving and sustainable tourism industries, as many may be seen in Morocco, where the tourism industry contributed 18% of the country's GDP in 2019. The House further notes that in 2019, the tourism industry contributed $1.5 billion to Nigeria's economy, which decreased due to outbreak of COVID-19 and the restrictions placed on international travels. The House is concerned that the Nigerian tourism industry remains relatively undeveloped, despite the uniqueness, richness, and diversity of Nigeria's tourism resources. The House believes that the tourism industry in Nigeria has the potential of contributing much more to the economy, provided that the federal government, the 36 state governments, and the Federal Capital Territory put in place measures to harness the potentials of the numerous natural tourist attractions that abound in the country. The House is aware that the hills situated in Ideri town in the Barakwa Central Local Government area of Oyo State, which is about 2 hours drive from Ibadan, is gradually emerging as a new tourism center as it has been attracting patronage from local and international tourists. The House is also aware that Ideri Hills is endowed with about 14 natural attractions, among which are a suspended lake, unexploited caves, beautiful topography, unusually shaped rocks, friendly weather, and a fortress, and is blessed with several historic artifacts and archaeological materials, which are yet to be studied and documented by the National Library and the National Museum. The House observes that the inhabitants of Ideri town and their adjoining settlements often organize annual carnivals, which attract visitors from all over the world, and the government of Oyo State has been promoting and developing Ideri Hills as an emerging and thriving international tourism center. The House is cognizant that if Ideri Hills is officially recognized and developed as an international tourism center, the benefits to the country will be enormous, including protection of the environment, preservation of natural resources, and conservation of wildlife, as well as preservation of the cultural heritage of the inhabitants, hence providing social, economic benefits for the host communities, or your state and the country as a whole. The House resolves, 1, to urge the federal government to officially declare Ideri Hills as an international tourism center in Nigeria, and develop it by providing good roads, lodging, hospitals, and ancillary services for the comfort of tourists and the inhabitants who may require them. 2, the House resolves to mandate the Committees on Culture and Tourism to ensure compliance and report back to the House within 4 weeks for further legislative action. Thank you, Your Excellency, the Right Honorable Speaker, and my honorable colleagues. I move in terms of my motion papers. I beg to move, sir.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to second the motion moved by Honorable Muraino Ajibola and also partly supported by Honorable Linda Bazu. I so second.
This is an infrastructure-related motion, so I'll put the question. Those in support, please say aye. Those against, please say nay. Ayes have it. The 11th order of the day is a motion on devastating fire disaster at Kauje Market in Bagodo local government, area of Kebbi State, standing in the name of Honorable Bello Kauje. Honorable Kauje is invited to move the motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, my respected colleagues. The motion is devastating fire disaster at Kauje Market in Bagodo local government area of Kebbi State. The House note that Kauje Market in Bagodo local government of Kebbi State is a market where many traders go big, and this novel traders market has existed in Kauje community for a very long time. Informed on Wednesday, 16 February 2022, a devastating fire outbreak occurred at the market, destroying over 100 shops, several resident houses, vehicle, tricycle, motorcycle, valuable worth millions of naira. Aware that as a result of the fire disaster, economic activities at the market has virtually been grounded, leaving the victim financially handicapped and emotionally and physiologically distressed, thus rendering the traders idle and are now roaming the street, developing a development that could lead in a social crisis. Recognize the effort of the government of Kebbi State and the local government council, which shown concern at the plight of the traders and visit the market. Concern that the remote and immediate cause of the fire outbreak are still unknown, and sustainable solution has not been prepared to prevent the further occurrence. Resolve to commiserate with the government of Kebbi State and visit the victim of fire disaster, while urging the National Emergency Management NEMA to send relief material to the victims.
mandate the Committee of Emergency and Disaster Preparedness to embark on fact-finding busy, identify the remote and immediate cause of the fire outbreak, and assess the level of damage caused with a view of preventing a future occurrence, and report back to House within 4 weeks. Mr. Speaker, I so move.
Honorable Ononuga.
Oriyomi Ononuga. I represent the fabulously united people of Ikene, Shagamu, Remo North. I am from Ogun State, and I rise to second the motion ably moved by Honorable Kauje. I so second, Mr. Speaker.
This is a disaster motion, so we'll just put the question. Those in support, please say aye. Those against, please say nay. Ayes have it. The 12th order of the day is consideration of a bill for an act to establish the Chartered Institute of Auctioneers of Nigeria. And for other matters, honorable members will recall that the bill was committed to the Committee of the Whole on Thursday, 27 February 2020. The leader will move for its consideration. Deputy Leader.
Mr. Speaker, my distinguished colleagues, I am Comrade Peter Ohiozojia Patterson, MNI, representing the great people of Akoko-Edo Federal Constituency. I'm from Edo State. Mr. Speaker, I move that a bill for an act to establish Chartered Institute of Auctioneers of Nigeria and for related matters, HB 702, be considered. Mr. Speaker, I so move.
Mr. Speaker, honorable colleagues, I move to second the motion ably moved by the Leader of the House that a bill for an act to establish the Chartered Institute of Auctioneers of Nigeria and for related matters, HB 702, be considered in the Committee of the Whole. I so second, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Mr. Speaker and my distinguished colleagues, once again, Comrade Peter Ohiozojia Patterson, MNI. I represent Akoko-Edo Federal Constituency. Mr. Speaker, I am from Edo State. I move that a bill for an act to establish Chartered Institute of Public Administration of Nigeria and for related matters, HB 329, be considered by the Committee of the Whole. Mr. Speaker, I so move.
Ably moved by the Leader of the House. I so second. Thank you.
Those against, say nay. Ayes have it. The 14th order of the day is consideration of report of the Committee on Environment on a bill for an act to amend Section 3 of the National Agency for the Great Green Wall Act by providing for the resignation of a council member by notice addressed to the minister, and that the notice shall take effect upon its being acknowledged by the minister. And for related matters, honorable members will recall that the report was laid on Wednesday, 30th of June 2021. Honorable Johnson Oguma will move for its consideration.
Egwahide Oguma, I represent Isako Federal Constituency. I am from Edo State. Mr. Speaker, I rise to move that for the consideration of the report of the Committee on Environment on a bill for an act to amend the Section 3 of the National Agency for Great Green Wall Act by providing for resignation of the council member by notice addressed to the minister, and that the notice shall take effect upon its being acknowledged by the minister and for related matters, and approve the recommendation therein. Mr. Speaker, I so move for its consideration.
Professor Julius Ihanvere, OON, representing the good people of Owan Federal Constituency. Mr. Speaker, from Edo State. I rise to second the motion ably moved by my brother and colleague, Honorable Johnson Egwahide Oguma. I so second.
Please say aye. Those against, please say nay. Ayes have it. 15th order of the day is consideration of report of the Committee on Tertiary Education and Services on a bill for an act to establish the Federal University of Sports, Abuja, Edo State, to make comprehensive provisions for its due management and administration and for related matters. Honorable members will recall that the report was laid on Thursday, 1st July 2021. Honorable Aminu Suleiman will move for its consideration.
My name is Comrade Aminu Suleiman. I represent Pagi Federal Constituency. Honorable Speaker, sir, I move that the House do consider the report of the Committee on Tertiary Education and Services on a bill for an act to establish Federal University of Sports, Abuja, Edo State, and to make comprehensive provisions for its due management and administration and for related matters, HB 628, and approve the recommendations therein. I move, Honorable Speaker, sir.
Honorable Babangida.
I rise to support the motion that as moved by Honorable Aminu Suleiman Garo for the consideration of the report. So moved.
The report was laid on Tuesday, 1st February 2022. Honorable Julius Nyonvere will move for its consideration.
I rise to move that the House do consider the report of the Committee on Basic Education and Services on the need to investigate the fire outbreak at the Federal Government College, Kefi, and approve the recommendations therein. Mr. Speaker, I so move.
My dear colleagues, Comrade Peter Ahoyazoje, practicing MNI, I move that this House do resolve to Committee of the Whole to consider reports. Mr. Speaker, I so move.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I remain Honorable Ndudi Godwin Elumbelu, and I represent the good people of Anyocho Shimiri Federal Constituency. I'm from Delta State. Birthday boy, not man. I rise to second the motion moved by the House Leader, Honorable Peter Apatase. I so second.
Those in support, please say aye. Those against, please say nay. House hereby resolves in the Committee of the Whole.
The rules for the benefit of the consumers of their services. So by the time this case through, we shall be providing the legislative framework, the legal framework for them to properly organize themselves and ensure that Nigerian people and every beneficiary of auctioneering activity gets the best. That is exactly what it is meant to do.
Thank you. 2 plus 3 plus 4 plus 4 plus 5 plus 6 plus 7 plus 8 plus 9 plus 10 11 12 13 plus 14 plus 15 16 17 18 19 plus 20 plus 21 plus 22 plus 23 for an act to establish a chartered institute of public administration of Nigeria to make provisions, among other things, for membership and control of profession of public administration and for related matters. I now invite the leader to give the Senate the report.
It seeks to professionalize one area that is so popular and so common in this country, but which has not enjoyed the level of recognition that similar professions do enjoy. Like you have the accountants, the engineers who have their CIPS, Chartered Institute of Accountants, and the rest of them. But this time around, this bill seeks to create that kind of framework to enable them organize and manage themselves and set standards for people who are coming in or people who are already in there, such that everybody who is participating in this field meets certain minimum standard and qualifies them to be known as professionals in that area. Mr. Chair, we have a lot of graduates of public administration in Nigeria who are not seen as professional in any way because it is not as organized like we have the accounting field and so on. So that is the lacuna that this bill seeks to address properly. So I seek the cooperation of our colleagues to expeditiously consider it.
Clause 1, 2, 3, 4,
plus 5 plus 6, 7 plus 8 plus 9 plus 10 plus 11 plus 12 plus 13 plus 14 plus 15 plus 16 plus 17 plus 19 plus 18, 19, 20, 21, 22. The schedules, explanatory memoranda, long title. Consider for an act to amend Section 3 of the National Agency for the Great Green Wall Establishment Act, Cap N2 Laws of Nigeria 2004 by adding subsection 3 immediately after Section 2, and the notice shall be after Section 2, thereby providing for the resignation of the council member by notice addressed by the minister, and the notice shall be taken effect from being acknowledged by the minister and for later matters. And I invite the only comrade, substantive.
The essence of this amendment bill, you have read it out, is to amend Section 3, Sub 2, and to add Sub 3 to make provision for the resignation of a council member. Then the other 6 is just an arrangement amendment, whereby we replace eradication to talk about amelioration and others. The major amendment is on Section 3. That's justice. Thank you, sir.
Plus 2, plus 3, so 30. Explanatory memoranda, long time.
Everything is architected and designed by the Almighty.
Someone who is a Christian is someone who lives a life of Jesus Christ. And the life of Jesus Christ is a life of sacrifice.
Yes.
Hello and welcome. It's time for another interesting package of
Everything Music.
Angelina, you dey cool in my temperature. If you call, I go come deliver.
This is Talking Movies.
In times of old, the world was full of wonder.
No!
Stop it! Welcoming you to your weekend for today.
Arise, oh compatriots. It's time to use our voice.
Beyond 6 packs.
Bills.
Pay the bills. Keep paying my telephone bills. Pay my bills.
Welcome to Gallery.
Me
Me and my parties.
London for what?
London for medicine.
Medicine for what?
Medicine for coffee.
Are you sickness?
To our illness. Welcome to Gist Zone.
All right, my name is the Eselucien Wego One. Ona nyokoko nyonyo.
This is the network service of the NTA.
Welcome to Health Options. Health Options is the program that not only tracks government policies on health, but helps you with the right information you need to make informed choices about your health. Thanks for joining us on the program. I am Rabi Abdullah. Universal health coverage is about ensuring all people and communities have access to quality health services where and when they need them without suffering financial hardship. Financial protection through public or private health insurance substantially reduces the amount that people pay directly for medical care. Yet, in some countries, the burden of the out-of-pocket spending can still create a barrier to healthcare access and use. Households that have difficulties paying medical bills may delay or forgo needed health care. Nigeria's out-of-pocket expenditure as a share of current health expenditure was 76.6% in 2018 and down to 77.2% in previous years. Universal healthcare means there is a healthcare system that prompts coverage to at least 90% of citizens. On this episode of Health Options, we beam our searchlight on Nigeria's efforts at achieving universal health coverage for its teeming populace, with the Executive Secretary, National Health Insurance Scheme, Professor Mohammed Nasir Sambo, as my guest. If you're just joining us, this is Health Options, and we're taking a look at Nigeria's efforts at achieving universal health coverage. And with me in the studio is the Executive Secretary of the National Health Insurance Scheme, Professor Mohammed Nasir Sambo. Thanks for coming on Health Options, Prof.
Thank you very much, Madam, for inviting me to this occasion.
Okay, the last time you were here, we discussed extensively, and we really like to know what had happened after that, because there were so many initiatives that you highlighted on the program then. Yes. It's all about making sure that the citizens get to spend on healthcare without thinking about the size of their pocket. How far have we gone from the last time?
What we have done were well known. Issue that has to do with, for the first time, NHS was trying to develop the 10-year strategic plan, which has been completed, which is now being implemented. Issue that has to do with our effort to embark on comprehensive digital transformation, whereby NHS business process will be fully automated. And I think in the last interview we made a mention that we have gotten Federal Executive Council to automate our business process, and that has been concluded. The infrastructure has been fully developed now and is about to be launched. This represents the third phase of our effort to digitalize the system. The next phase is to ensure that there is what we call interoperability, where you have a connection between the National Health Insurance Scheme and all the stakeholders.
I started from where I started because I'm aware of the low ebb where, for instance, in my intro, 76.6 in 2018. You highlighted a whole lot of initiatives that were going to be put in place to boost coverage. And I'm aware of the coding system, the issue of introducing medical doctors and all of that. And we know that those are existing practice, just like you mentioned. Bring us up to date, what difference that had made. Because at the mention of, health insurance or universal health coverage, we're looking at, the things I had to spend money on healthcare, if I had to access, I am spending less on that now. Is that the picture?
Yes, absolutely. You see, it's not, when you are talking about universal health coverage, you are not talking about one component. You are talking about three components, basically three components. There is what is called population coverage. One of the elements. Number two, service coverage. Number three, talking about cost coverage. And it is important to understand that it's not one agency that is working towards attainment of universal health coverage.
Can we limit it to your own component?
Yes, our own component is a supply side, is a demand side. National Health Insurance Scheme and health insurance at sub-national agencies are responsible for strategic purchasing. Strategic purchasing in the sense that how do you aggregate funds to purchase services on behalf of the people that are paying. So if you want to really know what we have done, progress from our last interview, you know that I told you that we have developed a gift ship program, which is a group, which is called Group Individual Family Social Health Insurance Program that will bring informal sector, which hitherto are not part of the arrangement of the National Health Insurance Scheme. So that program has been developed, and in fact it has been developed further to have different variants.
Is it operational?
It's operational.
It's operational.
Yes, so we have what we call gift ship for general population. We have gift ship for retirees population. We have gift ship for NYSC. We have just launched NYSC program, which is bringing about 360 youth corps members every year into the National Health Insurance Scheme. We thank Mr. President, President Muhammadu Buhari for not only approving the program for the NYSC people, but for even causing the release of the fund. So part of our achievement from what we have done. And secondly, if you go to every state now, if you go to our MCC, you will see per second the number of people that are coming to enroll into the gift ship program. So, and if you also look at what we have done in the Basic Healthcare Provision Fund, as of the last interview, we say that states have created their agencies. Now they are moving into enrollment, and people have started receiving care. If you have observed what is the trend of what happenings in the National Health Insurance Scheme in the last few months and weeks, is that of moving from one state to another to launch the program at the state level. Just last 2 weeks, we have launched the program in Abuja for Ogun State. We have launched, a week before then, we have launched a program in Adamawa. This is a component of the federal government support for expanding care through the Basic Healthcare Provision Fund. We have discussed what is Basic Healthcare Provision Fund. It's a program whereby 1% of the total consolidated revenue of the federal government is coming into the health system. Half of that money is coming to the National Health Insurance Scheme. National Health Insurance Scheme is remitting that money to the state health insurance agencies, who are in turn enrolling people and giving them access to care. You know, sometimes you, the media, you want absolute number. We are more concerned about putting structure that will bring the absolute number, which is more difficult, because when the structures are there, the numbers will just be coming, just like we have the gift ship program.
Yeah, but I thought with monitoring and evaluation, you know, comes data. So
yes.
If you have that.
Yes, like I said, the people are coming day in, day out. If I even give you data now, if I go out of this place, they will tell me that there has been increase.
Okay.
So just appreciate that structures are being put in place, and people are getting confidence that NHIS is reforming, and people are coming.
Okay.
Yeah.
What I wonder with gift ship means that be it informal or formal sector, more people can come.
Absolutely.
How aware are people out there? Because I know with the formal sector, an enrollee has his 4 dependents that is, you know, accessing services. One becomes maybe 18. He exits.
Absolutely.
At that point, he could either be going to the university or doing some other thing.
Yes.
On the other hand, a civil servant who had maybe put in 35 years in service or had clocked 60 is exiting. How aware are they that they could still be, you know, enjoying healthcare services without really, you know, thinking about the financial burden? What sort of platform do you have that creates that awareness, you know, that has sensitized people in that regard?
Yes, sir. This kind of program cannot be consumed without creating information, without education, without communication. And part of what we are doing here is part of what we are doing to inform and educate and communicate to Nigerians that such programs exist for not only the formal sector, but for people that have ability to pay. And this kind of forum is a forum that you will tell people that there is a program for of the federal government of Nigeria that is driven by the state. And apart from this sporadic meeting interview that we have, if you go to the National Health Insurance Scheme, you now see that we have a very comprehensive weekly program that we drive in the NTS station, and we have also radio station, and it's being rolled in different languages. And I know that we have we at the level of FRCN we have worked and we have developed a communication strategy to reach out to people in 4 critical languages. So we are promoting most of the program that we are doing, and at our state level, part of what we say we will do, we are to strengthen the state offices to be able to perform a deeper stewardship function in terms of marketing the gift ship program, meeting the traditional rulers, meeting the philanthropists, meeting people that can come into the gift ship program. So all these things all these strategies are going on at the same time. Okay. But you know, it is not supposed to come in a day or 2. It's a work in progress.
It's over time. Okay, so let's look at service delivery. Yes. I'm asking you this question because we've received complaints about quality of services of even the HMOs, especially this coding of a thing. You know, it could be frustrating for enrollees sometimes. Why are we having such bottlenecks? And what should enrollees be doing in the event that, you know, they feel shortchanged or something, or, you know, being treated shabbily?
Okay, I think one milestone problem of the National Health Insurance Scheme, there were no existing structures to receive those complaints, to process those complaints, and to be able to address the complaints. Okay. And these are some of the strategies that we are putting in place. For example, the enrollees will be going to the healthcare facilities to receive services, and there are defined services that is supposed to be covered by the National Health Insurance Scheme. There are defined range of drugs that are supposed to be covered. In our last interview, those information were not there. NHIS is developing list of essential drugs and services, and those services will be uploaded into our websites, and we will develop pamphlets to ensure that we disseminate them so that every enrollee that is under the National Health Insurance Scheme will study it, will know his right, will know his obligation, and it can even, because it is in our website, you can have it in your own handset, so that if you go to a healthcare facility and drug is prescribed to you and you are not able to get that drug, or somebody tells you that that drug is not part of the package, you just browse it and you see and you show them that, look, this drug is part of it. So that we have done. Now, how do we ensure that complaints are received and complaints are processed? And this is what we are working on. Part of our overarching digital transformation, there is what is called this call management center, whereby from wherever you are, if you have a complaint, you can call our toll-free number, and that call will get you linked to the MCC. That's our management center at Use, and from that it will be routed to the state where the call is emanating. So what we have developed now, we have sensitized all the healthcare providers, because we want to be more responsive in getting that in ensuring that our enrollees will not be receiving complaint. We have developed a very small, simple system. In every state, we have employed healthcare professionals, because I told you it's a structural issue. If there are no healthcare professionals in our state to be in the vanguard of looking at those complaints, there is no way we can resolve those complaints. And I told you that first and foremost, we need to have appropriate human resource who can be able to receive complaints and process those complaints. We have also tried to ensure that HMOs that were owing money from healthcare facilities have deployed it. We have gone far in ensuring that we have retrieved those monies, and we have put in a credible mechanism that will ensure that every quarter a reconciliation exercise is done, so that healthcare facilities will not be complaining that HMOs are owing them and therefore they don't have resources to do that. That we have put a mechanism. And the next mechanism is we are now focusing at the healthcare facility level. We have developed a simple structure before even we begin to use this call management system. Every enrollee who goes to a healthcare facilities, he has a complaint to make, either because of something is denied or something wrong is done to him. The numbers of our healthcare providers in our offices will be displayed in each and every facility.
That's good.
So that if you have a complaint, you call that number. If the first one is engaged, you call the second number. And that healthcare facility will has a comprehensive complaint record, who will now record, I am Mr. Sambo calling from a particular facility in Katsina State. It will be recorded. What is the nature of the complaint? What is your NHIS ID number? Then it will be taken. Each facility will give us who is a desk officer. In case there is any complaint, we now route the complaint to that desk officer, and we now ensure that that complaint is received. And if we call a particular facility and we cannot get the desk officer to attend to the complaint, it's an offense under the new rule of the National Health Insurance Scheme. So we will now aggregate all the complaints that are emanating from healthcare facilities. There we are trying to define what is a tolerable limit of complaint that we can take. Beyond that tolerable limit, we will give a healthcare facility, a warning. If by next month we aggregate complaints from the same facility and we discover that they have reached that critical level, we give that a facility a warning. That's a yellow card. Then if it happens again, we will give that facility a red card. From there, we will now say, okay, this facility cannot be able to
that lead to the listing.
The listing, we now move to our enrollees to the next responsible facilities. So I think the introduction of this mechanism will be the game changer in terms of complaints, incessant complaints that our enrollees are receiving.
How soon will that become a reality?
You see, we have developed the strategy, and we have brought in the healthcare providers. We had a conference with them. We have informed them. The next leg is that we are going to even have a larger meeting with committees of chief medical directors so that they understand the new structure we put in. Once we put in this, because you cannot start penalizing people on something, on a structure that you have developed and you have not educated them and you have not given them time to put the necessary structure in place. So this is what we are doing. As I told you, it's a structural issue. We did not meet credible structure that will respond to the So that's why we are all developing gray here. If I look at all our general managers, because of the enormity of work that we are doing, that's supposed to have been done 20 years ago, and it has not been done. So, but we are trying, just exercise little patience. You will see how NHIS will be transformed in a few months to come by the grace of God.
I'm sure the viewers are really glad to hear you working at such things that will fast track coverage. I know that some tertiary health care are covered, cancer care, renal treatment and all of that. And the scope of coverage is what I'm interested in now, because a whole lot of people or patients out there are still groaning. There are so many things not covered. What do we have to do to make things easier for anybody who comes down with such ailments when it comes to treatment?
Yes.
And they are covered by insurance.
What you accumulate in the health insurance fund is what you will use to purchase care. If you accumulate huge fund, it will enable you to purchase huge benefit package. If you accumulate little resources, and these resources is obtained from the salary of workers and nothing more, you will be able to purchase what you have been able to accumulate. And this thing is not done by just imagination, but by scientific actuarial determination. That will now define what a health insurance agency can be able to purchase. Beyond that, it cannot purchase the healthcare more than what it can purchase. I mean, there must be a benefit package, and there must be a fund to purchase it. But because of the desire of the National Health Insurance Scheme, despite the fund constraint, to be able to cover those chronic diseases like cancer. That's why we are going into innovative financing, because health insurance anywhere is a science. It has to be dynamic. You cannot say, okay, because the money that you are accumulating is so small, you cannot use your brain to think out of the box to create. That's why we develop what we call NHI, a new initiative that we call NHIS drug system. We copied what has happened during PTF, whereby manufacturers of drugs are branding drugs in the name of PTF. And wherever we reach a situation in Nigeria, wherever you go, you see drugs, you see medical equipment with PTF inscription under the chairmanship of our president. So we borrowed that leap, and we brought in drug manufacturers in Nigeria and brought all the stakeholders that are working in the drugs, the custom, the Ministry of Industry. We held a series of rigorous meetings where we came up with that strategy. And I'm glad that the Honorable Minister has approved that. What is the length and breadth of that initiative? We will now have a situation whereby we use the Manufacturers Association to develop drugs that are branded with NHIS inscription. That will bring about will bring down the cost of the drug. And that will also bring availability of drugs. So for cancer, we have already got we have already signed memorandum of understanding. Yes, with Roche. Roche has agreed to bring the new drugs for treatment of cancer, and they will subsidize it by 50%.
Wow, that's interesting. So
NHS will only pay 30%. Then the patient will pay only 20%.
Wow,
this is one of the greatest innovation that we have done in the healthcare delivery system.
It's indeed a welcome development, Professor Sambo, and we look forward to the actualization of that. Thank you so much for coming on.
And I'm happy to tell you, NAFDAC has even approved that branding of cancer drugs to manufacture to Roche.
Okay, so it's really great news for us. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
That's our package for this week. A quick reminder that you can go to our YouTube channel to watch the upload of these and other episodes of the program. Email us for your comments and contributions at healthoptions@nta.gov.ng. My name is Rabi Abdullah. Keep staying safe. Hope to see you again.
There's the start and get. Promises to Shara. Winds up that left hand.
Archbishop of basketball, goal! He hung on that net like a stalk up a tree.
NTA Sports 24 brings you all sports, all time and all day. Tune in to watch NTA Sports 24 on Star Times Channel 270, StarSat on Channel 434 and Free TV on Channel 731. NTA Sports 24, where sports thrive.
Along a flyway, seasonally, birds migrate often north and south between breeding and wintering grounds. Many species migrate, and these occur naturally on one hand, even though out of necessity compelled by other environmental factors on the other hand. This migration carries high cost in predation and mortality, including hunting by humans. Migration is driven primarily by availability of food. It occurs mainly in the northern hemisphere, where birds are funneled onto specific routes by natural barriers such as the Mediterranean and Caribbean seas. Migration dates back to about 3,000 years. Every year, on the 9th of May, the United Nations celebrate World's Migratory Birds Day to create awareness and promote safety of birds that migrate. During flight, some birds become incapacitated and are unable to continue the flight, which explains why sometimes we wake up to the sight of rare species of birds in our compounds. What are we supposed to do should this happen? Globally speaking, in other parts of the world, value is attached to this species of bird, even though that cannot be said about most African countries, Nigeria inclusive, where these birds are hunted down either for food or sold in the market to make money.
Lives are in your hands while you drive. Protect yourself and others on the road. Road Matters, shown on the network service of the MTA. Join us.
Live from Abuja, Nigeria's capital, I am Muspa and Wahab with the news, the headlines. President Buhari calls for urgent and broader multilateral actions to overcome climate change as he addresses UNEP at 50 hybrid events. Russia-Ukraine meeting in Belarus ends in deadlock, third round of talks to hold next week. Plus, World Celebrate 2022 Wildlife Day with calls for urgent action to protect natural ecosystems and biodiversity. Thanks a lot for staying tuned in. The news begins from Kenya, where President Muhammadu Buhari has stressed the urgent need for broader multilateral action towards overcoming climate change, biodiversity, rising levels of pollution, and ways which he described as major crises threatening the planet. This was while addressing a special session commemorating the 50th anniversary of the United Nations Environment Programme, UNEP, in Nairobi, Kenya. State House correspondent Adamu Sambo reports that the hybrid event is focusing on strengthening UNEP for the implementation of the environmental dimension of the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development.
For 5 decades, the United Nations Environment Programme has used science in the execution of its mandate of bringing the world together and helping nations find solutions to great environmental threats. The UNEP at 50 celebration is therefore a time to reflect on the past, envision the future, bolster international cooperation, and stimulate collective action towards addressing climate crisis and make the environment safer, healthier, and better.
Led humanity to understand that we must transform our societies and economies to protect the earth, our only home, so that it can sustain us.
In all we do, we need to follow science and engage in multilateral action to make peace with nature, to ensure these and future generations can live on a sustainable planet.
Let us therefore commit to support UNEP to steer the environmental discussions towards tangible and sustainable solutions. Unchecked climate change will pose unacceptable risks to our security, our economies, and indeed our planet.
President Muhammadu Buhari expressed Nigeria's appreciation to UNEP for its role in reducing biodiversity loss and for being a major player in the global movement to slow down deforestation and accelerate afforestation.
We recognize that restoring key ecosystems is crucial to help combat climate change and achieve sustainable development. Therefore, by collaborating with partners such as the United Nations Environment Programme, we believe that much more success would be recorded in collective struggle against climate change.
He, however, said global efforts at adapting to climate impacts notwithstanding, nations are constantly facing the threats of disrupted weather patterns, low food production, and rising sea levels that increase the risk of catastrophic flooding, amongst other challenges.
In that regard, Nigeria pledged to work with other countries in achieving the goals of the Paris Agreement, and in doing so has increased her conditional contribution to reduce greenhouse gas from 45% to 47%. Additionally, I outlined Nigeria's efforts and commitments to net zero ambition, which involve both environment and development-related plans.
The plans, he explained, contained a number of nature-based solutions, including creating 10 additional national parks, 2 marine protected areas, as well as sustainable management of critical wetlands ecosystem across the country. Established with one goal in mind, uniting the world in saving the planet, the United Nations Environment Programme has a strong view that the global community cannot continue to pollute its way to development in the name of progress. Concerted efforts, it says, must be made towards building the future we want. From Nairobi, Kenya, Adamu Sambu, NTA News.
Meanwhile, the federal Ministries of Environment, Water Resources, as well as Agriculture and Rural Development have been directed to collaborate more effectively towards controlling and combating desertification in the country. President Muhammadu Buhari gave a directive while granting audience to the Executive Secretary of the United Nations Convention to Combat Desertification, Ibrahim Theo, on the margins of the UNEP at 50th celebration in Nairobi, Kenya. State House correspondent Adamu Sambo again reports.
Mr. Ibrahim Theo had told President Muhammadu Buhari that in the past 50 years, Africa lost about 60% of its arable land, leading to a challenge of feeding the people. He said no one qualifies more to speak on the large-scale restoration of land than the Nigerian leader, who is also the president of the Great Green Wall program. With Nigeria having the greatest stretch of the wall spanning over 1,000 kilometers, the UN envoy said President Buhari's leadership is important to drive the process of tackling the various germane issues on desertification, drought, and land restoration.
The United Nations agencies are quite excited about Nigeria's presidency, that they feel that if anyone can make a difference in the implementation of the Great Green Wall projects, it would be Nigeria. So we've talked of areas of collaboration where they can give technical support for us to expand on the Great Green Wall projects.
President Muhammadu Buhari, who described desertification as inimical to peace, security, and sustainable growth, said concerted efforts must be intensified towards addressing the menace. He said apart from the ministries and departments of the federal government, the 11 states prone to drought and desert encroachment must also key in to the onerous task of controlling desertification.
Mr. President has always been very concerned about the issues of the livelihoods of our people. That is why he signed the climate change bill that has taken Nigeria 9 years to get to. He is very excited about the Great Green Wall project. He realizes when it was set up, that agency was set up in 2015. In fact, under the UN Deputy Secretary General, Amina Mohammed, and we have been running the program. So he's giving all the support to make sure that Nigeria accelerates that program, because the component of the Great Green Wall, it goes beyond just planting of trees. It goes to land degradation, it goes to the livelihood of people, it goes to water, providing water for the people, and it goes to animal husbandry and rural electrification as well. Because if we implement the Great Green Wall project, majority of the crisis that we're having in the Sahel region, in the northern part of Nigeria, will be greatly reduced.
The president equally directed full cooperation between Nigeria and the UN organ in the prelude to the forthcoming meeting towards combating desertification built for Cote d'Ivoire in May this year. From Nairobi, Kenya, Adamu Sambu, NTA News.
With the theme, Recovering Key Species for Ecosystem Restoration, World Wildlife Day 2022 is commemorated to draw attention to the urgency of action needed to protect natural ecosystems and biodiversity. Onengie Fineface reports.
World Wildlife Day is an opportunity to celebrate the many beautiful and varied forms of wild fauna and flora, and to raise awareness of the multitude of benefits that their conservation provides to people. At the same time, the day reminds us of the urgent need to step up the fight against wildlife crime and human-induced reduction of species, which have wide-range economic, environmental, and social impacts.
Let's commit to address the many threats facing wildlife. Let's make better use of land and sea so we don't erode the wild spaces even further. Let's tackle climate change and pollution, both of which are a threat to all life on the planet. Let's use natural resources sustainable so that wildlife and the spaces they inhabit truly thrive.
World Wildlife Day this year draws attention to the critical role that keystone species, many of which are threatened or endangered, play in ensuring ecosystem health.
The continued loss of wild plants and animal species poses an existential threat to people and the planet. Wildlife extinction threatens the vibrant and diverse ecosystems on Earth upon which we all depend.
We understand the damage we are doing to wildlife. We understand how this damage affects our present and future. And we know what we need to do to reverse course. Let's do it.
The crux of the matter is for all of humanity to commit to preserving our invaluable and irreplaceable wildlife for the benefit and the light of current and future generations. I'm Onengiye Fineface.
Still on the world stage, from different perspective, the meeting between Russia and Ukraine over the ongoing military operations has ended. The meeting was initiated by Belarus with a view to putting an end to the Russian onslaught over Ukraine. Little or no success has been achieved. However, both Russia and Ukraine have agreed to open a corridor for humanitarian operations in Ukraine. A third round of the talks will be held early next week in Belarus. In the meantime, 4 major explosions lit up the night in Kiev. Mayor of southern city of Kherson says Russian troops are in control, and another round of Ukraine and Russia talks after the first failed. Charles Arthur brings us some updates.
4 major explosions have lit up the night sky in Kiev. It is unclear what the targets of the attack were or whether there were casualties. It comes as Russia intensifies its attack on key Ukrainian cities, with fighting raging for the 8th day in the north, east and south. The United Nations says 1 million refugees have now fled Ukraine to the neighboring countries, and the International Criminal Court opens an investigation into potential war crimes by Russia in Ukraine. Hundreds of people are feared dead in the southern port of Mariupol following hours of sustained shelling. Mayor of southern city says Russian troops are in control of Kherson, while new restrictions are now in place to avoid further shooting. So far, Russia has reported 498 soldiers killed by Ukraine. Ukraine, on its part, has lost more than 2,000 persons, majorly civilians and children. Emerging reports says Russian massive convoy advancement into Kiev is being halted by mechanical faults, congestion, and strong resistance from the Ukrainian forces. Charles Alpha, NTA News.
Meanwhile, a delegation of the House of Representatives led by the House leader Al-Hassan Adodogua Thursday arrived at Bucharest, Romania, to oversight and assist in the process of evacuating Nigerian nationals who are mainly students fleeing Ukraine. The lawmakers who departed the country Wednesday are in close contact with officials of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, the Nigerian missions in Ukraine, Bucharest, Budapest, Warsaw, and other countries neighboring Ukraine. The delegation has met with Nigerian evacuees who are already at the airport en route to Nigeria, where they expressed the House sympathy and support. Away from that, the Air Peace flight scheduled to evacuate Nigerians fleeing Ukraine from Poland has been postponed. Reports indicate that the flight was postponed following delays in passenger check-in back in Poland. Head of the evacuation exercise, Ambassador Bolaji Akiremi, And the Nigerian ambassador to Poland, Christian Ugo, further clarified the reasons for the postponement.
The flight has been rescheduled to tomorrow, and the main reason is because of the delay in doing the check-in, because they have to gather them together from different hotels, and by the time we will be ready after the check-in, the crew that have been waiting since 9 a.m. had overshot the hour they should have waited, because they have a duty hour which is allocated to them, and they had waited from 9 to 2 p.m. So that means they already waited 5 hours, and they are going to have 9 hours flight. That is already more than what the standard. So the authority of the airport said they won't allow us to board. So this is the reality, and then we have to come down. But arrangements have been made to ensure that we all stay together in the same hotel, and that we leave very early tomorrow, 4 a.m. we'll be in the bus, and then we can join the flight early.
I'm very sure by tomorrow morning the flight will take off.
That's the situation on the evacuation of Nigerians from Poland. And this is still the news on NT International, reaching you live from Abuja. Time for a break. We'll come back with more stories in just a moment. Stay with us.
Latest entrant, latest technology. Welcome to Intel 4G LTE Advanced and experience super fast internet access today. Visit intel.com.ng or any of our stores in Lagos, Abuja, and Port Harcourt to get started. Intel. Live more.
Thanks a lot for being with us. President Muhammad Buhari has been presented the National Institute for Pharmaceutical Research and Development Award as champion for the eradication of sickle cell disease in the country. The award is a recognition of the current administration's strong political will towards the advancement of the institute. Uche Ugochukwu reports that the Minister of Health, Osage Hehanire, received the award on behalf of the President at the ceremony held in Abuja.
Data shows 150,000 children are born annually with sickle cell disease in Nigeria, and 100,000 of them die from the disease. This rates the country highest with the disease burden in sub-Saharan Africa. NIPRID has been in the forefront of the search for solutions to mitigate this scourge. However, there has been challenges of production and commercialization of drugs until the present administration steps in.
Your Excellency, Mr. President, I want to assure you that the efforts you're making in prioritizing pharmaceutical R&D in sickle cell and other critical areas has begun to pay.
There is a need for philanthropists, development partners, and other relevant stakeholders to engage NIPRID and sponsors some critical research activities.
Successes of the Institute are evident with innovations in herbal medicine therapies and targets of eradicating sickle cell disease in the region by the next decade.
NIPRID is presenting this well-deserved award to President Muhammadu Buhari, GCFR.
This will support government efforts to reduce the prevalence and incidence of sickle cell disease in Nigeria, while government ensures that the services required to address the disease and other non-communicable diseases are made available.
I want to recommend that you work with your peers in Africa to scale up production.
As part of measures to reduce prevalence of sickle cell disease, intending couples are advised to go for a genotype test before marriage. Uche Ugochukwu, NTA News.
The protection of women's rights tops agenda of a Nigeria-China women's meeting in commemoration of the 2022 International Women's Day. Elizabeth Omori reports that the First Lady Aisha Muhammadu Buhari, in a message to the gathering, advocates sustenance of conversations on gender equality, education and empowerment of women across board.
The current global security context, with many emerging threats, call for the protection of women and girls. Efforts to implement women-friendly policies is the essence of this interracial meeting. First Lady of Nigeria, Aisha Buhari, in a message to the women, posits that inclusion of women in policymaking and economic empowerment will foster tremendous development.
The theme of this year's celebration signifies the role of women as mothers, sisters, and daughters in engineering sustainable development. Their role cannot be effectively executed without promoting partnerships.
Human rights activists say gender gap in economic participation should be addressed for women to thrive in all spheres.
The protection of women's equal rights in employment, personal property, marriage, and family still faces practical difficulties.
The meeting featured cultural displays, music, and arts. In Abuja, Elizabeth Omori, NTA News.
To other matters, the air components of Operation Thunderstrike and Operation Gamma Ike has carried out airstrikes on bandit terrorist locations around Ghana Village in Mariga local government area of Niger State. A statement from the Nigerian Air Force indicates that the operation took place on Wednesday, 2nd of March 2022, on terrorists who had been under surveillance and observed to be in 3 different groups of approximately 65 terrorists with at least 25 motorcycles per group. Following definite confirmation, the air components effected the airstrikes with no less than 80 terrorists and the equipment perishing in the strikes, though a small number of survivors were, however, seen barely limping off from the location, with the ground troops immediately neutralizing them. Now, implementation of a 6% attractable excise on telecommunication services and that of carbonated drinks in Nigeria are expected to commence fully as contained in the 2021 Finance Act. This was part of the 2022 revenue profile submission by the Controller General of the Nigeria Customs Service, Hamid Ali, before the Senate Committee on Customs. National Assembly correspondent Abdullahi Aminu reports.
Are doing everything possible.
This session is to assess the 2021 budget as approved by the National Assembly. Comptroller General Hamid Ali informed his senators that the service will deepen its collaboration with relevant agencies against tax evasions and economic sabotage by implementing the 2021 Finance Act.
It is impossible for us to say we'll stop every single smuggling activities, but we are doing the best we can to reduce it to the barest minimum.
The senators, on their part, promised legislative support to the budget objectives and strategies introduced.
The committee commends the Controller General and his team for their aggressive revenue drive in exceeding their target in 2021 budget year.
The committee also restated commitment to ensuring that the Nigeria Customs Service key into the budget cycle of January to December. From the National Assembly, Abdullahi Aminu, NTA News.
The House of Representatives has asked the Central Bank of Nigeria, CBN, to introduce stringent regulations, guidelines and sanctions on point of sale, which is known as POS, operations in Nigeria. The lawmakers emphasized that monitoring and ensuring compliance will curb acts of fraud in POS operations. National Assembly correspondent Lami Ali reports that this was equal to a motion from Jimo Olajide.
None of the financial regulatory bodies in the country is said to know the precise number of POS machines and their operators, a situation that members of the House of Representatives feel will give fraudsters avenue to create fake credit cards to defraud innocent customers or obtain vital information from ATM cards.
Other private companies are currently in the business of giving out POS for business purposes, thus making the business to be more porous and ambiguous.
The motion from Shehu Balarabe requesting for assistance to internally displaced persons in parts of Kaduna State was adopted.
Despite the current effort of Kaduna State government, the affected persons need of attention and support in all ramifications.
7 bills were passed, including the bill to establish Federal University of Health Sciences and Technology, Enugu, from the Deputy Minority Leader, Tobi Okechukwu.
Make comprehensive provisions for management and administration of the university and for these matters.
Among bills passed for second reading is that on the establishment of Federal College of Nursing and Midwifery in Kebbi State, sponsored by Bello Kawuji, and another to establish similar health institution in Imbise, Imo State, sponsored by Emeka Martins. Meanwhile, House Leader Alhassan Adodogoa has hosted management of Bayero University, Kano, where he stressed the need for those in position of authority to assist in the development of education. From the National Assembly, Lami Ali, NTA News.
To resolve the financial challenges in the power sector and will continue to invest in the sector towards a sustainable electricity supply. One step towards that is the readiness to settle all verifiable debts earned by ministries, departments and agencies. State House correspondent Jide Onifade reports that this month government is putting 40 billion naira aside for that purpose.
Minister of Power, Engineer Abubakar Aliyu, speaking at the weekly executive briefing of press at the Presidential Villa in Abuja on the current status of the presidential power initiatives and other key projects being undertaken by the ministry. He says 8,000 megawatts of power is presently being generated in the country and that the federal government has just secured and it's executing up to $4 billion in investments to ensure more power grid is delivered to the people.
Discourse that improve will continue to get support with discourse, discourse that do not will face the commercial consequences. There are challenges in the sector, but the outlook is positive. As a testament, we are seeing a private sector investment resurgence. BPE closed the Yola Disco and AFAM 3 Genco transaction and also facilitated resolution of the long-standing ABA IPP issue, resulting in over 150 billion naira in investment in the sector, to mention a few.
One major hindrance to the completion of projects is the right-of-way, and the minister says this is happening across the country, but the ministry is already having talks with state governments.
As we continue to improve overall power supply levels, our investment have improved stability of the grid through the efforts of our system operator under TCN. Under this administration, grid stability has drastically improved. In 2021, the nation only had 2 adverse grid events.
With more investors coming into the sector, the minister is optimistic that there would be significant improvement in the power sector before the end of the administration. And as he describes it, the sector is a stage where everyone plays his or her own part. In the State House, Jide Onifade, NTA News.
Meanwhile, the federal government says it is harnessing opportunities in the renewable energy subsector to increase access to power and job creation. Minister of Power Abubakar Aliyu, who said this at a Renewable Energy Summit in Abuja, called for private sector participation for the country to attain 30% renewable energy mix by the year 2030. Joshua Jito reports.
The world is going green, with countries committed to the reduction of carbon emission with a view to achieving net zero. Nigeria targets 2060 to achieve this. Key players in the renewable energy subsector are exploring opportunities in the energy transition value chain, and the Power Minister believes it is achievable with ongoing investments in solar home systems.
I have no doubt that as we engage in deliberations and interactions with key stakeholders in the energy transition discourse, useful recommendations will be developed that will move our country forward.
We should start looking at the utility scale, 50 megawatts, 100 megawatts. With that, we are going to sit down and come out with an integrated renewable energy plan.
So we are going back to the drawing board to make sure that we prepare very well for the energy mix through renewable energy sources.
With the private sector participation, I believe that in the next 5 years, we can be able to generate 10,000 megawatts from renewable energy source alone.
High cost of renewable energy technologies and land acquisition are some of the challenges raised by private investors that need government intervention. Joshua Ojito, NTA News.
You're still watching the days on NT International. Let's take a break. More reports will come your way shortly.
Our pastors, our imams, in every church, in every mosque, please realize that in the course of praying for peaceful and transparent elections, we all have duties beyond prayers. If we want a stable society before, during, and after the elections, what should you be saying to those that worship with you? All Sundays and all Fridays, you are saddled with the responsibility of bringing up good generations. It is therefore your duty to both man and God to ensure peace all the time, no matter about elections alone. People talk to people and people listen. Talk to your followers. Make them listen to ensure peaceful 2023 elections. This message is from the National Orientation Agency.
Thanks for staying. The needed change and transformation in the civil service have come. These are the words of the head of civil service of the Federation, Folashade Yemieso, at the graduation of AIG Public Leaders Program. Haman Jabani reports that the training was in partnership with AIG Mokwede Institute and the University of Oxford's Blavatnik School of Government.
Olumuyiwa Idowu Ayodeji is an NTA staff who has been with the organization for 9 years and happens to be one of the 49 participants of the AIG Public Leaders Program, whose project, harnessing technology in broadcasting, made the final 5.
By developing an app, mobile application, so that we can use it to broadcast our programs to the world, so that NTA can fulfill its mandate to reach the unreached. And the ultimate goal is to ensure that all NTA stations have one app, and then we have sub-app under it, so that each of NTA stations that you want to watch, you just go and click.
The inaugural program, which commenced in September 2021, offers peer-to-peer learning, a mixture of classroom discussion, simulations, practical exercises, and group work that are aimed at changing the mindset of participants who will, on the long run, transform the civil service while developing the new skill and perspectives to take on top leadership role.
The program aims to deliver on the AIG Mokwede Foundation belief that if adequate investment is channeled into building the capabilities and effectiveness of the public servants in Nigeria and indeed Africa, we will close the gap between Africa and the rest of the world.
Civil service must wake up and rise to take the rightful position, because it's like everybody is waiting for the civil servants, but we don't understand that.
You are supposed to think for the politicians by definition. I'm not saying all politicians don't think,
but we expect more brains in the civil service than in politics.
The second batch that will produce the likes of Idowu is ongoing to involve 100 participants from Nigeria and other African countries. Hamman Jabani, NTA News.
Feet there. Now, Oxfam Nigeria has urged the federal government to stop debt servicing and and also demand for cancellation of debts so as to pay more attention to improving the living standards of Nigerians. The global organization working in Nigeria to end poverty and formulate policies to assist governments advised that Nigeria should take advantage of COVID-19 pandemic to make these demands. According to Oxfam, among the Nigeria's population of 200 million, more than 57 million do not have access to safe water and over 130 million lack sanitation, as 10 million children are out of school and 112 million live in extreme poverty with less than $1.90 a day.
Graduates of young men and women who are out there working aimlessly. In some instances, they are helpless and they look hopeless, and nobody seems to be doing anything about it. And Oxfam is partnering the state government to see how these young men and women will be trained in digital economy. That is where the tomorrow of the economy is. If you look at the wealthiest people in the world now, they are mostly in the tech industry, mostly in the automobile industry. Why can't we enable these our young men and women to do the same? So Oxfam is working with them to see how they can contribute their digital sense, their digital wherewithal to the building of this economy. And not only that, helping them to set up small and medium enterprises where they will be engaged and they will be able to engage other young people like them.
Is to support Nigeria in terms of policy formulation and advocacy to make it a great one. Now, as another farming season draws nearer, farmers in Lagos State say they are confident of achieving improved yields in yam production, considering the hybrid variety of yam seed distributed to them by the National Emergency Management Agency, NEMA, through the federal government's agricultural input intervention. Ilyasu Yakubu reports that about 2,000 farmers benefited from the exercise.
Topography of Lagos State, as it is surrounded by river and ocean, with more concentration in other businesses than farming, one would have expressed doubt if there can be any substantial production of agricultural yields. But with the number of farmers that flooded the yam seed distribution center from the 8 local government areas affected by the 2020 floods, the earlier assumption may no longer hold waters. The farmers say if this commendable initiative of the federal government can be sustained, the hike in prices of foodstuff will soon crash.
We are so happy, and we are grateful to the federal government for responding to the cries of farmers.
In fact, this is what we need now. When the government can assist the farmers, they are already assisting the nation. With stuffs like this, with gestures like this from government, it will bring down the price of food without direct government intervention using money.
Oh, this is a wonderful gesture. We are really, really happy about it.
We made sure everybody had something to go home with, especially those who have large-scale farms.
Physically challenged farmers Adesanya Ashekun and Salami Kazim also joined the League of Yam Farmers in Lagos State, hoping to achieve bumper harvest.
At least by having this one, after the outcome, it will make me to get more of it.
Would this sustain efforts of the federal government in deploying agricultural input intervention to farmers across the country? Key players say Nigeria will soon attain the global status of agricultural hub in the world. From Lagos, Ilyasu Yakubu, NTA News.
The critical role good nutrition plays in actualizing human capital development agenda in Nigeria prompted the civil society's Killing of Nutrition of Nigeria to sensitize the media on its targets project, that's Partnership for Improving Nigerian Nutrition Systems, tagged PINS2, which aims to reset Nigeria's existing nutrition structure. Uche Ugochukwu reports.
To ensure 20 million children in Nigeria are free from stunting by 2030, PINS2, which is an extension of PINS1, is geared towards raising Nigeria from its position as the country with the second highest number of stunted children in the world.
Project will strengthen nutrition governance systems, improve nutrition data management, improve funding for nutrition, and strengthen civil society alliances in Nigeria and African countries.
This, the organization believes, requires the involvement of policymakers, implementers, and the media.
Nigeria is not where it's supposed to be in terms of human capital development. If I give you an idea in terms of the productivity level, right now it's about 36%.
The challenge the media has in this part of the country is the unwillingness, more often than not, of government officials to speak to issues.
The 3-year program on nutrition is already being implemented in 5 states, comprising Kaduna, Kano, Nasarawa, Niger, and Lagos. Uche Ugochukwu, NTA News.
To other matters, the Office of the Attorney General of the Federation and Minister of Justice says it has received an extradition request in respect of Deputy Commissioner of Police Abba Kyari. In a statement, the Special Assistant to the Minister of Justice on Media and Public Relations, Umar Jibrilu Gwendo, said extradition is a process that involves multifaceted components which are usually multi-territorial, international, local, and judicial. He said submission of requests from the concerned party to the relevant authorities constitutes one of such components. He added that after thorough studies and reviews of issues regarding the application and components, the Office of the Attorney General of the Federation and Minister of Justice will process the application and forward same to the relevant authorities for further necessary action. It's time to take a break. We'll come back just shortly.
Experience unlimited super-fast internet access from Entel 4G. Entel. Live more.
Thanks a lot for being with us. The police legal defense team in the ongoing independent investigative panel on human rights violations by the defunct SARS failed to appear before the panel sitting in Abuja to answer various allegations bordering on extrajudicial killing, inhuman and degrading treatments, and enforced disappearance of persons in its custody. Judiciary correspondent Vera Chiwaba reports that the panel, however, held some of the petitions.
Getting police officers who are respondents in the ongoing independent investigation panel on human rights violations by the defunct SARS to appear before it has been a major setback for members of the panel working to beat the deadline for conclusion.
We really have been trying to know what is the problem. We've tried to reach out to the force authorities, and they are looking into it as well. And then we need to dispense justice, whether it's justice for the petitioner or justice for the respondents.
The panel had at various times frowned at the police's inability to produce officers linked with alleged offenses. Gaba Tetenge SAN, who stood in for the chairman of the panel, regretted the action of the police legal team, but went on to hear the petitions of Charles Ogu, who pleaded for the release of the corpse of late Chibuike Monkaro, killed by the police in Imo State for burial. The panel also heard the complaint of Ismaila Merungu, who told the panel that his two brothers, Inspector Danjuma Yakubu and Ibrahim Daniel, are currently missing in police custody. Petitioners could not be cross-examined following absence of defense. In Abuja, Viera Chinwoba, NTA News.
An Osun High Court in Osogbo has remanded Prince Rahman Adedoyin, the owner of Hilton Hotel, Ilefe, and 6 others in Ilesha Custodial Center, to next hearing on Friday. Prince Adedoyin and 6 others were arraigned before the court this Thursday over an alleged involvement in the murder of a master's degree student of Obafemi Awolowo University, Ilefe, Timothy Adegoke. Correspondent Joshua Ogunjide reports.
Adedoyin, who is facing trial alongside 6 others for an 11-count charge bordering on unlawful murder, attempted felony, conspiracy and unlawful interference with a dead body, altering an intent to destroy evidence, as well as conspiracy in administering extrajudicial oath, pleaded not guilty to all the charges. Aside Dr. Ramon Adedoyin, other defendants are Magdalene Chifuna, Adeniyi Adurogba, Oluwole Lawrence, Oyetunde Kazim, Adebayo Kunle, and Adedeji Adeshola. The lead prosecution counsel of Mosun had told the court that the defendants between November 5 and 7, 2021 conspired to kill and eventually killed one Timothy Adegoke at Hilton Hotel Ilefe with a view to covering up the killing, and paid the court to remand the defendants in custodial center. The counsels to the 6 other defendants had applied for bail, while the bail application by the 7th defendant is delayed. The presiding and chief judge of Osun, Justice Adepele Ojo, overruled the bail application by the defense counsel until the application of the 7th defendant is officially received, and ordered that the defendants be remanded in a Ilesha Custodial Center. Justice Ojo, however, adjourned the case to Friday, 4th of March 2022 for continuation of hearing on bail application, while trial commences next week. Recall the defendants were previously arraigned before a federal high court in Abuja before the counsel to the family of the deceased Femi Falana wrote to the Inspector General of Police, Usman Baba, asking that the matter be returned to Osun, where the crime was committed. In Osogbo, Joshua Oguchide, NT News.
Still from the judiciary, the reasonings in the Supreme Court's judgments in the case of Joseph Nwobike versus Federal Republic of Nigeria have made the verdicts a landmark judgment with decisive decisions. One of the reasonings is that the Economic and Financial Crimes Commission, EFCC, does not have unlimited prosecutory powers on every crime. In this special report, judiciary correspondent Dele Atumbi takes a look at the impact of the reasonings in the case of the powers of EFCC to investigate and prosecute crimes,
which commenced in 2016 at the High Court of Lagos State. The defendant, Joseph Nwobike, a senior advocate of Nigeria, was alleged of an attempt to pervert the course of justice. This allegation was brought by the EFCC pursuant to Section 97, subsection 3 of the Criminal Law of Lagos State. After 2 amendments of the counts charge, the trial court convicted and sentenced the defendant to 1 month imprisonment. Unsatisfied with this verdict predicated under a section of the law that prescribed no punishment, the convict appealed the judgment, and the Court of Appeal upheld the decision of the trial court. Upon the appellant appeal to the Supreme Court, Section 46 of the EFCC Act, which is its interpretation section, came under serious scrutiny. The first issue, which was resolved in favor of the appellant, was, could an attempt to pervert the course of justice be an economic crime? The 5-man panel of justices led by Justice Olukayode Aruwola affirmed that not every crime is a financial crime, in line with Section 46 of the EFCC Act.
The Supreme Court came to the decision or conclusion that it is not every offense that is a financial and economic crime, and that the offense for which Nwobike was charged under Section 97 or so of the Criminal Code of Lagos State, that is attempt to pervert the course of justice, is not an economic and a financial crime, and therefore EFCC lacks the power to investigate and prosecute for it.
And Supreme Court specifically said, interpreted Section 46 of the EFCC Act and said, look, your power is not to usurp the powers of the police and other security agencies. Your power is limited to this. Any outflow of money, illicit outflow of money from Nigeria abroad is where you are supposed to take care of. That is the limit of your power, the limit of your jurisdiction.
Unlike some erroneous commentaries on the reasonings in the verdict, this does not affect the prosecutory powers of the EFCC over state finances and other economic crimes.
The second one is the trial court in that case found that the offense did not prescribe punishment, the section. And having not prescribed any punishment and not been defined is unconstitutional. The FCC did not appeal against the point. And the Supreme Court said, well, having not appealed against it, that portion of the ruling stays and is extant. There is nothing they can do, which is the law.
If your act clearly states what you should investigate and what you should prosecute, and the issue of perverting course of justice is not contained therein in the FCC legislation, the Supreme Court have done very well by...
The legal practitioners affirmed that the reasonings in Joseph Nwobike versus Federal Republic of Nigeria have limited ratio which cannot be expanded beyond these and have not limited the prosecutory powers of EFCC over economic and financial crimes within the country. In Abuja, Dele Atumbi, NTA News.
Away from judicial matters, Nigerians have been advised to shun all forms of hate speech against individuals and political leaders in the country, but rather focus on promoting peace and unity, as this is non-negotiable. This formed parts of discussions at the closing of a two-day workshop on broadcast ecology and politics in Nigeria, organized by the National Broadcasting Commission, NBC. Diana Ajale reports.
Considering the crucial role of the fourth estate of the realm at all times, it is imperative that measures to ensure free and fair elections are put in place. This stakeholders workshop within the media space, organized by the National Broadcasting Commission, NBC, seek to sensitize media practitioners to adhere strictly to the ethics of the profession and imbibe the culture of quality evidence-based reportage. Issues raised include voters' education, hate speech, proper research about particular story before it's being disseminated to the public, among others.
Anything that is meant to incite, provoke, or trying as much as possible to make another person or group or race to be a subject of ridicule, we should try in as much as possible to guide against it.
This workshop, which ended, showed that broadcasters in Nigeria are very, very serious about curtailing hate speech and dangerous broadcasts, and the resolutions are very explicit.
The NBC is providing a platform for all of us to come together and talk about, the way forward, how to deal with the issues of fake news, which is very dangerous to the society.
For the National Broadcasting Commission boss, there is no better time to engage the media operators than now.
What we are trying to achieve is to bring all media houses together and let us discuss about the election that is coming very soon, so that we do whatever we are supposed to do. We operate within the ambit of the law.
After a fruitful deliberation, participants were able to come up with a comprehensive definition of hate speech that is expected to guide legislative discussion on a proposed law against hate speech. In Lagos, Diana Ajale, NTA News.
Now let's take a look at what the weather has for us this Friday in Nigeria and other cities of the world. And that concludes the news this time on NTA International. Thanks a lot for being part of it. So remember, we're still campaigning against rape and rapists. Be a star. Have a very good Friday.
You can watch NTA International live on your TV, computer, iPad, tablet and phone. Log on to visiontv.co.uk and click on Entertainment, then NTAI. You can also download the iOS or Android app on your mobile devices to watch NTA International on the go, anywhere in the world. NTA International, your window to the world.
As the 2023 elections draw near, remember, evil prospers when good men and women only wish for peace, but never take a step to make peaceful elections happen. Are you a father? Are you a mother? What are you saying to your children as elections approach? Have you warned them not to let themselves be used to cause violence? Have you explained to them what the consequences of electoral violence might be? Do your part to make peaceful elections happen. Talk to your children. Protect them from unscrupulous politicians who want to put them in harm's way, while their own children are comfortable at home, within, and outside the country. Let's join hands to make 2023 elections peaceful. This message is from the National Orientation Agency, NOAA.
Though often overshadowed by its Egyptian neighbors to the north, the Kingdom of Kush stood as a regional power in Africa for over 1,000 years. This ancient Nubian empire reached its peak in the 2nd millennium BC, when it ruled over a vast swath of territory along the Nile River in what is now Sudan. Almost all that is known about Kush comes from Egyptian sources, which indicated that it was an economic center that operated a lucrative market in ivory, incense, iron, and especially gold. The kingdom was both a trading partner and a military rival of Egypt. It even ruled Egypt as the 25th dynasty, and it adopted many of its neighbors' customs. The Kushites worshipped some of the Egyptian gods, mummified their dead, and built their own types of pyramids. The area surrounding the ancient Kushite capital of Meroe is now home to the ruins of over 200 pyramids, more than what is obtainable in Egypt. The Kingdom of Kush persisted as a major regional power until the 4th century AD, when it weakened and disintegrated from internal rebellion amid worsening climatic conditions. Meroe was captured and destroyed by the Kingdom of Aksum, marking the end of the kingdom and its dissolution into the 3 polities of Nobatia, Makuria, and Elodia. Archaeological discoveries since the late 20th century have revealed Kush to be an advanced civilization in its own right. The Kushites had their own unique language and script, maintained a complex economy based on trade and industry, mastered archery, and developed a complex urban society with uniquely high levels of female participation in governance.
This is the network service of the NTA.
Broadcasting and advertising are like twin brothers or sisters, if I may say, and one can hardly do without the other. It so seems as if the two must go together in order for the professions to really flourish and for human beings to get the benefit of it. And for a person to combine the two in himself, that surely will produce somebody who may rightly be referred to as a broadcaster by excellence, or, if you like, at best, the doing of broadcaster. This is, by the way, my name is Yusuf Nadabu Usman, and the program is Reflections. We are reaching you from the Nigerian Television Authority, NTA, the largest TV network in Africa. Today, we shall be talking about these two professions and how they melt down into the life of our personality, and look at them from his prism and try to get what we can get out of it, because we really want to solicit a lot more information from him. You're welcome once again. My personality this week is Dele Adetiba. Dele Adetiba is a veteran journalist and an advertisement expert who spent over 40 years talking to Nigerians and non-Nigerians on radio and television about sports and business. He is a foremost Nigerian sports commentator in the 70s and the 80s, who has carved for himself a niche in sports reporting and commentary. He started his professional journey in broadcasting as a sports analyst on Radio Nigeria and an announcer on NBC television. Within months, Dele Adetiba became the nation's main sport commentator, running live commentaries from various venues across the country. Mr. Adetiba later joined Lintus Limited, which is the oldest and the biggest advertising agency in Nigeria at that time, where he rose through the ranks to become its chief executive, designing communication ideas for clients within and outside the country. Mr. Adetiba is a fellow of the Advertising Practitioners Council of Nigeria, and I was a member of its governing council for years. He has been a member of the Rotary Club of Lagos for 3.5 decades, a member of the Ikoyi Club for 4.5 decades, and its two-time chairman. Dele Adetiba is blessed with 4 children, one of whom is Kemi Adetiba, a foremost Nigerian movie actor and director. Dele Adetiba lives in Lagos, Nigeria. You're welcome to Reflections, sir.
Thank you.
You're welcome, sir. When I was going through, trying to, search you in sources and platforms and the rest of them, I found myself, being pushed gradually towards a hot seat. And that's the seat I am now, not knowing exactly where to start from, talking about how heavy the portfolio is and where everything melted into you. But all the same, I should say, we can get started from the cradle. You started as a freelance journalist. Was there a push? Was there an inspiration? What really happened? How did you get started?
I had my first opportunity to be on air from school. Mm-hmm. The Radio Nigeria then, which was the main broadcasting outfit for the country, they had some program which they involved schools, secondary schools and things, now and again. The Women and Children Department of Radio Nigeria. And they came over to my school then to record not quite a play, not quite poetry, but something in between, in which we had to recite a few things, and I was nominated to be part of that cast, and so it fired my interest to a large extent. Of course, also the whole concept of broadcasting at the time was a very high-profile profession, which put you in the public eye. So many of the people who were in broadcasting at that time were people we looked up to. They were the nearest to what you might call the Hollywood stars of the days. Right. That was also notable growing up. And I found myself, as mentioned, as a freelance to start with, in sports.
Okay.
I had always been interested in sports in school. I wasn't a great performer.
So maybe you were playing football or tennis or whatever?
Yeah, I played football in school. I played table tennis. I didn't even play lawn tennis then. But I was always very, very interested in sports.
Every journalist, every person in the media profession, you know, after jumping into it, after getting the job, has an experience, and that's the first day in the media. And that, you know, speaks volumes about who you are and how you'll be able to catch it, because for sure, as one of my editors once told me in 1992 when I joined it, he said that even if a professor comes here, he's going to do not more than what you've done as a graduate, because his knowledge is about the theory, and you're here for the practice. So don't worry about this course we're giving you. Let's hear it from you. How was the first experience, the first report you wrote?
There is always something when you, particularly when you're having a live broadcast. Yeah. It's one thing to have a recorded program which you could edit, which you could amend. But when you're having a live broadcast and all our sports things were live, it put a certain urgency into you and a certain apprehension as well. Yeah. And you felt a need to excel, which brings in some anxiety. My first bit was, what, 5-7 minutes contribution? Okay. You know, among lots of other people. So I wasn't left on my own to flounder for too long. Right. You know, and I was able to get around that. I had another first when I moved to television, which is a different ball game, and you experience that also differently. It helped that I had already been on radio before, but also going on TV for the first time also has its own nagging issues. You get a feeling 50 million people are looking at you now, even though you're in an empty studio. Yeah. So, yeah, there are pressures. But I've always said, though, and I said to some of the young ones who are getting to the business, and even to my own daughter as well, there's nothing wrong with being nervous when you're performing. As a matter of fact, when you get too confident that it doesn't affect you anymore, then you better be careful. Okay. It's nice to have that little butterfly when you're performing. It puts you on check, makes you realize it's a serious business. Also knowing that once you get started, the butterflies fly away.
You remind me of of Larry King of the CNN. His first day on radio, because he yearned to be on radio for sure, and it's been going through. And he got the day, and he was asked to go and present a live program. And there he went. He set the tone, and the music was blaring, and he was dumbfounded. For quite a while, for about a minute, 2-3 minutes, he was not saying anything. Then the manager that gave him the job decided to come in and then find out what is happening. He said he banged the door with his leg and said, "This is communication business. It's a serious business." Then he banged it again and went out. Then from there, Larry King said he found his fate. And he picked up what the manager said, that this is communication business and it's a serious business, and he kept on talking. So these are always first times, and they are always with those butterflies, as you say. Now, when you look back on these issues and look at today, and then compare, then and now, I mean, do you like what you see, or do you like what you hear about journalists and their work?
That's a tough one.
Yeah.
In some instances, I like what I see, in the sense that there are better opportunities now than then. The equipment, a lot more sophisticated. You remember when you came in today and I said, oh, is that all the equipment you're bringing?
Yeah.
If you were doing this in my time, some of the cameras will be bigger than you. You need a crane to bring it up the stairs.
Oh my God.
And I remember some of the playback machines in our time were as high as this.
Okay.
And the videotapes were this big.
Serious.
And of course, most of the programs were live. Something as complicated as, say, Village Headmaster was taken live.
Live?
Yes.
It was a drama.
It was drama.
Yeah.
Live. Most of the things came out live because the facilities to do many of the things were not quite there. So the equipment and the facilities are a lot different. They're improved. The bother I have with professionals now in the communication business, whether it's radio, television, or maybe even the press, is the attitude. The attitude is different, probably because the times were different. Many of the people who were operating when I was around were pioneers. I wasn't directly a pioneer, but I met pioneers, the very first set of Nigerians who were in broadcasting. I still met them in Broadcasting House. And you realize the kind of responsibility they had to be the first set of people to go on air and voice things. The training they had, they couldn't take it for granted like some of the young people do now. Before you went on for any program, a lot of preparation will go into it because that's the way you were trained to do it. Yes, we'll come on and carry it on with a lot of heart and flash on camera, but behind the scenes, it was serious business. What I see these days is a lot of the young people here now see the flash, but not the preparation.
Okay.
And for instance, there was the talk in those days that newsreaders on BBC were obliged to wear suits.
BBC Radio?
Radio.
Right.
Were obliged to wear a formal suit. Nobody was seeing them.
Yeah, sure. That's why I said radio. They say he said yes.
Yeah. But it impacted on you what level of seriousness you bring into this.
Okay.
You could have come there with your slippers.
Yeah,
Nobody
of
would
course,
know.
even with your pants if you like.
Yes.
And then you read it, you go.
Absolutely. But the system was trying to impress it on everyone that you're doing a serious business. And in our time, reading the news was called grade A broadcast.
Okay. I think it is up to date.
It's still there now, right?
Yeah.
So it's something which you took very seriously. Things come very easy to some of the young people today that they really don't realize the importance and the gravity of what they do. You also have stories. Everything, of course, has been bastardized now with social media. That made things even worse. But by and large, the attitude was different.
Okay, now you said you belong to the second generation of broadcasters because you made the first. And then it's also as if today there are so many that are still there and are still coming up and being churned out of the universities in order to join this profession. It's also as if your generation was a transitional one. Even the fact that the first, the pioneer journalists or broadcasters were the ones that handed over to you, and you handed over to some of our elders, I must say. Now, that transition, how do you look at, the transition from those pioneers and what you handed over to those that took over you? Was it really a grand one that gave them the impetus to really take off from where you started or where you left?
From us to the next generation, right?
Yes.
Up until that time, yes, transition was it was standard.
Right.
Standard in the sense that you saw some of the biggest names in the country in broadcasting in actual operation. There was a guy, for instance, on radio in those days, was a producer, Ladipo Adebui. We hated recording for him.
And why?
To have a 15-minute recording, it could take you 2 hours.
Why 2 hours?
If you make one little slip, you are going back.
Start all over.
He never forgave any slip. And that was the attitude then. It has to be as near perfect as possible.
Right.
So you grew up with that kind of training. It becomes a part of you, and you would pass it on to the next person that you dealt with. The preparation also, you saw how the big guys in those days prepared. Never mind how big their names were in society. When they were in broadcasting house, it was grind.
Right.
So you saw the way they approached their work, and when you had the opportunity to be a part of their own program, whatever it is, you had a format to follow. So yes, the transition was standard, it was practical, and it was like mentoring.
Okay.
The other point I would like to make in that regard is the atmosphere around Broadcasting House in my time was very cordial.
Okay.
Some of these more senior people were very nice to us. Okay. I mean, we were little urchins where they were concerned, but they didn't rub it in. They took you in their wings, they chatted with you on the corridors, and you felt at home with them. Therefore, it was easier working with them and learning at their feet.
Oh, well, that's great, and that's really very interesting. We'll talk about sports because I'm very much interested in that. You didn't play football. I mean, you didn't play so much of sports, but you found yourself as a sports broadcaster of repute, I must say. We'll now take a break. We'll be back in a moment. In case you are just joining us, the program is Reflections, and I'm Yusuf Narabusman. I'm talking with the doyen of broadcasting, I must say, a veteran journalist, Dele Adechiba. She'll be back in a moment for more. Stay with us. One thing that strikes everybody about you in sports is your commentary on sports, and of course your, the famous interview you conducted with Muhammad Ali, and then even there was one other, heavyweight champion too. I think, if I can remember the name. But Muhammad Ali stands out.
You mean another world boxer?
Yeah.
Floyd Patterson.
Thank you very much, Floyd Patterson.
Yeah.
Those are the two.
And Achimo as well.
Fine, that's good. But people are most, interested and stricken by the interview you had with Muhammad Ali. That was in the early 60s, I believe?
70.
70, sorry,
Yes.
early 70s.
I think it was actually 1970.
1970, right. That interview, how in the first place did you come by Muhammad Ali? Because he's only Nigerian, he's far away from the United States, and look at the years back, 70 then, and it feels like that when you look at the circumstance, one wonders, how were you able to get him? Because I could know the pains I went through in trying to get you.
It was delivered on a platter for me.
Right.
It was soon after his fight, which was dubbed Fight of the Century in 1970 then, with Joe Frazier.
Right.
And that was the first time he was defeated in boxing. But the man was not broken.
Right.
After that fight, he went on a world tour, kind of.
Okay.
And Muhammad Ali was larger than sports. I mean, heads of states were queuing to receive him in their countries. And Nigeria was part of the itinerary.
Okay.
So he came over for about 3-4 days. And I think he also had an exhibition fight at the Unico Stadium.
Okay.
And he had this assignment to have an interview on NBC television then. And I was the face of television sports at that point in time.
Right.
So not much of what I did, but I was lucky to be in place.
Well, naturally, you should be the person. So how did it go? Who did you see when you saw Muhammad Ali face to face, and it so happens you are going to talk to him directly? I mean, what struck you? What was it that you saw in your face then? I mean, in front of you while you were doing the interview?
First of all, I saw a big man. Ali was a heavyweight.
Okay.
Boxer.
From the stature, from the size?
From the size.
Right.
From the size. Being a heavyweight fighter already says it was big. Now, he didn't have the weight category of many of the earlier heavyweight champions who were like 240 pounds, 250 pounds and things. Maybe because he came from a light heavy.
Okay.
So his best fighting weight was like around 220.
Okay.
So he didn't look quite that big on television. But God help you if you're in the same ring with him.
Okay.
First of all, he was about 6'4", 5 or 6. I'm not sure now, but in that range. Very tall. But because he was very proportionally built, he didn't look big. He just looked fine.
Okay.
Chiseled. The first thing I realized, I met him outside of the TV house and brought him to the studio. And I strolled in. He had to bend down to enter the studio.
Okay, the door.
The door.
Right.
That struck me to start with.
Okay.
And then he sat down. And still talking about the size, I remember during the exhibition fight he had, can't even remember who it was with. Anyway, if he moved 2 steps sideways in the ring, he already covered the entire length of the ring.
Okay.
So I was able to now understand why many of his opponents had so much difficulty catching up with him and hitting him. He was so big that if he just moved 2 strides, he's moved well out of range. And 2 strides towards you, before you were ready, he was already on top of you.
Right.
So that struck me also for his size.
Okay.
But one other thing that I will always remember is how smart and intelligent he was.
Okay.
The general image of a fighter, which was a term Americans use, they hardly call them boxers, they call them fighters.
Right.
The general image of the fighter in America was of brawn, not brain.
Okay.
You know, dropouts.
Just the energy.
Just the energy.
Right.
But Ali was smart.
Right.
He could match you word for word on almost any subject. He was very quick on his feet thinking, and he had answers to suit whatever it is that you wanted. He could be diplomatic when he wanted to be. He could be as blunt as ever when he wanted to be. I remember, not with me, some interview he had, and somebody confronted him about his not accepting a draft to fight in Vietnam. And he said, I have no quarrel with the Vietnamese. Why should I go and fight them? In the Americas of that time, it was almost a treasonous thing to say.
Yeah.
But he was never afraid to say it. And I felt that sitting in front of him, that he was a courageous person, a smart person.
Was he humorous?
Oh,
yes.
yes.
Because when one watches him fighting, there are statements he makes once in a while, maybe in order to make the opponent angry, in order to make the audience feel as if he's at home and things like that. I want to see, maybe was he like that in the studio, or was it just a ring thing?
No, it was very humorous. First of all, he was aware that he was a big name around the world. And therefore, he tried to put you at ease if you were talking to him.
Okay.
But you're right, he was very humorous. I mean, I remember one statement, somebody asked him, how come you still have this very lovely, fine face? You don't have cuts like every other boxer and scars and things. And he said, oh, I have, only they're very small.
Okay.
You can't see them because only women come that close. Yeah, he was humorous.
And that's a good one, really.
Yeah.
Well, that's great. Let's now shift gear a little and then look at some other aspects of broadcast live. We touched a little bit about newscasting in the earlier part of this interview, and then I would want you now to shed more light on this and see how this is fit in today's journalism and broadcasting. During your days, that aspect of the BBC people having to put on be corporately dressed in order to cast news on radio was really a bit funny to me, because I couldn't just find the reason behind it. But all the same, you mentioned the reason. But today, right, what you say, I know you should have been watching local television stations and, of course, listening to radios and the rest of them. Do you like what you say from the newscasters of today as compared to your own time?
Well, as I said, I don't see that level of taking of responsibility to say what I say, how I say it, is as perfect as I can make it. Nobody is perfect, but as perfect as I can make it. I get the impression, I mean, even if you talk about the diction, many of the younger people now have more neutral diction than in my time. In my time, for instance, if a man came from Ekiti, you will know that he's an Ekiti man, even if he's speaking English. Okay. Or if he's a Benin man, you will know. Many of the younger people now have neutral accents. So you may not be able to tell easily
from where they come.
Some of that is rubbed up. But still, many of our people in those days who were in broadcasting were more correct in their pronunciations than what we have now. And it's not an accident. In our time, for instance, I mean, if you're reading the news or doing anything on radio or television, every word is checked out.
Checked out how?
How it should be pronounced. You can't run it through. we had a book, Daniel Jones.
Okay, yeah.
Pronunciation by Daniel Jones, with notations and things. It is never an excuse that I hadn't seen the word before. Okay. You would check it out and be certain. And by the way, that goes for also Nigerian names, which wouldn't be that Daniel Jones, but you must find out.
You must find them
out. You will not be allowed to get away with calling a Nigerian name badly. Whether you're a Yoruba man calling a Hausa name or a Hausa person calling an Igbo name, you must find out how to call the name.
Right.
So all part of the seriousness of the business and the responsibility that you took. And the bosses then took their responsibilities very seriously. So when you were performing, when you were reading, you were always very conscious that the big boys were watching.
Okay.
And they will get to you.
And once they get to you, that will be good.
If this fellow didn't, the other, they will get to you.
Sure.
For sure. Sometimes, very rarely, they'd say, that was very good, which was reassuring.
Very rarely.
But you will hear from them if you call one word out of place. So it also puts you on your guards. Beyond that, we also had a session every week. Okay. It used to be on a Thursday, in which all the people who voiced anything
in the week,
news reading, commentaries, anything that, if you voiced anything, we all assembled in Studio A, in Radio House, from both TV and radio.
Okay.
And Dr. Christopher Collady was the Director General then. He would preside, and we had some of the old people, Sheikh Molishola from TV, Emmanuel Mashallah Radio, Sunday Young Harry, all the big boys were there. During the week, some performance will have been recorded without anybody knowing.
Okay, any. It could be any.
It could be any.
Random.
So as you walked into the studio that day, you had no idea.
It could be his, it could be anybody's.
It could be you, it could be anybody else. And the good thing was, they also recorded the senior ones.
Okay.
So it wasn't just us, the little urchins, you know. They also recorded the senior ones. Okay. And we all sit around and analyze, and they'll break it down. If it was rubbish performance, you'd be told in very clear terms.
Right.
And if it was good, you'll get the pat on the back. So that also put you on your guards. You had no idea whether you were being recorded. So there was monitoring that went along with your performance, and you were reminded at every turn that you were doing a very important job. It might make you popular, might give you a flair in society. That's nothing to do with the broadcasting house. It was just a job, you know, which you had to perform.
It was a serious business.
It was serious business.
Oh, that's great.
Serious business.
That's great. Now, in case you are just joining us again, this program is reaching you from the Nigerian Television Authority, the NTA, and it is Reflections. We'll now take a break. We'll be back in a moment. Stay with us. Well, thank you for being there. Let's shift gear a little and give some other part of what we told, what we promised our viewers about you, that's advertising, and see how that one, you know, goes through to your life, and then you find yourself the brain of advertising. I was going through something, say, arts guru. So, when did you leave broadcasting per se to join advertising, or were you doing advertising alongside journalism? What really happened? How did it happen?
again, some form of transition. I was lucky with broadcasting. The strides I made in broadcasting, many people would not believe I was in full-time broadcasting for just about 5 years.
Just 5?
Yes. Even though after I left, I was still required to do some regular programs for maybe another 3 years.
So the greater part of your years in this profession was advertising?
Yes, yes.
Because you were there for over 3.5 decades or thereabout.
I was in advertising for full-time for over 25, 30 years.
Okay, okay.
I also, as happened to me in broadcasting, I also had forerunners, forebears, who made the transition from broadcasting to advertising. The advertising scene was almost deliberately poaching and recruiting from broadcasting. Okay. And maybe I benefited from the attention that advertising gave to broadcasters at that point. Largely, I think the emphasis at that point was the person, how they considered. The thing about broadcasting is you're always on display. Yeah. There was, can't remember his name now, the famous CBS newsreader in America. At some point, he had more credibility than the president of the country. You're on display every time, and people think a lot about you if you're doing your work well. They probably think you're better than anything. At the same time, if you do your work badly, you're on display, they probably think he can't even feed himself. You're disqualified outright. Maybe that has something to do with it.
All right.
It helped to bring people from broadcasting to serve as the face for their to face their clients, right. Intelligent people, which were recruited. It was a completely different industry. Make no mistake about it.
Right.
It wasn't one of those things in which you transferred skills easily.
But the PR part of it is what enhances the transitions from there.
Yes, yes and no. One thing which I think was common to broadcasting and advertising is the old saying, the show must continue.
Right.
Whatever you do, don't drop the ball.
Okay.
And I had situations in my time on radio in which I was ill, but I had to go on. But that's another story.
All right.
So that is common to both advertising and radio and broadcasting. But it's a completely different skill set. You almost came in and learned. I remember the first few meetings I attended in advertising. I almost didn't understand the language you were speaking.
I see.
Yes, and it was English.
Yeah.
You know, outdoor. They talk about 40 sheets.
Right.
I'm wondering what's this?
Sheets.
But those were sizes of boards.
Okay.
16 sheets, 40 sheets. You know, those are things you had to learn.
Right.
Picked up on production, 16 millimeter films, 35 millimeter films, and things. It's a different ball game completely.
Right, right.
What they had in common is, as I said, the show must go on.
Yeah.
And they're both communication.
Yeah.
They're both communication. The advertising side of things majored on the art of communication. In other words, the content of communication, you want to be able to deliver your message in 60 seconds, 30 seconds. In broadcasting, you had maybe an hour.
Yeah, you have a latitude for that.
Yeah, to develop whatever you're trying to communicate. So to that extent, it's a bit different, but it's all about communication and the content of communication.
Right, let's look at today's advertising and let's see what is there in it. Now, most especially since democracy has been around and politics has been part of human life, advertising has played a very important role in this. And when you look at even the American democracy, much more money is being spent on adverts than any other thing as the campaigns continue. Now, do you see can you really, drive any ideological, ideological campaign? Can there be any ideological campaign without calumny?
Yes. The answer is yes. There can be. But people broadcast the negatives because it works. It works.
Right.
That's why people do it. I could spend my time telling you about how many bridges I intend to build, my ideological position, and all that, which is helpful.
Okay. And it's positive?
Beg your pardon?
And it's positive too?
And it's positive.
Yeah.
But fear sells.
Okay.
If I spend my time talking to you about what I will do, you might be impressed or not. It depends on the perspective and your perception of what it's about. But if I'm saying that other fellow, if he ever gets into position, I pity you. The entire place will be overrun by disease. Boko Haram will be at your door in 2 seconds. It gets your attention. And because it gets attention, it's used around the world.
Okay.
Fear of the opponent.
Yeah.
How bad it could be, how difficult it could be, how nasty the environment would be if he ever gets into position. If it doesn't work, people won't do it. But it's been established a very long time ago that one of the things that people pay attention to in life, in general, is fear.
I'm asking this question because when we draw a corollary between this and the news, good news is no news, right? So bad news is where the news is. And could that be the situation there as you're explaining this?
Well, to some extent, good news is, we have a proverb in Yoruba which translates roughly into the fact that if a man has sores, open sores on his leg and is besieged by flies, you probably look at it, have a chuckle and move on.
Right.
But if the man, out of frustration, catches about 5 of them and throws them in his mouth, everybody will hang around. Yeah, so to that extent, bad news always gets attention. We are all vulnerable to communication. Whether you like it or not, certain things get to you if I say it in a way that is credible to you. And particularly if I repeat it long enough. You can tell as many lies as you want.
Okay.
People may try it, but if it's not true, they'll move away.
Okay.
And that happens to also human beings. If I can promote you as much as I like, people will try it, but after the trial, if it's negative, then they move away. So it works because it draws people to a particular event or person.
Okay.
On the other hand, if you vilify somebody long enough with heavy media spill, it will also take him a very long time to rid himself of that kind of image.
Okay.
If he doesn't do it immediately while it's going on.
Let's now look at today's world. In your own days, there were billboards, there were some other, materials, as you said, when you entered the advertising, industry, you found some strange, language being used and words, sheets and things like that. Today is all about internet, and the world has turned out to be like a global village, I must say, because everybody is now coming closer and together. How do you see the future for advertising in this regard, given the challenge being posed by the internet and then the online broadcasters and advertisers?
Advertising has changed dramatically. Two main components of advertising: creating the material, the content, and disseminating the material over the media.
Right.
The creating of the material hasn't changed too much. Right. Except you now have better tools to be able to do that. But in terms of dissemination, the importance of regular media has been diminished tremendously. How much of your budget now goes on television, conventional TV stations, conventional radio stations, conventional newspapers and things, has shifted tremendously. There's a lot now on blogs, on internet, on social media, and all that. Because at the end of the day, what people are trying to do is catch consumers where they are.
Yeah.
In the old days, you used media depending on who you're trying to reach. For instance, we knew that you had a better chance of reaching the North in those days through radio, more than the South. The average Northerner believed in the radio, even if he was in his farm. He had his radio
by his side.
Yes, probably listening to after service of BBC or whatever. It was a companion.
Yeah.
We also knew that cinema was very popular up north in those days. It was a cultural thing. It didn't matter what the film was. It wasn't important what the content was.
No, not really.
It was an outing, and they liked it. At that time, cinema was dying down in the South because of violence. People were afraid to go out at night. So the emphasis you put on cinema was beginning to go down, whereas in the North it was different. So you did all of those calculations in how you placed your material to be able to reach your audience, whoever the audience is supposed to be.
Right.
That has shifted now because of online reception from many people. They prefer to consume their even news online.
Everything now, almost everything.
Yes. Sometimes what comes online is totally fabricated. But it gets through, and people consume that and believe it. And the conventional media have a very difficult time trying to catch up. And not everybody is of the opinion to listen to the conventional media before I believe. People pick up on this.
Okay, now, what in your opinion should conventional media do in order to face this challenge or surmount it? It's a big challenge, really.
One of the things we learned in advertising is it's easier to operate with a belief and perception of people than to try to change people's minds.
In my own search for you in other sources and other platforms, I found very little indeed about you, so much, but I found so much more.
I don't leave too much footprint.
But you can't hide anyway. A goldfish has no hiding place. But I find so much and so many about your daughter, Kemi. She more or less, if you permit me to use the word, overshadow you somehow, given the fact that she's now all over the places. Even the hits on the net.
Right.
The moment you put Adetiba, the first thing that comes up is Kemi. Then maybe thereabout down the line you find Dele and
somewhere.
Somewhere. And this one lady that has taken after you in this profession. How do you feel about that?
Oh, I'm absolutely delighted that she has that creative bent to her. Even though we pressured her to have conventional, what you might call conventional profession. She read law, but she was always interested in the creative arts.
Yeah.
And she's made quite an impact. And I'm quite happy to be overshadowed.
Okay.
You know? I mean,
you're happy to be overshadowed?
Oh, yeah. I've had my time. I'm happy for her. She's chosen a line of business which I'm familiar with. I didn't do full-time movie making, which is what she's majoring in now. She had done on-camera things in the past, presented programs on TV and things, but making movies is what she's about now. Okay. And we're able to discuss, and I can advise, because I have a grounding from my advertising days about content, about filming, editing, and all that. I edited for 30 seconds commercials, 60 seconds commercials. She edited for 3 hours of a movie. So it's a different ballgame completely.
Entirely.
Yes.
Entirely.
But the principle is similar. We were able to chat and discuss, and some of the issues she has, I can talk her through it and things.
Oh, okay. That's great and that's interesting. Congratulations, sir.
Thank you.
We cannot end this interview without asking you this last question, and that is, what do you want to be remembered for?
What I want to be remembered for? That is, I hadn't spent too much time thinking about that. I tell you, one thing which has always been important to me, whether I'll be remembered for it, I don't know, is human relationship. For me, it's my litmus test. Okay. If I had any impact as I came from one step to another. Right. I love the situation whereby I can meet people I've met in broadcasting, in advertising, in my social life, in the club, years after, and they're glad to come up to me and say, do you remember me? I was X and Y. You employed me for this thing. You interviewed Muhammad Ali, and whatever it was. Yeah. I regard that as more memorable than anything else.
Okay.
We would do different things for a living, but you can't escape working with people.
Oh, that's great. Just like the opportunity I have and the privilege of having to meet you and talk to you.
Thank you.
It's my pleasure, really. And we thank you so very much for the time you've given us in order to talk to you and then get this little information from you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
You're welcome.
A very big thank you to you out there for having come along. I've been talking with Dele Adetiba. I'll just sum it up as I saw it and put it to you as I saw it too, the veteran journalist and arts guru. We've had a lengthy discussion, and of course it's been too much for me, and I think you can accommodate that. It was Reflections. We thank you so much for watching. Don't forget, take responsibility. Coronavirus is real. We'll come your way next time with another personality. Until then, bye-bye.
This vaccine is safe, and it has been certified safe and usable by NAFTA.
Hello and welcome. It's time for another interesting package of
Everything Music.
Angelina, you dey cool in my temperature. If you call, I go come deliver.
This is Stocky Movies.
In times of old, the world was full of wonder.
No!
Stop it! Welcoming you to your weekend for today.
Arise, oh compatriots. It's time to use our voice.
Beyond Six Packs.
Bills.
Pay the bills. Keep paying telephone bills. Pay my bills.
Welcome to Gallery.
Me and my paddies.
London for what?
London for medicine.
Medicine for what?
Medicine for coffee.
Are you sickness?
To our illness. Welcome to Gist Zone.
All right, my name is the Eselucien Wego One. Ona nyokoko nyonyo.
We want to talk about rights, there are obligations. I'm not saying that this government is a saint, it's very far from it. But there are things that we can do to make it better, and that's the challenge I'm throwing to you. You don't want to build this nation? I don't know where else you want to go. If I had a choice, I'll come back. When I stand outside and I hear what you have to say about this country that I know that I can die for as one, then I'm really sad because you're young. You have education. You have tools. You have a huge future ahead of you. And you're condemning yourself before you started on that journey. So please don't do that. Please don't.
are doing is incredible.
Well, there's a myriad of things. I think, first of all, we have to go back to writer. You are very well known for teaching skills. Your students speak a whole lot about you.
Miss Nigeria competition.
And I said, let's pick them up. Let's take them back to Nigeria and let's teach them a different kind of job.
Hello, always wonderful to have you with me on my show, on our show in regards to all of us, the woman. Now, you know what we do here. Go all out, investigate, find out what is happening within the women's world. Who is doing what? And every day we get excited because women are taking it to the next level daily. In terms of entertainment, in terms of health, everywhere you go to, we are doing just well. Today I have a guest who is doing something we all know, but in a very extraordinary way. Who is my guest? Find out after this time out. Don't go away. The show is The Woman, and my guest is an acclaimed alternative, orthodox, everything put together in the area of health. She is the CEO and MD of the Physique Health and Wellness Limited. Her name is Dr. Susan Adams, and I want to say Dr. Susan Heals. It's actually a book and a name at the same time. Yeah. Okay, I get to talk about all of that. Sure. So welcome to the show, The Woman.
Thank you so much.
Okay. Oh, and yes. You notice, as I walked in, the people are so warm. And I told myself, if this is how hospitals are, I don't want to be sick, but I think I want to visit hospitals more often. Yeah. How did you train them to get that? Or did you handpick people who are just like that?
No, I didn't handpick. We actually look for talent and then we train. But for some reason, this is a wellness center. I mean, by just meeting a wellness person, you should feel well already.
Training as well to be able to get that.
Oh no, a lot of training, but not on the being nice part, not too much of it. I think I'm a nice person, so maybe they're like, okay, you know what, let me be a little bit like Dr. Susan, so.
All right, wellness, the first time we met, you mentioned something about what sparked up this field for you. It's kind of unique, but I know there's a story behind it. What's that story again?
Well, the story is that I grew up in a house where my mom was diabetic, my dad had hypertension, and they embraced a conventional medicine, which I have no problems with. As a matter of fact, when I was ready to go to school, my dad said, you know what, start with drugs. That is pharmacy. I started there. So that way you can go and bring that magic pill so that you can get rid of this BP. And because once he gets the BP, sometimes headache, he just doesn't get himself. And then my mom's diabetes was really bad. She's just tired, numbness, tingling. She wasn't seeing very well. But they were in medicine. So I finished school. I went all the way to what they call doctor of pharmacy. After that, I do have master's in health management. I do also have an MBA. I like school, so I've gone to school a lot. But I couldn't find the golden pill until I started researching, like, what else? What's missing? What's left? And I realized there's a whole section on what they call lifestyle modification, which is a complete medicine, but most people skip. And when they skip lifestyle modification, the drug doesn't work as well. And then they say, no, doctor is not doing well. It's not true. Doctors do well, but we have a sense of responsibility to contribute to our well-being. So once I started getting certifications on lifestyle modification, wellness, and then I found Harvard. Born here, but as a kid,
we are used to a lot of herbal things here.
Yeah, I'm gonna tell you how that works. So when I grew up, I was born here. I grew up in the U.S. I finished from Middletown High School in Connecticut, then went to university in New York, and I stayed there. It's only just about maybe 7 years ago or so, I decided to move back on my own. My parents are still there. So what is this lifestyle modification? When I was done with the Harvard program, I realized that, wow, so there's a way to approach health, because it's heavy on preventive medicine. It's heavy on lifestyle medicine. That means our own lifestyle should heal us. So in the process, I now brought this back home. I said, Mommy, Daddy, you still take your medicine. However, you have to start this part. There's something called exercise as medicine. There's something called food as medicine. There's something called drinking your water as medicine. There are other things you can do medicinally.
I'm doing it right.
Oh, do your water as medicine. You saw me down in my own whole gallon before I got on here. So, make a long story short, they got better. And I'm always so proud to say they're in their 80s, doing very well. They can still go shopping, church. In fact, they're doing babysitting from one house to another. So for me, they are my joy and pride to show that this lifestyle modification thing works. So I now left them in the US and it's like, God made me a Nigerian for something. So what is that? So I decided to come back to Nigeria and like, let me come and set up lifestyle medicine. I came back on a mission. So I said, I'm not just going to take baby steps. I'm going to go all out on lifestyle medicine. So I started the company, Dr. Physique Health and Wellness Center, from a tiny room, because I know your story is supposed to inspire other women. Where can I start? You can start from what you have, because I came back, start from just preaching.
You know, your story tells me that whatever happens to us, if we have, a purpose for something, the drive doesn't go down, which is what we should do more often. Now, coming back here, I know that a lot of times we are very skeptical when it comes to, embracing certain things. In the past, the traditional medicine worked very well. Now, at a point, people felt it wasn't good enough. You combining the two of them, what you call the alternative, integrative combo. Now, yes. How has it, been accepted by the people?
Well, initially, it wasn't too accepted. I mean, it wasn't overly accepted. It was, in fact, some people still like, what do they do there? Is it a herbalist center, or are they selling herbs? And then when they get here, they're like, wow, are you kidding? This is in Nigeria? I always get that. I'm like, I want to hear, is this in the world? That's where I'm heading to, not just is this in Nigeria. The whole thing about what we practice here is about your lifestyle should be your medicine. And where does it start? It starts from your backyard. When you start living medicinally, all these green plants and herbs become your healer. Then your mind should be your medicine. So now, when I came back, I was just preaching that everything around us can heal us. This is the reason for my book, the one that's called Everything Heals, Everything. So, because I'm now in Nigeria, I started working with the locals. What do you have do you have consistent results on this bitter leaf? Yes. On which department I will bring? Do you have consistent results on this? I'm looking for consistency. And then because we are a medical facility, first we will test, do you have this condition? After we test, we said, okay, these are all the available food, fruits and vegetables in Nigeria that can help you get there. So we make a meal plan or a lifestyle modification plan based on what we've been able to gather, and we give it to you. And before you know it, oh my God, Dr. Susan, I can sleep better. Oh, I was trying to lose weight for 10 years. I'm losing weight. My sugar that used to fluctuate, now is stabilized. Oh my God, my BP that used to go up and down is stabilized. I feel lighter. I feel happier. I love, this is what drives me. And all I've said, most of it is success stories, most of which you can be doing from your house. So that's how we've been managing.
Basically, to train people to understand what they should do and get it doing. But I went around this place. It's actually quite big. one of your people took us around on tour of facility, and I enjoyed it so much, even though I saw some things I'm not
Familiar with?
Yes, not covers at all. I was one on a colonic
hydrotherapy, which is, they say detox is raining, but there's a way to detox your system. You will feel the effect because toxins will actually be pulled out of your system and you will pull it out. So it's the machine we have is actually FDA approved for toxin and heavy metal removal from the body, because even 2 weeks ago we got a prescription from US. Somebody went to US to go and do some tests, and they said you have too many metals in your body. That's why you're yes, and they told you need two things: a steam sauna and colonics. So it's something that is done in Germany, US, China, across the globe. So we have that, and then we also have some exciting procedures like getting oxygen into your system, so you feel like you've done like 2 hours of yoga.
Oh, really?
Yes. Wow. And we have like
one you told me I needed to spin my blood.
Yes, there's one that we can spin your blood and then actually extract the plasma and use it to actually regenerate cells. So we do exotic things to increase health and increase longevity. For Dr. Physic is that you will die when God says. Mm-hmm. But how are you going? Are you going from a wheelchair, wrinkled, outdated? We don't accept that.
We'll quickly take a break now. When we come back, Dr. Susan is still in the house and she's an embodiment of a whole lot of things, but we'll keep talking. Don't go away. All right, we've just done half of the show. It's still the woman, and Dr. Susan is in the house. Now, I'd like to know, how easy was it for you to really get established here? Because I know what it is.
Oh, God, it wasn't easy. It wasn't easy at all. But you mentioned something earlier. Once you're determined and you go for it, I cannot say it was easy. It wasn't easy because it's a new brand of medicine, and we're just visiting the country with this brand of medicine. People don't understand it. When we were trying to get registered, they will come to our place and say, what are you really trying to set up? Is this alternative? Is this orthodox? What are you setting up? We're like, integrative is together. No way. Separate it. We can't separate it. I said to one doctor, I said, the patient, if you go to any hospital and they tell you have diabetes and you're going to be a diabetic for the rest of your life and be on drugs the rest of your life, you know what? The patient goes straight to internet and Google natural cure for diabetes. I told him, Dr. Physic is just setting up a place where this set of human beings, these people, instead of them getting up, let us medically guide them. Let's check your kidney. Let's check your liver. Let's encourage you to take nature. But we'll be making sure that this nature is dosed and the nature is not hurting you. So that's how we got started. Anyway, in the long run, Dr. Tata, which was the then registrar for Firm C in the FCT, said, go and bring all the guidelines for registering this type of facility. Bring from Germany, bring from UK, bring from here, and I brought everything. So I think it's been God all the way. The journey's been God all the way. And I think when God sends you on an errand, he goes with you. So I would say it's difficult, but with God, it's been very easy.
And I notice how happy the people are as well. That means the work environment is very conducive for them.
Yes.
I hear you even have dance sessions?
Yes, we have dance sessions and motivational talks and awards, staff recognition. I mean, if you invest in your employees, they will give it back to the people that work in here. You have to honor them. When I see them, I see my family, I even see God. Why do I see God? I say, because God is everywhere, he's in everything. Mm-hmm. So if he's the one going the journey with me, it means that he showed up in person, yes, not as a thing. So I treat them with the highest dignity, respect. We are friends.
Now, setting up business here, it's one thing, and being a woman in such environment is a different thing. How has the journey been for you as a woman?
Oh,
Especially,
God.
I know you also have your family.
Yes. As a woman, you know, lately I don't used to remember woman or man. I'm sorry. Yes. You know, I just get the work done. I'm too secure in being a woman, so I don't look at, oh, woman, man. I don't overly do that. So the most important thing for me about being a woman and managing my work is you wake up early in the morning. You plan your family. You make sure the food they will eat is okay. These children will get to school on time. And then the family front must be happy. If not, you'll not have peace of mind to do this. You can't. So you make sure that the family front, but there's a little bit of sacrifice. You have to get up early. On my pillow, I tell people on my bed, the first thing that is there says family first. So it makes me pay attention to family because family is everything. You can't neglect family. Then it's worse for me because my mom, my dad, brothers, sisters, cousins, they're all in the US, the people I grew up with. So I have to set up an alarm when they wake up. Call mommy now, call daddy now, call this one now, because if not, it will be night and they'll be sleeping, the time different. So it's not been easy, but I'm pulling through.
Yeah, I understand. So how do you manage to relax sometimes too?
Relax? This is a relaxation center. So we do massages here. So I mandate myself to at least once a week massage.
It shows.
Oh, yes, my skin is, actually people love my skin. Even the kids, they're like, oh, Dr. Susan, your skin is so fine. I said, no problem, thank you. So I do massages, so I relax that way. I think prayer relaxes me. Because when you pray, you've given it all away to the person that sent you. It calms me so well. So I feel like prayer is a form of relaxation. Is it true for you?
Very, very.
So
it's a way of taking away the problem. It's like, hey guys, handle it. My own is just to relax and enjoy.
Exactly. Then 3, I do comedies. So I subscribe to a lot of comedy on my...
Really?
If you just give me 1 minute break now, I'm quickly going to watch a comedy. So it keeps me laughing.
We're together on a lot of things.
There you go. I just go to who's going to make me... You surround yourself with positivity. You're going to be positive. Really? So that's another way to relax. So I have to put small minutes of relaxations here and there. And then my biggest one, I like going to look for healthy restaurants. Is there any healthy restaurant in town or seafood restaurant? So I restaurant hunt to see what is out there, because they say, oh, I eat out. I'll say, okay, don't go to this one. Go to this one. Go to this one. So that relaxes me. Lastly, I read.
Okay, that's why you also tell me about your book, Everything Heals. Because if you read, and you also write,
Yes.
a lot of things will go into that book.
Exactly. I read no less than a book a month. I'm addicted to reading. And that's why I ended up with so many degrees, like Master's of this, Master's Health Management, MBA, etc. But I love reading, naturally. The book, Everything Heals, I just ask God that, you don't know your last day. Of course, we all wish to live to be a 200 years. You want to be 200? No,
I had a conversation with God and he said 120.
120 is good for you?
Yeah,
Well,
and I also have a beach party just before I die.
That's okay. I was thinking of skydiving, run around, skydiving right around 120, But anyway, the truth is that I was just sitting and I said, in case I'm no more, this message that God's put in me, that we can start from where we are to contribute to health, to have a better health. If I'm gone today, who's going to know? So I woke up and I said, you know what, let me put it in a book. It's just a simple book. How you can use water as medicine to get rid of ulcer, to get rid of indigestion, constipation, skin glow, is all listed. Food as medicine, the difference between micronutrient and macronutrient. From age 35 and above, what you should never put in your mouth, never put in your mouth, is listed. And what you can do when you're under 35. Then they put something about your mind has medicine. You know, your very mind can heal you.
Yeah, I was going to actually ask you that.
Yes.
How does it do? Because a lot of women worry a lot. If it's not our work, it's our husbands, our boyfriends, our relatives, our work, you know. And the most recent one now, a lot of young girls are actually keyed into it. We also worry about our physical appearance.
Physical appearance.
So how do I begin to remove those worries? In my mind, because I think a doctor was telling me, if you're trying to conceive, anxiety can actually mess up your cycle.
100%.
Wow.
First of all, I feel that just to conclude on the book question, is that I realize that I may not be here forever. So in case I'm no more, here is a book. This is what God delivered to me for my country. Because let me tell you something. You know, people say, oh, healthcare system is falling. Healthcare. What is our own contribution personally to healthcare? You're busy abusing your health, drinking anyhow, sugaring your life anyhow, and all that. We too have a contribution. So lifestyle medicine, which is what we practice, is that we are going to contribute to healthcare so that doctors and healthcare system can come up and look good. Two, your mind as medicine, which is a whole chapter on the book. You know, your mind, when you're anxious, you're stressed. When you're stressed, you're producing cortisol, which is a certain hormone, and the hormone inflames you, makes your body tense, toxic. So actually stress, which comes from anxiety, is actually a real thing, stress. But people don't know that. They say, oh, I'm stressed. But stress is damaging to the entire body, to the entire system. So for me, I think the first step is realizing that every time I'm stressed, I am tearing my body apart. I am destroying me. So that first realization. Two, there's a chapter in the book too that is after that. It's called the God factor. There's a way you bring God into your life, that is God as medicine, that the stress steps down, and then your true self can come out. And then we talked about contentment. A lot of Nigerians, I'm a Nigerian, we are not content. We don't even have what they call financial freedom number. It's just a bottomless pit for what we want to have. And then we have big dreams. Think about it. I came back from United States, doctor, but I thought about it. Let me start from one tiny room, which, you see, when I conducted an interview, I said, give me your 2 years game plan. I would like to own something like this. It's possible with God, but automatically you have taken yourself to, how are you going to own something like this, and you're here looking for a job that's going to pay maybe 100,000. We actually pay our people well by God's grace, part of why they're happy. So I think that we should embrace contentment, realize that stress destroys the body, and then if you're really, really worried about it, then there are counselors. There's a coaching system, which is part of lifestyle medicine. Talk to somebody, take it out, and then maybe if your pastor is not working, move to another place. If your imam is not working, move to another place. I mean, this topic is too broad. So in trying to narrow it, I don't know if I'm doing a good job answering it.
I'm going to ask all of us to read the book, yes.
Read the book.
We're going to all have to read the book, because beyond just the mind, personally, I would like to know what to avoid and what to eat to ensure that I get to that 120 and have that 120 per day before. I will invite you.
Of course.
I know you still be very much around.
Oh, you got that right. Shock it.
Thank you so much. You're awesome. I must say, you're awesome.
Thank you.
I've also learned extra. I'll add that to what I already have.
Thank you so much.
The show is a woman, and keep being who you are, the woman. It wasn't a mistake. God created us for great things, and we continue to do that. Bye for now.
Bye.
Well, there's a barrage of things. I think first of all, we have to go back to writer. You are very well known for teaching skills. Your students speak a whole lot about you.
Miss Nigeria competition.
I said, let's pick them up, let's take them back to Nigeria, and let's teach them a different kind of job.
Wannan labarin ma yana peji na 36.
Ita kuma babban labarin wannan jarida shine ainihin labarin da ke gaban jarida shine ta bayyana cewa
ọkwa ọjị ikenga eziokwu
nwanne m nwoke
Ikechukwu Ndukwe Igbo
mam iji wee mee ka ụbọchị na-aga n'anya ya
ọjụtụtụ na-ewutelu unu
nation fún ti òwúrọ̀ yìí ibẹ̀ náà ti sọ pé àwọn ìgbìmọ̀ aláṣẹ ìpínlẹ̀ Benue pàṣẹ wípé
ní gbogbo àwọn ẹ̀ka ní ẹ̀ka ètò ẹ̀kọ́ ní ẹ̀ka ètò ìlera ní ẹ̀ka ètò ààbò.
Stress is a normal physical response to an event that makes your nervous system feel threatened at the perception of danger, whether real or imagined, giving your body automatic mobilization process known as the fight, flight, or freeze response. This automobilization response, or stress, is designed to protect your body. When it is working well, it helps you stay focused, energetic, and alert. In an emergency, it spurs you into action to defend yourself. Stress, however, becomes worrisome when it is overwhelming. It can damage your health, your mood, your productivity, relationship, and even your quality of life. Stress is chiefly induced by environmental conditions or stimulus and emotional instability. Work-related stress is the second most commonly reported condition in the self-reported work-related illness. According to research results between 2011 and 2012, an estimated 428,000 workers suffered from work stress. Stress affects different people in different ways, but generally, the chemicals that are released by the body as a result of stress can build up over time and cause various mental and physical symptoms. These include irritability, anger, depression, anxiety, food cravings, lack of appetite, headaches, sleep difficulty, and the list is endless. How one handles one's stress depends on the causes and the symptoms, but it is imperative to note that once the pressure or threat has passed, your stress hormone level will usually return to normal.
Drive in the rain?
It depends on the velocity of the rain.
This is the network service of the NTA.
The act or process of parenting helps to promote and support the physical, emotional, social, and psychological development of a child from infancy to adulthood. Parenting involves all the intricacies, or if you like, the nitty-gritty of raising a child to become independent and useful to society, not necessarily exclusively for a biological relationship. Some persons believe it ought to be a full-time job, but for the economic scramble that characterizes modern times. Others are of the view that raising a happy and healthy child is one of the most challenging jobs a parent can have, but also one of the most rewarding if pursued with patience and commitment. However, it has been observed that parenting is not being approached with the same focus and commitment people put into a job. And this is taking a toll on society because the family is the building block. And what goes right or wrong in the family reflects manifestly in society. It is often said that the rise in criminality in society today is a consequence of bad parenting. Whether you agree or differ, the wide range of views and perspectives on today's program will certainly provide insight as we focus on the consequences of good and bad parenting. Welcome to 30 Minutes on NTA News 24. I am Itaire Ikben. In our first report, Lydia Sampson furnishes us with analysis of what good parenting entails, the duties and characteristics of a good parent, and the advantages of good parenting. It's over to you, Lydia.
Have you ever heard the saying that he or she is from a good family? Then you will understand that what you do as a parent makes a difference. This is because your children are watching you. It is in the light of this that experts advise that parents don't just react on the spur of the moment or behave contrary to norms.
A good parent is how you bring your children up in a moral way. And moral way has to do with godliness. It doesn't just have to do with traditional morality or whatsoever, but I think godly morality, and either in Christianity or Islam. These are the two things that can bring a child up in the best way that you will be confident of your child wherever he goes.
Well, we'll start by saying, in the first place, parenting is like a privilege given to us by God to see how to raise children, in the way that they will go and end up becoming good people in the society. So good parenting basically is standing in the right place to give children or your words the needed kind of discipline that will impact generally on the society at large.
They said it is often pertinent to ask, what do I want to accomplish? And is this likely to produce a result that will wrongfully influence my children?
Parents, first off, takes care of the need of the child. That is the foremost importance of good parenting. Then, besides providing what the child needs, you have to look at the moral values of that child. You have to train that child in a way that he will be acceptable in the society. That is what I think the characters.
Raising your child or your children in the appropriate way, in godly manner, seeing them doing the right thing, bringing them up, teaching them what they ought to know from that very level, that childish level. At least it's a level of maybe from a year. You begin to teach them some things. You show them this, that. Before you know it, they will catch up with whatever you needed to see them achieve or understand in life. And you have to show them how, what they should do part-time, where they should go, especially when they are growing up, where they should go, who to mingle with, how to make friends, what kind of friends are there to mingle with or make. So you have to direct them on the way they should go.
Good parenting, expert says, helps to foster empathy, honesty, self-reliance, self-control, kindness, cooperation, and cheerfulness. Experts are of the view that it also promotes intellectual curiosity, motivation, and desire to achieve sustainable growth. Good parenting also helps protect children from developing anxiety, depression, eating disorders, antisocial behavior, as well as alcohol and drug abuse. This, however, can only be achieved with good relationship with your children. It is believed that if you don't have a good relationship with your child, he or she is not going to listen to you, talk less of believe it, when you try to correct them and direct them on the right path. Now, think how you relate to other adults. If you have a good relationship with them, you tend to trust them more and listen to their opinions and agree with them. Well, it is the opposite with someone you just don't like, because often we'll ignore their opinion. It is therefore critical that parents are their children's best friends, confidant, and role models with whom they will continue to communicate on all issues.
You rest in your old age because it won't be nice for you to, if you don't give your children a good morals and good bringing, at the end of the day, maybe when they grow up, it will not be nice for you to hear one of your child has stolen and then is in the prison and all of that. Because if there's a good upbringing and morals, even at your old age, you have peace, you have your rest. That's it.
Well, apparently, good parenting is a good nation. Good parenting is a good community. You know, without the home state, you would not be able to have a good nation at all. The characteristic is having the fear of God and molding your family in the light of God.
Parenting is a very tedious work now. Parenting is, I used to describe it as a professional, and parenting is a full-time work now, because we have discovered, we have seen that there are so many emergency parents, and there are so many accidental parents that we have witnessing now, and that is why you even see children the parents who don't, you can't even differentiate them between the children which they are raising, because they do not understand the concept of parenting, neither do they appreciate what does it take not to take care of their children. So this time around, parenting, good parenting now, I mean the ability to be able to look at the way things are being, the way you would do it. I can always tell people on the member that for you to be a good parent, you first and foremost have to train yourself to be what you want your children to be, to look like. If you don't do that, no matter what you say, no matter how much you say, no matter how much you spend, it's going to be a waste. And that's what we are witnessing today.
Parents, no matter their schedule, also need to be more involved in their child's life. Being involved takes time and is hard work. Sometimes it often means rethinking and rearranging your priorities. It frequently means sacrificing what you want to do for what your child needs to do, by being there mentally as well as physically. This, expert says, will help nip in the bud any unethical behavior.
You have to be godly. Number one, you have to be godly. You have to know God, to show good example to your children and to the people around you. Have a good, what's it called? A good behavior. You understand? Behave well so that people can come and interact with you and tell them and tell you their problems. A good mother look for people to come and, to come and drink of, how do I put it? Try to know how their life will go. Try to know things about life. You understand?
Take, for example, the child that his parents trained well. That child will have respect for the society. He will have respect for the elders, In fact, a lot of advantages are in good parenting. Any child that the parent trained well can never see somebody and degrade him, They will have value for human life. Yes, that's why a lot of things happening these days. You see a lot of young children, because their parents didn't care for them when they were little, So they grew up to be nuisance in the society. But by the way of good parenting, if that child grows up, wow, he'll be an added advantage to the society. Yeah.
Ironically, the opposite is what obtained with most parents leaving their children at the mercy of households who, in addition to initiating children to wayward behaviors, have nothing to lose as long as they are paid.
When you have a child, some people have a child, they will not even care maybe
they are somewhere. Their own is just to send money to them. Me, as I'm concerned, I don't believe any of my child to stay for one place for 2 years. I don't know where you are. And a good parent is supposed to be like that. Some of them, you don't know the type of work they are doing. And they will send money to you. You will say, my son, my daughter. And it's a bad something. Don't love money past your children.
Advantages of good parenting, number one, I can say, one, a child who, if you train up your child, the advantage you gain is, number one, you won't be called a useless parent, bad parent, because by the time your child behaves outside or do any wrong thing, they will come to the house. They will point at the kind of parent. Yeah, so when you teach them properly in a good, better way, you will not be embarrassed. No police will come to your house knocking at your door. You understand me? And so many other things. You will have, when you called for prayer in the morning, they will join you. When you're going to church or any godly gathering, they will follow you.
If you take care of that, your children, perhaps your family will be better for it, your community will be better for it, you yourself will be better for it, and the nation will be, because what constitutes a nation, it is the family. What constitutes the community, it is the family. So when the family is not well taken care of, the entire country is collapsed. The entire family system is collapsed. The entire society is collapsed. So we have to put it in our mind that the government should even be serious in enforcing that parents should take care of their parents, and government should also help in making sure that the children are taken care of by their parents. And government should not also forget that the main important thing of governance is not just security, but also welfare.
Traditionally, good parenting is imbibed in almost all communities in Nigeria. That is why while some families are held in high esteem, others are regarded as perpetrators of evil and wickedness. Ironically, the reverse is the case now, with the major yardstick being wealth. It is the reason why the craze for wealth has sent many parents and their children on the wrong path, leading to unimaginable, dastardly wicked acts of inhumanity. Expert says parents can still change the narrative by turning a new leaf and guiding their children on the right path.
Little wonder it is said that the best kind of parenting is leading by example. Our second report by Thomas Ogbetere highlights the consequences, or if you like, the influence of bad parenting and its link to some of the ills in the society. Let's see what Thomas has for us.
Good parenting is in high demand and highly demanding. It requires a lot of deliberate efforts to achieve. It involves persistent instructions and corrections to put a child on the right path.
I like to say that parenting is responsibility. And if you are opportune to be a parent, you have been opportune to be given responsibility that you should partner with God to do. You need God's help, but then you need God's help discipleship. You are living on a path and you are bringing those whom God has given you the responsibility to parent on that path. You are discipling them. You are training them. You are bringing them up on that path. So you cannot tell a child, don't be rude to people. Don't be rude to your contemporaries. Don't be rude to elders. And you, as a parent, you do otherwise. So what you want to bring, what you want to imbibe in your children, now moderates the way you live your life. Moderates how you do things. Moderates how you spend your time. A parent that is out at night clubbing with his friends, not there to do assignments with the children, that's bad parenting, of course. And so, parenting is responsibility. Parenting would change the way you live your life, change some decisions you make. It will change the way you relate with your spouse. You want to relate with your spouse. I mean, you don't want your child, for example, to relate with his world in aggression. You can't be aggressive with your spouse. In abusive words, you can't use abusive words on your spouse. And even on the child itself.
Children always want to have their way and can cajole parents to show them excessive love. Sometimes the good intention of parents may have negative consequences and effects on the family and the society with overindulgence.
Consequences of bad parenting. Definitely it will first of all bounce on the parents before it will even bounce to the society, because the parents will first of all bear the blame. But if you look at the other way around, most people that are parents now too were not properly trained by their own parents. So how do you expect maybe a woman or a father that did not get the proper training from home to be able to give to the ones he or she has produced? Is what you get that you give.
If good parenting leads to good products of society, bad parenting could have ripple effects on the family and society.
Bad parenting gives birth to at-risk youth, which means you have exposed your child to so many ills of the society by failing to be a good father to the child. So the child is exposed and vulnerable to drugs. The child picks up his direction from the streets, and you know what you get from the streets. So if the parenting at home fails, nature does not allow vacuum to be created. The child needs that parenting. It's not given at home. The child gets it from the streets. And you know what you get from the streets. So the child suffers first. He roams the streets, surfs through the internet, makes friends, and nobody is there to guide him that you don't make such friends like that. These are the people that you are supposed to befriend. Nobody is there to tell him that because of the failure of parenting. So at-risk youth, drugs, sexual abuse comes in. Lack of focus comes in. Dropping out from school, truancy comes in. And then it compounds the problems of the society because of failure of parenting.
But at what point do parents lose grip on their children?
You know, most parents nowadays, we pursue money too much. Money. We don't even have time to stay at home with our children. Even the little time that we have to stay at home, when they bring issue up, we don't listen. We keep postponing. We don't want to listen to them. So when we cannot listen and we cannot bring solution to that problem that they are seeking, they will seek help from outside, maybe from peer groups, maybe from older people. Some will lead them into the wrong acts. Some did not start just smoking. Some maybe because of loneliness, no show of love. They see their friends doing it and they are happy. They said, okay, if this kind of life will give me happiness, will give me love from the society, why not? Let me join them. So that is why you see some children going left, while some are going right. Even the parents too. Some parents are still going left. So they don't even know the proper way of coming to the right side, that they will be able to drag their children to the right side. And some people you see from a very tender age, they'll go and dump their children in boarding house. What are they doing there? When properly they cannot even take care of themselves. You're going to put them in boarding house. The home training they have not gotten, you dump them in the hands of the teachers. The teachers are not the parents. They can only do little. They can't do much. But we, the parents, we have much to do to bring these children up in a way that when we look back, we'll be able to smile. And the society too will be able to smile. But if we don't sit with them, we don't bring them up because we just want to travel here and there, we throw them to the hands of the housemaid or we throw them into boarding house, I don't think it will come out fine. Let's learn how to sit at home and bring up our children in the way they will be able to stand on their own before we throw them into the society.
The holy books have examples of what parenting entails and how best to bring up children.
Allah calls upon the parents. He said, "Oh, you have believed. O anfusakum. Save yourselves, wa ahlikum, and your family. From what? From the fire of hell." Then Allah described the fire of hell. Now, in that general terms, we can understand from the provision of this verse that one, it is the responsibility of the parents first to save themselves from destruction, and then second, to save their words from destruction. We might want to look at it from this perspective. Allah started with the parents first, then the children.
Eli, we're told, was not a very good parent, and it had its own its own implications. Now, strangely, Samuel was a good person, but you can see, reading through scriptures, he didn't really have time for his children. And so his children grew up not to be as good as he was. They followed almost the same lifestyle, the same examples as the children of Eli. But if you read through the scriptures, now Samuel's grandchildren now did well because they followed in the line of priesthood and served the Lord.
Proper upbringing and training of children cannot be overemphasized in the bid to multiply virtues in society. On the flip side, children who are not properly brought up may become prey to vices in the society.
Bad parenting results to banditry, kidnappers, robbery, all manner of devices.
The consequences is disaster to humanity, to a community, to the country, and to the entire world.
The consensus is that good parenting could be a form of antidote for crime and criminality. Therefore, parents must give parenting the kind of attention that it deserves.
As a parent, you might as well conduct some self-appraisal. How good have you been as a parent? What adjustment is required in your style of parenting for your benefit and the good of society? Thomas Ogbetere's report brings us to the end of this episode of 30 Minutes on NTA News 24. Don't forget that children are gifts from God, and how we mold them translates to how society is molded. No doubt, good parenting can save the society from the ills of banditry, kidnapping, armed robbery, terrorism, ritual killings, and other criminal tendencies. Till we come your way with another interesting topic, I am Tyre Ikben. Thanks for watching and see you next time.
Did you get to see the way Telebabadu pulls this? Don't forget to send in your messages.
There's a difference between picking, child, and issue. The idea that is can do more with less people.
If we have a better way of addressing these issues, taking care of.
Congratulations, you were able to sign Timo Werner from RB Leipzig.
So you take water before your workout.
People have used their phone, using TikTok to do this.
Should I go for test?
A lot of people don't even have resources.
I'm Cecil, and this is the Medley Show on NTA.
Along a flyway, seasonally, birds migrate often north and south between breeding and wintering grounds. Many species migrate, and these occur naturally on one hand, even though out of necessity compelled by other environmental factors on the other hand. This migration carries high cost in predation and mortality, including hunting by humans. Migration is driven primarily by availability of food. It occurs mainly in the northern hemisphere, where birds are funneled onto specific routes by natural barriers such as the Mediterranean and Caribbean seas. Migration dates back to about 3,000 years. Every year, on the 9th of May, the United Nations celebrate World's Migratory Birds Day to create awareness and promote safety of birds that migrate. During flight, some birds become incapacitated and are unable to continue the flight, which explains why sometimes we wake up to the sight of rare species of birds in our compounds. What are we supposed to do should this happen? Globally speaking, in other parts of the world, value is attached to this species of bird, even though that cannot be said about most African countries, Nigeria inclusive, where these birds are hunted down either for food or sold in the market to make money.
Welcome to Strictly Speaking once again, and thanks for joining our ongoing conversation on various aspects of the English language.
Social media has influenced the use of English language in terms of writing and speaking that art. But you must understand that communication itself is an art.
Yes, there's the art, which is the skill or the talent, or from the talent to the skill. How do you separate yourself from the gang?
Everything is architected and designed by the Almighty.
Someone who is a Christian is someone who lives a life of
Christ.
Jesus Christ. And the life of Jesus Christ is a life of sacrifice.
Yes.
And there's the start and get. Promises to Shara. Winds up that left hand.
Archbishop of basketball, goal! He hung on that net like a stalk up a tree.
NTA Sports 24 brings you all sports, all time and all day. Tune in to watch NTA Sports 24 on Star Times Channel 270, StarSat on Channel 434 and Free TV on Channel 731. NTA Sports 24, where sports thrive.
President Buhari seeks urgent multilateral action to tackle climate change.
Restoring key ecosystems is crucial to help combat climate change and achieve sustainable development.
Ministry of Justice receives extradition request in respect of Abuja.
Inspector General of Police warns officers to refrain from unlawful conduct during patrols.
We must admit that we are not yet close to achieving our national security goal of restoring an internal security order.
On Good Morning Nigeria today, we shall focus on the evacuation of Nigerians from Ukraine, plus World Engineering Day 2022.
Right. Now, you will recall that at the beginning of the week, the federal government put all modalities in place to commence evacuation of Nigerians affected by the Russia-Ukraine war. Now, you would also recall that at Wednesday's Federal Executive Council meeting, the sum of $8.5 million was approved for the immediate evacuation of not less than 5,000 Nigerian students who are caught up in that war.
Well, 2,000 Nigerian evacuees were expected in the first batch of those who were billed to return to Nigeria yesterday, that's Thursday, from countries neighboring Ukraine. But unfortunately, that couldn't happen as the scheduled flight was cancelled, and the Nigerians were told to reclaim their luggage and disembark.
All right. Well, of course, that news, went round yesterday, and according to the leader of the delegation, who is also a director, consular and legal ministry of Foreign Affairs, Ambassador Bolaji Akinremi, the flight was rescheduled to today, that's Friday, and that's because the delay in checking in, of course, the surging number of Nigerians willing to return. Now, that affected, according to him, the standard duty hours of the crew allocated to the flight. He said that they had to wait from 9 a.m. in the morning to about 2 p.m. in the afternoon. That's over 5 hours. Kingsley.
That's right. Now, Nigeria's ambassador to Poland, retired Major General Christian Ugu, however, gave assurance that with the new arrangement in place, the flight should leave, or must have left by this morning as we are speaking.
Following the resolution of the House plenary last week, a delegation again of the House of Representatives, led by House Leader Al-Hassan Adud Doguwa, arrived Bucharest, that's in Romania, yesterday we are told, in an oversight and, of course, to assist in the process of evacuating Nigerian nationals who are mainly students fleeing Russian attacks in the Ukraine.
Well, with more cities in Ukraine now coming under attack by Russia, many have fled the country to escape the carnage that has taken the lives of hundreds of persons on both sides. That's to say, both Russia and Ukraine, with the United Nations indicating that there are now no fewer than 1 million refugees who have surged across various borders, fleeing the consequences of the invasion.
All right, we'll be bringing you an update on the rescheduled evacuation of Nigerians from Ukraine this morning. We'll also be looking at the fate of other Nigerians who may not want to be evacuated and are willing to remain in Ukraine. Now, are there some who have not gained access to leave Ukraine to more safety grounds? And that's talking about the students who are studying there. And what does this mean? Does it mark the end of the students who have returned home? Does it mark the end of their education, or are they likely to return when things settle down? What is going to happen to them? These are some of the issues we will be looking at on today's edition of the program, Good Morning Nigeria. It's Friday's edition, and it's a Holy Good Friday. We are lucky to have you join us. I am Claire Adilabu Abdurrazak.
And I'm Kingsley Osadolo. I joined my colleague Claire to welcome you also to the program. I just wanted to also say that for now, the critical thing is to be out of harm's way in Ukraine. And once things settle, and there is no indication when that will be, those who were studying in Ukraine could then begin to pick up from where they left off. The most important thing, of course, is to be alive and well.
Indeed.
Both the lecturers and the institutions, they all need to save their heads.
Indeed.
Lecturers have families, and the invasion doesn't discriminate in terms of collateral consequences of what just might happen. So let's see how the students come back, reunite with their families in the first instance, and then keep an eye and, of course, their ears wide open as to what is happening. That looks like a potentially long, drawn-out conflict.
Indeed,
yeah.
Indeed. Considering the reports coming out of Ukraine this morning, a lot of people are hiding, especially women, children, pregnant women, on the ground. And of course, you learned of the attack on the Ukraine's nuclear, plant area.
Well, it wasn't. What the Russians said was that the largest nuclear plant in Ukraine is now under their control. They had earlier taken control of the nuclear power plant that had some crisis in 1986. If you recall, that was the Chernobyl nuclear power plant. It's been in disuse since then, but they said they have taken control now of perhaps an active nuclear power plant. They have also taken control of a major seaport in the southern part of the country. So it's a conflict that is not likely to end tomorrow, even though there are conversations now between both parties as to what the next steps will be. The Russians perhaps are going for broke, and we'll see how the rest of NATO would respond. But that's not the only issue we are focusing on this morning. Indeed. As we're also taking a look at World Engineering Day 2022, which is commemorated yearly on the 4th of March. Welcome to Good Morning Nigeria once again. I'm Kingsley Osadolo. We're live on the network service of the Nigerian Television Authority. Let's now join Dennis Adegunloye, who has the highlights of the morning news, after which we'll take some of our complimentary segments. Business and newspaper review. Dennis?
Good morning, Kingsley. Good morning, Claire, and good morning, Nigeria. Here is the morning news. President Muhammadu Buhari has stressed the urgent need for broader multilateral action towards overcoming climate change, biodiversity, rising levels of pollution and waste, which he describes as major crises threatening the planet. This was while addressing a special session commemorating the 50th anniversary of the United Nations Environment Programme, UNEP, in Nairobi, Kenya. State House correspondent Adam Musamba reports that the hybrid event is focusing on strengthening UNEP for the implementation of the environmental dimension of the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development.
By collaborating with partners such as the United Nations Environment Programme, we believe that much more success would be recorded in collective struggle against climate change.
We must transform our societies and economies to protect the earth.
In all we do, we need to follow science and engage in multilateral action to make peace with nature.
The Federal Ministries of Environment, Water Resources, as well as Agriculture and Rural Development have been directed to collaborate more effectively towards controlling and combating desertification in the country. President Muhammadu Buhari gave the directive while granting audience to the Executive Secretary of the United Nations Convention to Combat Desertification, Ibrahim Thiaw, on the margins of the UNEP at 50 celebration in Nairobi, Kenya.
United Nations agencies are quite excited about Nigeria's presidency, that they feel that if anyone can make a difference in the implementation of the Great Green Wall projects, it would be Nigeria. So we've talked of areas of collaboration where they can give technical support for us to expand on the Great Green Wall project.
Vice President Yemi Osinbajo has reminded regulatory agencies of their roles as supporters of business operators. Describing business owners as key pillars that are holding the nation's economy, the Vice President noted that a good business environment is needed for their growth and survival. This was when he met with the inaugural cohorts of the Africa Initiative Governance Public Leadership Program.
And our people are very enterprising. They want to do business. And so we ought to be able to support that. So performance must be determined by fidelity to the ultimate values that we pursue. What we want is an economy that is robust and prosperous.
Skills and knowledge we have received from University of Oxford, and to tell him that we are ready to work as agents of change in the public sector.
The federal government is on the path to resolving the financial challenges in the power sector and will continue to invest in the sector towards a sustainable electricity supply. One step towards this is the readiness to settle all verifiable debts owed by ministries, departments and agencies this month. State House correspondent Jide Unifade reports that government is putting 40 billion naira aside for this purpose.
Discourse that improve will continue to get support with discourse, discourse that do not will face the commercial consequences. There are challenges in the sector, but the outlook is positive. As a testament, we are seeing a private sector investment resurgence. BPE closed the Yola Disco and AFAM 3 Genco transaction.
The Office of the Attorney General of the Federation and Minister of Justice says it has received an extradition request in respect of Deputy Commissioner of Police Abba Kyari. A statement by the Special Assistant to the Minister of Justice on Media and Public Relations, Dr. Umar Jibrilu Gwandu, says extradition is a process that involves multifaceted components which are usually multi-territorial, international, local and judicial. It also says the submission of request from the concerned party to the relevant authorities constitutes one of such components. After thorough studies and reviews of issues regarding the application and components, the Office of the Attorney General of the Federation and Minister of Justice will process the application and forward same to the relevant authorities for further necessary action. Unlawful conduct of police officers on stop and search patrol will no longer be tolerated. Inspector General of Police Usman Alkali Baba gave the note of warning at the Strategic Police Managers meeting in Abuja.
Much as significant progress is being recorded, we must admit that we are not yet close to achieving our national security goal of restoring an internal security order. I wish to once again reassure the citizens of this great country of my commitment to the police reform project, as well as the assurances that I will continue to provide responsible and responsive leadership.
Well, those are the highlights for now. Good Morning Nigeria continues after this timeout with Kingsley and Claire. Have a great day.
Kilometer Lagos-Ibadan Railway is the first double-track standard gauge railway to be built in West Africa. The Mobolaji Johnson train station is a masterpiece, an infrastructure that is gradually becoming an iconic building in Lagos State. The modern facilities put the station on a world map of train stations. Likewise, other new train stations across the country built to world-class standards. The train and its convenience is indeed an admirable effort, with commendations from Nigerians.
This is a station that we have to commend the federal government for putting a beautiful face, empowering us in Lagos State, not only in economic and political arena.
I can say that I'm really impressed with the infrastructures in place. Kudos to the Minister of Transportations. Kudos to the federal government.
Truly, good things are coming out of Nigeria, and the federal government is deserving of all the applause.
In view of the number of requests, inquiries, and challenges encountered by the tax-paying public in sourcing for foreign currencies to offset outstanding tax liabilities, the Federal Inland Revenue Service wishes to inform our esteemed taxpayers that a one-month window has been opened for this category of taxpayers to settle their foreign currency tax liabilities in Naira with effect from 1st of March to 31st March 2022. However, this is a one-off window or concession, and the service would no longer entertain any such requests from the taxpaying public. This concession is available to all taxpayers and covers all tax types, except for companies in the upstream oil and gas sector and all foreign currency tax liabilities falling due on or before the 31st of December 2021. All payments must be made before the 31st of March 2022, and upon payment, the relevant documents relating to the transaction together with the evidence of payment must be forwarded to the office of the executive chairman and a copy submitted to the local tax office where the taxpayer's file is domiciled. Mohammed Nami, executive chairman, announcer.
Now everybody knows how to play.
Enjoy the reward that sharing brings with the Airtel Family Plan. Get bonus talk time, SMS, and data for each family member you share with. Dial *141# now. Airtel, the smartphone network.
Hello, Paul. Hello, madam. Would you like to join us on this mission? Yes, but how? Just one question for you. How do you keep your toilet clean?
I use regular detergent and bleach for washing and removing yellow stains. I have been using it for years.
Oh, madam, the regular detergents and bleach are used for washing clothes. To disinfect your toilet properly, you need Harpic 10X. It is specially made for germs and stains remover. Harpic sticker formula settles on stains and gives 10 times better cleaning compared to regular detergent and bleach.
Wow!
To every politician, as the campaigns gain momentum and passions begin to rise, remember, the errors of your opponents do not make you a success. Do not run down your opponent and inflame passions to violence between and among your supporters. What counts is what you plan to do for the electorate and how you intend to relieve the sufferings and bring succor. Nigeria is in dire need of patriotic leaders at all levels, leaders who will make national development their priority. Concentrate on telling the electorate what you intend to do when you get into office. Focus on making your vision clear to the electorate. Don't engage in verbal abuses, fake news, or speeches. Keep dealing with issues that will bring progress. You win the hearts and minds of the people by being above board, by being civil, patriotic, and showing empathy. Let's join hands to make the 2023 elections peaceful. A message from the National Orientation Agency.
Coming off a heartbreaking loss in the League Cup final, the Blues will seek to salve their wounds when they visit Turf Moor. This Saturday, it's Burnley versus Chelsea on the Premier League Live, showing on the network service of the NTA from 3:30 p.m. The Premier League Live is brought to you by Baba Ijebu, empowered by Integral.
All right, welcome back to Good Morning Nigeria, and it's time to talk business. And there seems to be supply disruptions of major import crops, especially wheat and maize, and that's as a result of the ongoing war between Russia and Ukraine. And economic experts are advising, of course, Nigeria. Nigeria's wheat import amounts to 898.2 billion naira. Let's listen to more details from business correspondent Alika Opanachiarwa.
The war between Russia and Ukraine is already having impact on the global oil and natural gas. The price of oil per barrel has gone above $100, just as the price of other commodities as a result of the conflict. Russia's status as the largest exporter of wheat in the world is causing disquiet in many countries, including Nigeria. Experts are of the opinion that if Nigerian government can be totally focused and identify priority crops that will make Nigeria to be self-sufficient in food in the next few years and give it the necessary backing, particularly funding and environmentally friendly policies, Nigeria will have no reason to import wheat and other agricultural products in the future.
We are doing a revolution in the rice sector. If you look at in Nigeria now, we have a lot of rice mills, a lot of rice farms. It's as a result of the deliberate effort and attempts by government. Even though it's not perfect, but at least it has impact. It has created a lot of job opportunities. It has created sustainability, but we've not really done much in terms of wheat. And if you look at it, bread is not only wheat that is used in producing bread. So what we need to do is to go back to the drawing table. We need to now see how the government can take deliberate steps and action towards cassava production as a fallback.
Wheat is one of the most consumed grains in the world for the production of noodles, pasta, cakes, and other confectionaries. And taking a look at Thursday's tradings on the floor of the exchange. With business news, Alika Opanachi, Arua.
All right, many thanks, Alika, for the business package. Up next is Newspaper Review. All right, we have just two newspapers. I have a copy of The Nation. I'll go through the headlines, and my colleague will take the other. That's above the nameplate of The Nation. DSS, that's Department of State Services, ISWAP training suicide bombers to attack Northeast. Hiccups delay evacuation of Nigerians from Ukraine. Federal government and ASU to renegotiate 2019 agreement. And then below the name flag, Matawale, Bello, and Lalong in APC convention panels. NDLEA files charges against Kyari and others. Malami, why we want police chief extradited. Minister explains erratic power supply. That's page 2. IG sets rules for mounting roadblocks. Also on page 2. Our concerns about 2023 general election by INEC. There is security threat, says PDP. Political spending pushes up demand for dollar. Petrol holders to be sanctioned, says NNPC. And then the photographs on the front page there show a building in Kyiv. That's the capital of Ukraine, as well as a diesel fuel storage facility in another location as a result of the ongoing war. Zulum greets Shewa Borono on 13th anniversary. And Qatar begins Doha Kano flight. That's page 27. Yeah.
All right, let's quickly take a look at another newspaper. This one is the New National Star, and it has quite a number of stories. Okay, let's begin with the headline. Airfare hike. Airlines defy FG, refuse to suspend 100% increase. Details of that on page 4. And just a bit above the nameplate, Petard uncovers 15,357 ghost pensioners in federal parastatals and agencies. It's on page 8. And ASU strike, FG reconstitutes team to renegotiate 2009 agreement. It is on page 13. And okay, I think those are the main stories, except for the picture story you're seeing there, which is a father, a Ukrainian father in the city of Mariupol, of course, weeping over the body of his teenage son in a hospital yesterday, unfortunately. Kingsley, I think these are the stories we have.
Yeah, there's nothing of, I don't know, we are discussing Ukraine later on in the
Yeah, it's just that the reconstituting of the team to renegotiate the 2009 ASO agreement. Will that be a going forward, or?
I don't, it depends on what they want to achieve. It depends on what they want. They say they want to renegotiate it. We'll see what the outcome will be of the renegotiation and what the new terms would be. I believe so.
Well, we hope. I think what is uppermost on everybody's mind now is for the students to go back, and then we don't have a stall. You know, it's 1 month is almost coming to an end. What happens after the 1 month, ultimatum?
Yeah, well, it is a warning strike for 1 month, and I'm sure after that, back to business, and then we'll wait what the next steps would be.
All right. Well, we don't have much to talk about as it is now, but I'm sure that there'll be more if you take up the papers and dig for more information. Let's take a break now. When we come back, we commence our conversation.
The aviation sector is rapidly growing with the construction of new international airport terminals in several regions of the country. The new Murtala Mohammed International Airport has an estimated passenger increase of 30 million annually and 15 million for Nnamdi Azikiwe International Airport, Abuja. Malam Aminu Kano International Airport is also expected to open new frontiers for the region with more travel capacity for the annual Hajj, while the new Akanu Ibiam International Airport, Enugu, avails more business opportunities connecting the industrial cities in the region to the world. These new terminals beat world-class standards with enabling infrastructure that aid air travel, tourism, and the eventual growth of the country's GDP.
Open up commerce and, of course, link us to international societies.
People from international community will come here to do business, and then that will bring in more revenue to the state.
Now, distances can be seamlessly covered as Nigeria keeps raising its bar to suit global infrastructure standards.
Thank you for the rejections. That taught me to keep striving. Thank you for the long hours. That taught me discipline. Thank you for the knockdowns. That taught me to bounce back. And for the unexpected victories. That taught me to never give up. Thank you for making me who I am.
Contemporary times require practical skills to remain competitive and relevant in your organization. Therefore, take advantage of NTA TV College Short Proficiency courses to sharpen your professional skills. Administrative Principles, Processes and Practices. Date 14th March to 8th April 2022. 4 weeks. Modern Trends in Broadcast Media Marketing. Date 14th March to 8th April 2022. 4 weeks. Basic Broadcast Accounting and Auditing. Date 4th April to 15th April 2022. 2 weeks. Audio Engineering Operations and Maintenance. Date 18th April to 29th April 2022. 2 weeks. The course fee for the 4-week course is 180,000 naira and the course fee for the 2-week course is 150,000 naira only. Accommodation inclusive. The venue for all courses is the serene and secure environment of NTA TV College near Old Government House, Rayfield, Jos. For more enquiries, please call 0803-314-4383 or 0806-980-9807. NTA TV College, Jos, training you to be the best you want to be. Our pastors, our imams, in every church, in every mosque, please realize that in the course of praying for peaceful and transparent elections, we all have duties beyond prayers. If we want a stable society before, during, and after the elections, what should you be saying to those that worship with you? All Sundays and all Fridays, you are saddled with the responsibility of bringing up good generations. It is therefore your duty to both man and God to ensure peace all the time, no matter about elections alone. People talk to people and people listen. Talk to your followers. Make them listen to ensure peaceful 2023 elections. This message is from the National Orientation Agency.
COVID-19, that is the black swan of the century, has actually hit the whole world very hard, even the strongest of economies, and Nigeria was not spared. But due to the proactive stance and steps that the president has taken, we've been able to come out quickly. The president has consistently said we must invest in infrastructure, even as we're investing in human capital, that we must invest in infrastructure, because at the end of the day, that is what will bring about a sustainable economic growth. So the president has given us our directive. He has said you must make sure you pay salaries and pay pensions, but you also make sure that the critical projects of roads, railway, airports, bridges, major infrastructure that are meant to drive the growth of the economy, that we consistently invest in them, even if we have to continue to borrow to do so.
This message is from the Federal Ministry of Information and Culture.
All right, you're still watching Good Morning Nigeria live on the network service of the Nigerian Television Authority. Now, as a prompt for our conversation, let's listen to this background put together by our correspondent, Ekene Unduloy.
The Russian invasion of Ukraine, which started since Thursday last week, has grown into a huge humanitarian crisis. With more cities in Ukraine coming under attack, many have fled the country to escape the carnage that has already claimed the lives of hundreds of people and destroyed numerous properties. Data from the United Nations show that about 1 million people have so far fled Ukraine because of the Russian invasion. In the wake of the armed conflict came the reality that about 8,000 Nigerians were trapped in the war-torn country. Initial attempts by Nigerian citizens and other Africans to cross over to countries having borders with Ukraine, such as Poland, Romania, Belarus, and Hungary, were met with discriminatory actions from Ukrainian authorities, leading to widespread condemnation back home in Nigeria and around the world. To ensure the safety of Nigerians in Ukraine, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs made arrangements to evacuate Nigerians from Ukraine with a senior ministry official, Ambassador Bolaji Akinremi, already in Poland to coordinate the evacuation.
We had to cheer them up because they were all worried. Many of them don't know what's going to happen to their education. Many of them don't know what will happen. But we assure them that they will be well received back home and that they can continue their life. And in many cases, nobody knows how long the war will take. So if it ends soon, they can go back to school.
Expectedly, the first batch of 180 evacuees will start arriving in Nigeria today, 4th March from Poland, while other flights from Hungary and Romania will follow. It was a huge relief for evacuees that motherland has come to the rescue. A delegation of the House of Representatives, led by the House Leader, Al-Hassan Ado-Doguwa, has also arrived Bucharest, Romania, on Thursday to oversight and assist in the process of evacuating Nigerian nationals who are mainly students fleeing Ukraine and Russian missiles. In a moment, guests on the program will provide more insight on the evacuation of Nigerians from Ukraine.
All right, thank you, Ekene Ndile, for the background. Just before we introduce our other guests to be joining us for this conversation, let's quickly introduce Ambassador Bolaji Akinremi, who is the leader of delegation and director, consular and legal Ministry of Foreign Affairs. He joins us from the airport in Poland. Thank you very much for joining us, Ambassador Akinremi.
Yeah, thank you so much, madam.
Yes, I know in a few minutes now the plane will be taking off. You may have to correct us. But first of all, yesterday we learned of the rescheduling of the flight and, of course, all the stories surrounding it. But give us a clarification, clarify for us, what exactly was the cause of the delay that resulted in the rescheduling of the flight?
Oh, yeah, like we said yesterday, it was because it took time to gather the students together from different hostels and hotels. And by the time we were ready, done with check-in, the crew that have been waiting since 9 a.m. had overshot their duty hours. And so the authority of the airport said they will not allow the flight to take off. We were already at the boarding gate, and they said no. So we had to go back to take the luggages. But they retained their tag, and the same tag have been used this morning. So that's that for that. This morning now, by the time we came out at 3 a.m. to airport, a lot of students have also come out who were not there yesterday. So we had a large number now that we cannot take. If I can show you, you probably see them because I have to now reassure them these are the students who just joined, who we cannot take. Because those who will be going with us this morning are already in their own gate, they are already boarding. But the ones here now are the ones that the ambassador here will now take back to the hotel. Hopefully, another aircraft will be sent to them.
Okay.
Thank you.
Ambassador Akinremi, well, thanks for your response to my colleague's question. Earlier this week, we had your good self and the Permanent Secretary, the Minister of Foreign Affairs, join us to discuss government's plan to evacuate Nigerians who are fleeing the conflict in Ukraine. Are the plans going as you had indicated to us? You are in Poland now. What do you know about what is happening in Romania and Hungary?
Okay, thank you. As I speak to you right now, over 400 Nigerians just landed Abuja airport from Romania. They now become the first batch to arrive in Nigeria. Apparently, from the arrangement we have, Poland will be the second, and almost immediately, the flight from Hungary will land. So that is the arrangement, and it's still on course. We've not had access to Russia, so we cannot speak as to when the flight there will take off. Commercial flights were arranged for people in Slovakia because of their number. Commercial flights were also arranged for people in Czech Republic because their number is not so great. They were coming in trickles of 10, 20, 10, 20. And so what we did is to just arrange them into commercial flights. And they have even arrived in Nigeria ahead of time. So the plan is on course, and we are moving. So now the ambassador has just evacuated the ones that cannot go. As you can see, I'm still at the same spot. You see that they are no longer there. They've been taken into the bus, and I should also be on my way to board.
Okay. Just before you go to board, Ambassador Akinremi, we will really appreciate you doing this for us. What is the condition of the students? Have we recorded any death among them? And why are you unable to get access to Russia to also prepare for the evacuation of other students there?
To get access to where?
To Russia.
To Warsaw. I'm in Warsaw.
Yes, you said you are unable to get access to Russia to prepare for the students there as well.
No. To Russia.
Yes, yes, Russia, Moscow.
Oh, no, not that we were unable to get access. The students were not able to get access from the border to get into Moscow. And they have been cut off from going back into Ukraine. I'm talking of the students in Sumy. So a safe corridor is being planned for them on two fronts. The UN is working to get a safe corridor. India has tabled this in the UN, and we key into that. We are also aligning ourselves with China because there are a lot of Chinese students in that same school, and we are making arrangements to go with China to have a safe corridor. So whichever comes first, Nigerian students will be taken out of Sumy very shortly.
Ambassador Akinremi, I know you're going to board. I mean, this is like a chartered flight. You look unslept. That's from sharp contrast from what we saw when you were with us in the studios earlier in the week. But tell us something. Are we still dealing with the number of students or persons who had signed up to be evacuated? The Permanent Secretary said the other day we're dealing with about 2,000 persons. What numbers do you have now? And then also clarify for our viewers, there was a report that it's only Nigerians who are registered with the embassies in the respective countries that will be evacuated.
Certainly not. All Nigerians that come out are being evacuated, at least from Warsaw here. And also the numbers have greatly increased. So bigger planes are being arranged now. What we had planned for 180 for the first batch in Poland has now proven not be enough. If we had left yesterday, so the plan is on course, more people are now out, they want to come. I think our appeal to parents to tell their children to go has really worked, because a lot of them were skeptical before, but now they have made up their mind and they are out.
Okay, just before you meet, would like to, have we recorded any death among our students? No?
No. There has been no fatality. The highest we have had are people that were admitted and were treated. Some of them were injured and they have been treated. Even here in Poland, they have taken them to hospital and they are back. They are now joining the flight. So there will be no death and we don't pray for any.
Okay, Ambassador Akiremi, thank you. But our emphasis appears to be on students. Are there other Nigerians who are taking advantage?
Oh, there are other Nigerians with children here. Yesterday, I interviewed some who they are both parents are Nigerian, but their son is Ukrainian. I was even a bit shocked because they said they don't give citizenship, but they showed me the young boy who was born by a mother and father Nigerian, but he has a Ukrainian passport. And then it's on board as I'm talking to you now. So we are not just taking students or Nigerians who come through the embassy, but everyone who comes to the airport are being taken. And also we are waiting for foreigners. If there are foreigners who, particularly Africans, will take them on board.
All right, Ambassador Akiremi, yes. That's very heartwarming to hear that we are extending the big brother hand to other Africans who, of course, are also now refugees from Ukraine. Would like to thank you for your time, so you don't delay the flight, and we don't have another reason to delay the evacuation. And just by the way, are all the flights landing in Abuja, or some are going to Lagos? All right, okay. We understand that we've lost the audio connection to you. We'll ask the question of another of our guests as to the arrival point of the evacuees from the conflict in Ukraine. That was Ambassador Bolaji Akiremi, Director in charge of Consular and Legal Matters at the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. Now, we also have another guest who is joining us this time via Zoom from Hungary. That's Shuaibu Muhammad. He's a Nigerian student who was studying in Ukraine. Shuaibu, pleasure to have you this morning. We can see you are fully kitted, which tells us that this is winter still in your location. So where are you in Hungary? Are you anywhere near the airport, or you are still on the fringes of the country?
Good morning, first. Yes, we are, in the beginning, when I joined, we are on the way to the Nigerian embassy here in Hungary. But now, when we reach the embassy asked us, direct us to move to the airport so that everything will be as smooth as planned. Now, currently, we are in the airport reception, waiting for the due protocols.
How many are you? How many are you at the moment waiting at the airport?
Yes. So what was being planned since yesterday is that the plane is going. We are going to be provided with the plane that has 180 passenger seating. So now around about 70 of us is here at the airport. The bus is going back to pick another batch to complete the number 180 person.
Okay, Shuaibu, how long have you been in Hungary?
Here almost five days.
All right, where did you escape from?
Because I started my journey from the Ukraine, Kharkov, on Sunday to now, to date.
My goodness. So could you just tell us what your experience was like in escaping the strafing of Ukraine by Russia?
Yes. Yes, the situation actually, it is very terrible. It is not a happy moment because, the situations of crisis like this that like African, we never experienced. So everyone must be panicked because of seeing how a fire is being shot by the airports, Russian airports, to the Ukraine, especially to the town where I'm studying, Kharkov, because it's one of the target place. So we have been actually very terrible not to hurry to move out. So along the way, some may take 2 days, some may take 3 days. So luckily for me, I take 2 days. I didn't have much difficulties along the way because before I started the journey, some of us have been ahead of me. So I've been contacting them how the difficulty they have been facing. So I try to avoid such, but actually many of us have suffered along the way. They have faced difficulties. Some have to be trekking down 1 kilometer, 10 kilometer, because there are some, I talked to them, they reach the Poland border, but the immigration, their open security there, they deny them entry. So they have to trek down to the Hungarian border so that they can have the access to enter into the Hungary for them to reach the Nigerian embassy.
Shaibu, that must be very terrifying, and we're really sorry for that. We sympathize with you. But tell us, how were you treated? I mean, not just Nigerians. I mean, people of black race. How were you treated by the conflicting party?
Come again?
How were you treated, as not just as a Nigerian, but as a person of color by the conflicting party?
Yes, the number of the students here from Ukraine in the Hungary, almost like 400 to 500 students, and now we had that 180 people will be departed to Nigeria because of the situations of the plane. And sometimes because of the students are not cooperating with the situation. Just the information that everyone should reach the embassy at the right time so that they can fill evacuation form, they can register themselves with the embassy so that the embassy will have the exam done. But some of the students are not cooperating. The embassy, they will not get the right things, what they deserve. So we luckily, when I'm along my way, I have about 30 people. So immediately I landed to the Hungary. I directly moved to the embassy. So I didn't face such challenges. I didn't face such problem.
All right, Shuaibu, two aspects here. When you got to the Hungarian border, that's the border between Hungary and Ukraine, how long did it take you to then move from that location to Budapest, which is the capital?
Okay, what happened, we moved, like the journey is I entered train, firstly from the Kharkov to Lviv, then from Lviv to another town called Dahoni. So also I use it through train. Some places, like when we reach some places that is not very far from one another, we use bus to enter.
We hear that some students are not willing to return. Would you know the reason why?
Some students not to...
They're not willing to come back home, yes. They're not willing to leave Ukraine. Do you know the reason why those students are not willing to leave Ukraine despite the terrible conditions that they are in?
Yes, actually, some students are not willing to leave the Ukraine, maybe because the site they are is maybe they think is safe for them, or maybe they don't have means of transport from the Ukraine out of Ukraine to any designated border. I don't know. So it is mostly is best known to them. Maybe some of them they have business to do that think they cannot left it, or they think this war is not going to maybe reach to their side, or they think it is not to that it will not be worse like this. But because there are some when we left them behind, they told us they will not go. So after we have reached Hungary, they started calling us that they are on the way because they see that things are getting more worse than how they or than what they expect.
Schweibo, well, I know that in Hungary you're now trying to, be sure that, you save your head and others. Are you, by any chance, in touch with any of your former colleagues or associates who are still inside Ukraine? And if so, what are they telling you?
Yes, I have been in touch with two persons now. Yesterday night, communicating with one guy. I asked him, is he still leaving Ukraine to Nigeria or to any nearby country? He told me, yes, he's looking the way, but mostly the problem is that the way, all the routes, after following it because they will think there will be attack and any exit out of Ukraine because, like it to say, Russians, like they are try to block all the exits out, all the exits of the Ukraine. So it will be very difficult by now for somebody, either by train or by buses, to leave Ukraine because it will be possibly that any person on the way may fall a victim of the war. So that's what is now making them not to be able to pass out of the Ukraine or to move out of Ukraine.
I know that it's probably too early to ask this question, but just tell our viewers, did you anticipate that things would turn out this way in Ukraine? And then when you started hearing the shell land on Ukraine, what was your reaction? Did you panic? Have you been in this kind of situation before?
Yes, I have never experienced such type of situation like this. In the beginning, I was thinking, how will it be possible that those missiles will be sending to the town, will be set on fire everywhere? Because in the beginning, I was thinking it will not be possible. Maybe they will resolve it before it gets into it. But 1 or 2 days is going out of hand. So I must leave out so that I should be first, be safe because I have the government. I've been communicating with that if we have any serious issues, this is where to take and this is where to go. So by that, I have to run for my safety. And already in my schools and the hostel I'm staying, I tell you, we are about 30 people. So I have to try to talk to them so that we can live out of Ukraine for our safety. Because our parents also, they have been panicking because what they are seeing in the media, so they have to be panic about it. So for that, we are always communicating with them. They are telling what they are seeing on the television, and we are seeing what is on the ground. So we have to use the tool and take a very precautionary measure on good and safety.
Shuaibu, just before we let you go, what course are you studying, and at what level are you? That's one. And then finally, what message would you have for the Nigerian government, who have put this process in place to, come to the rescue of Nigerian students?
Yeah. I'm studying medicine in the school of a university called V.N. Karazim Medical National University, Kharkov. I'm third year now. We're in second semester. Now the advice what can I say? The advice I will give to the government, please to, as they are doing their best, let them put more effort in trying to ensure that, because here, most of the people, we look like a refugee here. Some of us are being stranded because of the insufficiency of the flight to take us back. And we are here out of the Ukraine. Some of them are out of cash to take food feeding, hostel accommodation. Although the embassy are doing their best to ensure that whoever registers their name in the embassy, they provide accommodation, they provide feeding to them. But some of us, as I said, they are not so cooperating with the situations. They are facing social challenges. So we're appealing to the government to, as much as possible, to provide more flights to take us all. As I said, 180 people today here in Hungary are going back to Nigeria because, as you can see now, we are now in the airport. You can see my colleagues, they are here sitting down, waiting for the rest of us to be transported by bus from the embassy to here in the airport, Hungary airport, here in Budapest, the capital of the Hungary.
All right. Shuaibu Muhammad, would like to appreciate you for speaking to us this morning, and for your colleagues who haven't been processed to be part of this batch that is leaving Budapest shortly. Let them know what the federal government has done already. It's the President and the Federal Executive Council have approved money for the evacuation exercise, and the plan is to take out some 5,000 Nigerians, students, workers, or family members who have fled the conflict in Ukraine. And it is not a one-off thing. That's to say that after this flight, there will be no other flight. 3 airlines, according to the officials who've been with us on Good Morning Nigeria this week, 3 airlines, Max Air, Air Peace, and Asma, have been penciled for the flights. As you are speaking to us from Hungary, let your colleagues also know that we just spoke to a director in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs who himself is in Warsaw, and I think that their flight should have taken off from Poland right now, heading back to Nigeria. So the plans are not, but also let them be organized. Once again, Shuaibu Muhammad, a Nigerian student who's studying in Ukraine and now homebound in Budapest, the capital of Hungary. Thanks for being our guest on Good Morning Nigeria.
Thank you very much. Thank you so much.
All right, Kingsley, let me quickly back in the studio introduce, of course, one of our guests, Dr. Adoye Matthew Omale, Department of International Relations and Diplomacy, Bayes University. Dr. Omale, thank you very much.
Good morning.
Yes, and also to say that Aisha Ango, a Nigerian student, she'll be joining us very soon. Aisha Ango is a Nigerian student studying in Ukraine, but she's back home safely. Kingsley.
All right, Dr. Omale, let's take a look at this conflict. There is no indication yet that this is a conflict that would end in the next 24 hours.
Well, there is no indication because of the fierce resistance from the Ukrainian. The Russians have encircled Kiev, Kharkiv, and most of the cities, and have made a lot of gains, especially in eastern part of Ukraine, especially in the Donbas region, which separatist fighters were fighting for some time. So, well, we predict that this crisis is going to be on for quite some time, and I never expected the type of resistance from the Ukrainian. I think that the crisis is going almost to the eighth day now. It's a surprise, because when you put the weapons the Russians have vis-a-vis what the Ukrainians have, we thought it was going to be a 48 hours or at worst 72 hours battle, and Russia would take over Ukraine. But the crisis is prolonging. Nobody can say whether it is going to end in the next 24 hours or in the next 48 hours. But I think the Russians have made a lot of incursion. I read that they are about some few kilometers to the capital, Kiev, just about some few kilometers to the center of Kiev. So, but when they will move in finally is what I don't know.
Okay, Dr. Omale, well, we're going to have to pause you in terms of discussing what the prospects are, what the prognosis is for this war. Ukraine is a fairly large country, and it may very well be a war of attrition that doesn't end in 48 or 72 hours. My colleague Claire did say we were expecting another guest to join us also via Zoom, Aisha Ango, another Nigerian student who is studying in Ukraine, has been evacuated and is back home. Aisha, if you can hear us, we know you are in transit, you are back home, but our viewers would like to see your face more clearly, and therefore oblige us by taking off your face mask. Yeah, that's a beautiful face, Aisha. Tell us, how did
Thank you, sir.
Yeah, thank you. How did you get out of Ukraine?
I got out of Ukraine on Saturday. I went to the Nigerian border. I left through the bus.
Where were you in Ukraine? And look, from the way you say, I got out on Saturday, I took a bus, it seemed to have been a luxury ride, quite aside from the kind of stories that we heard about others.
Sorry, I'm not talking about I can't hear you.
Okay, you say that you left on Saturday, you took a bus, you got to Romania. I'm saying that it sounds so smooth, and that is not the same story.
So smooth.